I don't want my face looks better. Doesn't matter. I think We're just getting a little footage for my reel. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Education 2.0 conference here in Las Vegas. We're so honored that you've all been here joining us for these last 3 days. It's been wonderful. We just want to remind you to make sure you use the hashtag Education2Conf for all of your social media posts. Now we look forward to an interesting and exciting day. That's good. I wonder if, should I just put this down? Maybe? Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Education 2.0 conference here in Las Vegas. We're so honored that you've been here with us for these 3 days. It's been very exciting, and I hope you've made some great networking opportunities. Make sure to use our hashtag Education2Conf for all your social media posts. Thanks a lot, and we're excited to have this last day. That's good enough. Photos? Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Education 2.0 conference. It's the last day, and we're very excited that you're all here. I hope you had a lot of networking and learning opportunities the last few days of the conference, not to mention you've been a great audience to connect with as well. Sincere appreciation to our platinum sponsor, Leadership Masters, for making this event possible. Your ongoing assistance is greatly appreciated. Without further delay, let's get started with the first session of the day. We all know that children are influenced by their environment, whether it be at school or at home. When we nurture children with positivity and empathy, we teach them important life lessons, such as how to accept others who are different from them or handle conflict without resorting to violence. During this fireside chat, the speakers hope to start a fruitful discussion on this less discussed topic, today's schooling mantra, nurturing children with positivity and empathy. Please welcome our speakers, Epek Williamson, founder and owner of Epek Williamson Coaching, and Leslie Lucy, founder of Orange Tree Christian Preschool.
Thank you so much for having us here. I'd like to first introduce Epek. And Epek was born in Istanbul, Turkey, where she spent the first half of her life before moving to Canada. While she started a family and became a mother and successful executive assistant, she continued the same career in Canada for another decade while she navigated life, raising a son as a single parent. After finding the love of her life and marrying him, Epek made serving and guiding others through her coaching and teaching meditation her life's work. Her mission statement is bringing the world closer to calm, one beautiful soul at a time. She is an insight coach, meditation advocate, and teacher, speaker, and author of the children's book, Little Fauna is Loved, Safe, and Never Alone, and also the book titled Live Your Life in a Meditative State.
Thank you,
So
Leslie.
wonderful.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce you. Leslie is born and raised in Southern California, and her gift of childcare emerged at a very young age. For Leslie, caring for children was a way of life, not a profession. It wasn't until age 35 that she realized her true calling. At that time, she took a leap of faith, left the medical profession, went back to school to receive her early childhood education. While raising 3 kids, she opened her first school and created a reproducible teaching system. She's now and has been for over 15 years equipping children for life through the Orange Tree teaching system. She is a certified mental wellness coach and is recognized for being instrumental in changing the way we do preschool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us today. And our topic is an important one. But before getting to our topic, I would like to invite you to a short meditation practice, if you are okay with that. So let's close our eyes, please. And take a deep breath in. And let it out slowly. Take another deep breath in. And let it out. While taking a third deep breath in, focus on your heart space and see a golden light appearing there, right in your heart. And see it starting to grow. Grow upwards and downwards in your body. It's growing and growing. And now covering all your body. You are made of light right now. That golden light now continues to grow and start to fill the room. Your golden light reaches the person closest to you right now in this room. It grows and grows. All the golden lights come together and get stronger. Now see that big, powerful golden light growing further and covering this whole building. Growing further, covering the whole city of Las Vegas. This golden light is so powerful and so beautiful that it starts to affect everybody in the city. And then it grows and covers the whole state of Nevada, that whole country. This beautiful golden light continues to grow and cover the whole North America and starts to grow further and covers all the continents and oceans. And now find yourself looking at Earth from the space and see the whole planet brimming with the golden light that you created. It's so beautiful, so peaceful, so powerful. You did that. You created that golden light. Now, come back to the room. Come back to your body. Take a long, deep breath. And while exhaling, slowly open your eyes. Welcome back. I would really love if you take a moment and think about what you felt, what you thought during this meditation, and make a note of it, because we will talk about it at the end. So let's get to our topic now. Nurturing children with positivity and empathy. I want to let you know what are we gonna cover. First of all, we're gonna be covering creating nurturing relationships, and then making positivity a way of life, and then cultivating and promoting empathy. Now, I want to get to you, Leslie, and start with nurturing. How do we create nurturing relationships?
That's a good question. Well, the definition of nurture is to care and encourage the growth and development of. And in this conference for the last 3 days, we've been talking about all of the different problems in education. We've been trying to offer solutions. And I think that when we talk about the importance of a nurturing environment for kids as educators, we know that that's necessary. It's a given. Everybody wants to offer a nurturing environment, but I'm so thankful to be on the stage with you, because you really have been able to show us through meditation that it's not just something that we talk about. We can't tell teachers to be nurturing. It's something that we have to live. We have to, it starts with us. We're talking in this conference about becoming or teaching children to become lifetime learners. And we want to change the world through education, by teaching the next generation to be lifetime learners. Well, the change starts with us. We have to understand that nurture is a way of life, and why do we have to live, why do we have to walk the walk, talk the talk? Because it's not just in the relationship that we have with kids, but it's also in the relationship that we have with our friends. It's the relationship we have with for me, it's my grandkids, my adult kids, and even my 80-year-old parents. The way of living to be nurturing, it starts with each one of us. And I just want to say the last part of what nurturing is how. And the way that we can exercise the practice of being nurturing is to listen, to take the time to show grace, and to be honest. And I want to highlight honest, because as I was thinking about what I see in the preschool world with parents is, we understand, that we want to be gentle and we want to be nurturing, but there's a flip side to that I'm seeing in the next generation, and it's okay to be honest. It's okay, an example would be if a child clumsily trips over a chair, the parent will say, "Bad chair," which is, you see that happen. It's
Really?
it's not true. What are we teaching our kids if we're not being honest? And I use that example, as a joke, because it really does happen, but it's a non-offensive way to make the point. Like when we're talking about building a foundation in the neural pathways of our children's brain, we have to be honest about what we're talking about and about accountability. And so I just wanted to kind of, emphasize that those 3 points. It's truth and grace and time. It takes time. And I loved your exercise of meditation, because it showed us, like, are we willing to take the time to get into that place, to meet people where they are and listen? So I'd like to hear your thoughts about nurturing.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything you said, Leslie. In terms of nurturing, I want to look at the really a little bit deeper to the definition of it. Nurturing to me, it's being 100% present with anybody, child, adult, whoever we are nurturing. And also, yes, listening, but also validating, like showing that I understand you, I hear you, I'm here for you. Not necessarily I agree with you, but I hear you, I understand it. And also with especially children, physical affection is very powerful and very helpful, because they need being touched, being nurtured through like caressing a hair or holding a shoulder, and like children need that. Also playing games, being fun, having fun with children is a very beautiful way of nurturing them. And emotional safety is so important for children, wherever they are, at school, at home, anywhere. they need emotional safety. They need to feel safe. That's why I wrote my book, Little Fauna is Loved, Safe, and Never Alone. And I wanted to emphasize that children need to learn that world is not that bad a place. There are good people, good intentioned people. So that's another thing. But on the other hand, I believe that while nurturing children, we need to teach them to create their boundaries. Like, what are the boundaries? How can they be assertive while exemplifying it ourselves, while being assertive, while being creating boundaries for ourselves? Children learn the most from example. They don't learn when we tell them what to do, but they learn from watching us. And believe me, they do. They watch us. They watch every adult all the time. I want to share with you a story about my son. When he was 3 or 4 years old, he was playing at the next room, in the next room to us. And me and his father, we were talking about something and talking about him. And all of a sudden he came and said, "No, Mom, I didn't do that, or I didn't say that." I was shocked because he wasn't even in the same room as us, but he could hear us. So he's listening. They are listening to us. Mm-hmm. So it's so imperative that we are very careful of what we are saying. Sorry. But also, nurturing is so important because nurtured children at home and school, when they receive nurturing, grow up to be healthy adults, capable, fully functioning adults. Also, we see parents, when we look at parents, nurturing parents are the ones who are warm, affectionate, good at listening, respectful, attend the basic care of their children, and well-being of their children is the most important. But what happens when nurturing is not present? Then children feel neglected, not loved, not appreciated. And that creates an environment where they won't feel enough self-love, self-worth, self-respect. And problems with creating deep and loving long-term relationships happen along the way. So lack of empathy happens, and difficulty trusting others occur. So they, all in all, the children who are not nurtured by their parents, their caregivers, their educators, they turn out to be people who cannot express themselves properly and positively. So, but nurturing is one thing. And now when we come to positivity, nurturing, making positivity a way of life, I want to ask you about that, Leslie. How important being positive is, and how can we show and teach our children to be positive?
Thank you. Positivity is the practice or tendency to be positive or optimistic in life. Mm-hmm. It's a skill. It's a coping skill. And that's really what I want to highlight. A lot of people tend to view positivity as a woo-woo kind of, thing that you either have or you either are or you aren't. Mm-hmm. And that's not the truth. The truth is that, like you said before, as young children, we are going to adopt and adapt to whatever environment that we're in, And I am so thankful that I was raised in an environment. My mother, I like to call her She was like being raised by Snow White. You know, she was always singing, and she was an artist, and she played the guitar, you know, and I have such fond memories of having that positive outlook. You know, there was always a solution to look forward to. I was empowered by having a parent with a positive attitude, because having a negative attitude, I see it in kids all the time. They come to school and they're like, I can't do it, and I don't have any hope, and you know, everything's terrible, and the world is against me, and you know, they come with these attitudes, and it's up to us as educators to not only help the child to turn it around. It's a choice of how you want to view, but also to help the parents, because this is something that's kind of a generational thing. It happens because whatever environment we grow up in, that's what we adopt, those skills. Yeah. So going back to the skill of having positivity, the way that we equip our children with that is through practice. And we can simply offer them opportunities to, you know, try things, and then support them in a nurturing environment with encouragement. So it's like scaffolding. We meet them where they are, we listen, we give them we build the trust. They have to trust us. And when they trust us, we can show them how to navigate through their environment. And what we say at the preschool is, it's a choice. Do you want to have fun, or do you want to have problems? And pretty soon, when they are given that opportunity to exercise their own free will, to choose positivity, they will always choose positivity if that is a more inviting option than to choose negativity. Now, the flip side of that, and what parents should be aware of, is if they're getting lots of attention for a negative response, they're going to choose negativity. I mean, it's just kind of simple. You know, you can either give them lots of attention for being positive and for choosing to be optimistic and cultivate that and give them lots of praise, or you can, you know, do it the opposite way. But whatever you pay attention to, that's what you're going to grow.
Yes.
So
true.
That's my perspective on positivity.
Yes. It's positivity is about this glass. Well, is it half empty or is it half full? Why, when even talking to a child, if we ask, what do you see here? Half full or half empty? And why? Like, because when my son used to come from school being bullied and being really sad, I would always ask him, okay, there has been bad things happened. I hear you, I understand you. But tell me what good things happened today. It cannot always be all bad or all good, but there's always a good in everything. What is the gift? Like, we look at the pandemic. So many gifts came with the pandemic. I know it has been a really hard time for all of us, but when we look at something from an objective perspective, we can always see bad and good. And when we choose to focus on good sides, good parts of everything, well, we grow. That's how we grow. And when we do that, and when we exemplify that to our children, then they follow. They do the same. Positivity is, I see there are three aspects of positivity. One of them is positive thinking. It's like transforming negative thoughts into positive ones, and noticing positive aspects of situations, like I said, and challenging pessimistic thoughts. And the other one, the second one, is positive emotions, like happiness, enthusiasm, contentment, joy. emphasizing all these in everything. And the third one is positive behaviors, like random acts of kindness, like doing those, or creating a healthy lifestyle, and thinking and wishing and taking part in good things for the world. Why positivity? Because it's a very powerful coping tool, as you said, and it fosters resilience in everybody, helps manage disappointments for children, for example, not making a sports team, not getting a rejection from a school that they applied, then failing a test. Then when they realize and understand and experiment with being positive, it becomes easier to get through these failures, because nothing is failure.
Everything is a learning process.
Absolutely.
And you know, just to support what you're saying, I'd like to add that when you start with a nurturing environment, and you allow, like I said, it's the time. So you allow the process of discovery. Yes, you failed, but what we always say is, that's okay, you'll learn. And that's positivity. You're not saying you should never fail. You're not saying you should never feel sad or bad or any of those emotions. You're saying, I'm here with you. I'm meeting you where you are, and I've got you as we go through this together. And it's not black or white. Positivity is not black or white. It's not always looking, it's not discounting the truth.
Exactly. When I'm so positivity, they feel like, oh, you're a Pollyanna. Life is like not like that. Yeah, I understand that, because they don't see it from this perspective.
Right.
Positivity is not rejecting what is negative, what is going on. It's just looking at everything from a different perspective.
It's a choice.
It's a choice, exactly. And in terms of teaching children anything, I love gamification, because they love games, right? They are children. So I came up with this exercise, name it, tame it.
I love that.
So I want to explain it to you. Whenever a child feels a negative feeling, you can tell they are sad or mad and anxious. Whenever you help them label that feeling, right then and there, that emotion stops from festering. So as soon as you name a feeling, you stop it from growing. So when you name it, you tame it. And also, there's another exercise that I love, that children, like it could be implemented with children, is that, okay, let's see, what is your feeling? Sadness. Okay, let's put it on our list of emotions. When an event happens, good or bad, have them describe their emotions and add it to the list, create an emotions list. And whenever something else happens, go back to that list. Okay, do we have that emotion on our list? Yes, we do. Or oh, we don't have it. Let's add it. So when they become more and more understanding their emotions, then they can more easily navigate their feelings and their actions. Also, I really love the exercise of creating vision boards with children. It gives them idea of future is bright. In future, I will have this, and that. And so look forward to the future with a much more positive outlook. So
can I springboard off of what you're saying?
Of course.
Okay, so I would just, as you know, my calling in life is to change the way we do preschool.
Mhm.
And I just feel so honored and so blessed to, be paired with you,
Mhm.
to be able to talk about these really important topics of nurturing and of positivity and of empathy. And if you think about it, these are not things that we're putting into our education system. They're not.
Yes.
And I would just like to state for the record that they need to be in here,
Mhm.
because look at what our junior hires are facing right now. They've got social anxiety. They don't understand their own emotions.
Mhm.
They're not taught. Nobody's teaching these kids to name it and tame it. But what if we could build it into the foundation of the neural pathway of the children's brain from preschool, so that they're equipped and empowered and they have positivity and they understand how to be a lifetime learner. I mean, that would fulfill my calling right there.
Yes. That's so true. Thank you. And so let's get to empathy then. Cultivating and promoting empathy. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, I like to, start off with the definition. The ability to understand and share the feelings of others. And so, empathy, I think everybody agrees that it's important to have empathy, but I think that, what people don't understand is how to do it. And so I did a little bit of research before coming on stage to talk about empathy. And I was listening to Brene Brown, and I was, kind of trying to think of the best way to implement this exercise of empathy. And I think that where we as adults miss the mark is that we're too busy and we're too focused on our own agenda to really take the time to listen and to understand and to just be present. And I have a story that it's a little bit hard for me to share. It was an experience that I had with my then 16-year-old son when he was a teenager. He's now 23 and doing well, but he went through a really difficult teenage couple of years where he was severely depressed. He's had a long time battle with anxiety and depression, and he was in a state where he was so low that he just didn't want to live anymore. And so as I sat by his bedside, because he just couldn't even get out of bed, he said, "Mom, just put me out of my misery and just smother me or do something." And so meeting him where he was, as somebody who, I understand empathy. I don't want to tell him, I don't want to say something like, "Oh, it could be better." It could be worse. I don't want to discount how he feels. I want to live in the moment
Or
with
say
him.
it's gonna pass.
Or everything will be better tomorrow. It's a new day. I don't want to say something that's going to try to make him feel more pressure.
Yes.
He was where he was, and I had to meet him where he was. And so I very gingerly took the pillow and I put it over his face. And then I lifted it up to see his little, it relieved the tension, because he knew that as much as he trusted that I was never going to do something like that, he knew that I was there with him. And I wasn't trying to change where he was at. I was just listening and I was experiencing. And when you exercise that type of a relationship with the people that you are entrusted to educate, I mean, hopefully we don't have to deal with that type of circumstance in our school classrooms, but it gives us a good model to live by. You know, whatever that child is battling with, whether it's because they didn't have the right shoes today, or whether they, you know, didn't get the iPad. You know, and we may think, well, they shouldn't be having that anyway. You know, we have to understand that this is a real struggle for them, and we have to listen, and we can't discount the importance that it means to them.
Yes, though, thank you so much for sharing this.
He
very
gave me
personal,
permission, by the way.
yes, personal story. But I remember you when you first shared it with me. You said that. You said one more thing. You said that you lied down next to him and you stayed with him.
I did.
As long as it took.
As long as it took.
And that's the more than what you said or did.
Yeah.
This was the being present and
Right.
being there for him.
Right.
So yeah, it's a very heartwarming story, and I'm so glad your son is doing wonderfully
well.
now.
Yeah.
And in my case, the empathy, yes, it is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. Similar to validation, acknowledging a feeling that the child is having. And when your child comes home, let's say, from school and says, everyone was ignoring him. Empathy says, that sounds like a really tough day. You must have felt really sad. So what are we doing here? We are just labeling the
naming
emotion,
it and taming
naming it so that we can tame it. And most of the time, people aren't looking for solutions in those moments. They are looking to feel heard, to feel accepted and understood. So that's what we are giving to the child at that moment. And when we exercise empathy, we make the child feel loved, accepted, valued, and cared for. And we are building a sense of security and a stronger relationship with the child. And we cultivate tolerance and acceptance of others. We are not saying, oh, who is that bad guy or bad child that made you feel sad or bad? We are not saying that. We are not blaming anybody. We are not judging. We are just validating what is happening. And it also promotes good mental health, empathy, and social harmony, and also reduces the potential of bullying from happening. How can we introduce children to empathy? Again, I'm all for gamification, and most of the times children love to hear stories, so we can tell them stories about situations where empathy is practiced, or we can read them books about that. But also we can do this. We can turn around and look at ourselves. How empathetic am I? How am I expressing empathy? How am I being an example? So that's the main thing. Like, as parents, teachers, educators, children are looking up to us. So we need to be really, really careful with knowing our values and living with our values, like living by the values like integrity, friendship, love, compassion, kindness. These are the things that we need to express and practice so that our children do the same. And there's an example that I want to share, like pinpointing emotions with words in real time is also a great way to familiarize children with empathy. Let's say Ben pushed Sarah. We tell Ben, Sarah looks hurt. Let's go check on her. And we go to Sarah. Sarah, were you sad when you were pushed? And also tell the other children, look, Sarah is sad because Ben pushed her. How can we make her feel better and make this right? And tell Ben, let's apologize from Sarah because she was sad when you pushed her. So we are not blaming Ben or shaming Sarah. We are just stating the obvious, what happened, and we are just inviting them to take action about what happened. Gamification. As I said, telling stories. Name it, tame it. Make the emotionless game. Give them responsibility. Have them take care of a plant or an animal so that they learn to practice empathy, and acknowledging and rewarding the efforts to be more positive and empathetic, and encouraging them to be vulnerable and to share their own stories. So those are my additions on empathy. Do you have anything else, or can we go to the next one?
Yep. Well, I think that
Yes.
to springboard on
Yes.
how do we make a difference in the lives of those young growing minds.
Mhm.
And I've learned so much at this conference.
Mhm.
It's been such a pleasure to talk to, get to know, and hear the different perspectives of all of the leaders in education. It's truly been a great opportunity. And I think the takeaway from this experience is that we need to have systems in order to consistently meet the challenge of setting people up for success, to be a lifetime learner, to have positivity and empathy, and all of the things that we want as educators. And so I love all of your examples of how to teach children this. And what over the last 20 years, what I've experienced as I train teachers and I train parents is that it's tough to communicate to every single person who's teaching those skills of how to be a great teacher. And so there's one in particular tool that I just want to shout from the rooftops. I tell every parent that I come in contact, I tell every teacher that I come in contact with, use this system. It is life-changing, and we all should be doing it. And so I like to give credit to the developer of Friendship Fixer International. It's a conflict resolution system that is built to sign language, and it goes like this. First, go to your friend, remain calm, explain what's broken, investigate who's responsible, extend an apology, need to ask forgiveness, and do forgive freely. And I love that it has the 6 steps, and they're so simple. We can follow them. But how many parents or how many people, grown-ups, do you know that won't forgive, do forgive freely, who won't apologize? I'm so sorry. That was not my intention. But where do we learn that? We learn it from the beginning. If we learn it from the beginning, and I see even 2s and 3s, 3-year-olds who are like, I am not going to say I'm sorry. They do not want to apologize. And there's a lot of adults who say, well, I'm not going to make my child apologize because it's not how they really feel. But I'm going to disagree with when you are setting up children for success in life. You have to teach them the skill. Do the actions, the feelings will follow. But do what's right. Do what's good. It's right. If I do wrong to you, it's the right thing. And I might not feel like doing it, but if I practice it when I'm 2 and 3, it's not going to be that hard it's going to dawn on me, oh, you know what? I did grab that toy from my friend. And I'm learning that it's not okay to grab toys. I'm learning that I should smile and say, may I have it, please? And when we teach our children in that fashion, we're truly setting them up for success because they're learning that it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to become a lifetime learner, but there has to be framework. There has to be a time. There has to be time to learn. There has to be truth. And we have to give them tools like Friendship Fixer. And so I'm really happy to be able to share this really to anybody who's listening today.
It's amazing. I love it. And actually, everybody should be using that method.
Exactly.
Like not only children, especially adults too.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go back to meditation. Remember, we meditated at the beginning.
Yeah.
Meditation, as an advocate and teacher of meditation, meditation changes our brain chemistry, and it's like, as you can see on the screen, there are multiple researches done about it. And according to the brain imaging study by researchers at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston and the University of Massachusetts Medical School in Worcester, they found out that people who meditate regularly every day for a specific time, let's say 30 days or more, their brain MRIs show change in their brain. So what we do by meditating is we are fortifying the right side of our brain. We, especially in more civilized countries, we are living all our lives using our left brain. But when you lose your left brain all the time, the equilibrium in your brain like switches in a way that is like the gap grows and grows and grows. So we lose our emotions. And right side of the brain is so important for leaders with higher EQ, emotional intelligence, leaders for creating good teams, happy environments at home and at work and at school. So meditation is so vital, and it's free, and it's available to everybody. So I really want to express the utmost importance of meditation. And if you are educators, if you are teachers, I implore you to please start your day with your students with at least 5 minutes of meditation. There are apps that you can play, like just Insight Timer is an app. I'm a teacher on that app. It's free. There are thousands of meditations there. Just play one of them, 3 minutes, 5 minute meditation every morning. You will see a huge difference starting to happen on children's activities, emotions, and actions, reactions, and responses. So I implore you, please use meditation. And at the end of the, do you have anything else to share?
Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide, and then
Yes.
I can wrap it up.
Yes.
Because I would like to say that in supporting what you're saying, what we offer to support that in the education world is a time and a place for everything and skills training. And so as we are looking at how do we teach children to have that balanced life in every area, how do we grow a balanced brain, is mind, body, spirit, and community. And you really can't leave out any, to support your point about balanced brain development. You can't leave out I mean, we're very focused on academics and,
Yes.
and, you know, getting them to where they need to be academically. But I always tell parents, you know, when you're talking about the foundation of brain development, academics is really not what should be leading your curriculum. What should be leading is a balance in social skills, in conflict resolution, in physical development. Our bodies play just as much of a part in brain development, and teaching the children how to move their bodies and keeping it as a foundational part of growth and development. We can't discount that. When we take PE out of preschool because we think it's not important. It's so important.
Yes, it is.
And our heart, you know, our heart is where we live, and we want to grow a loving child who is in touch with their own self. And we want to equip them with tools that empower them and help them to grow their self-identity for who God made them to be, not who we want them to be, but who they were created. And then, of course, to become a lifetime learner is the goal.
Yes.
And so I think that there's, you know, there's parts in meditation plays a great part in that, understanding how to manage and control your body.
I want to ask one short question. Would anybody like to share what they felt or thought during the meditation that we did at the beginning? Anybody?
Well, I'd like to say,
Okay,
I felt peace.
great. Anybody else?
Okay.
You stole the word that I was thinking of. Just briefly, just moment of peace.
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 That's why I wanted you to experience it, because when you start your day with a meditation, you set the tone for the rest of the day. When you start with peace, it grows and follows. So it's the same for our children. Please use meditation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies. That was a very enlightening session. Now, next we have Dr. Michelle Scott, Executive Vice Dean and CEO of Weem Power Partnerships. Michelle is a domestic and global instructor in business supply chain management, sustainable development, Six Sigma, and entrepreneurship. She has 25 years of corporate and Wall Street banking experience, where she excelled and contributed through client technology implementation, TQM, Six Sigma, and project management and operations. Please put your hands together for our keynote speaker, Dr. Michelle Scott, who will shed light on the topic, Education for All, Creating Accessible Classrooms.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Well, I'm excited about being here. This has been a fantastic 2 days so far, and I'm hoping that you have used this opportunity to basically be part of a classroom. And many of you have been up here speaking and in panel discussions, etc., and you have been in a classroom. You see, a classroom does not have the boundaries that we believe they have. They're not the four walls that we are used to teaching in. Or over the last several years, it's not Zoom, yes? Or it's not just using WebEx or something for our classroom. And I just, okay. But anyway, We have to look beyond the traditional definitions we have of classroom. I must say that when I was asked to go ahead and speak today about accessibility of the classrooms, I just thought, you know, really? Are we just talking about making sure we have the internet available in our homes or in the classroom, the cameras ready, the PPTs ready, etc.? Is that what we're talking about? And I said, really, I think we're looking at the accessibility of learning, which can be done in many different venues. And I've had the pleasure of learning and teaching in multiple different venues. So today I'm going to talk to you about accessibility in the 21st century, okay? And many of us have also talked about just, you know, looking at future generations. I'd ask that you just dispel that rumor. We're looking at all generations. None of us are surplus. Yes? My aunt passed away in July, and she had Alzheimer's disease. She was 91 years old. And while she was in the assisted living, they had a little exercise, and they asked the people there, the residents there, so tell us about a time when it was the prime of your life. My aunt said, right now. Very excited, right now. Okay? And so she was extremely excited about continuing her life, continuing learning. I don't have transitions in it, okay? Doing its own thing. Doesn't sound like me. Okay, let me go back. Sorry, folks. I don't have transitions, but anyway. Okay, we're going to keep on going here. Okay, but my aunt thought she was in the prime of her life at age 91. She was continuing to learn. I was over in China, and she wanted to know everything about what was going on in China. Yes? Okay, so I was teaching her about China. I was sending videos and links to her about China. Okay, she was continuing to learn. I was trying to make from China learning accessible to my aunt. Okay, all right. So you see, the classrooms that we have don't have ages to them. Learning is not age limited. All right, and we have to remember that as educators, as learners. So when we talk about learning and we talk about who is learning, we have to realize that many generations, all of us, continue to have the opportunity to learn. We have to also make that learning accessible to many different ages, many different people, many different races, many different styles of learning, okay? So one of the things that we've done since we've had COVID is we've looked to see how can we continue to have this learning happening in our homes. So we looked at it from a perspective of making sure that everyone had internet access. Yes? And we know the children and the people in the underserved areas didn't have this internet access. So we poured money into that, made sure they had internet access. We looked to see that who has a laptop. My little niece, and she had her, tablet. How many of you have children who are in that age range of maybe about 2 to maybe about 7 years old, and you have to keep them engaged? So if you're going somewhere with them, taking them out somewhere, you got to bring the tablet with you. Yes? Well, at this time, we had to make sure that we had a laptop. So my little niece, she was 5 years old, just beginning kindergarten. She needed to have a laptop. So she had her desktop set up there, okay, with her laptop. And my sister is a teacher, so my sister was teaching from home, and my niece was ready and set and ready to go, okay? But not everyone had this opportunity. So we need to make sure that everyone, okay, had an opportunity to learn. Everyone had a laptop at home, etc. If you were in that age range where you were compelled basically to learn. So we made sure that we had the facilities in place, the materials in place, and tried to get those methods in place to make sure that people can continue to learn throughout this time frame, looking at COVID-19, all right? But some of the things that we did not look at, the things that we didn't pay too much attention to, was the human side of this, all right? We don't have the interactions of the classroom that we normally have. So students were missing that part. We don't have a teacher walking around. And I'd love to walk around. I'd be out there, you know, just walking up and down the aisles while I'm teaching to make sure the students had me there, okay? And they felt good with that presence. You know, they got used to it. Dr. Scott's going to be here. She's going to ask me a question. She's going to look in my face. She's going to ask me if I have a comment or something like that. Thank you. Okay. I'm doing. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, thank you for your patience there. So I'm a Six Sigma black belt and used to using these different types of tools. And so first of all, looking at the problems that we had to solve again with COVID-19 and making sure that we had everything we needed to have that classroom access at home. We looked more so at the top three, the materials, the methods, and the machines and facilities, et cetera, making sure we had them in place. But what we failed to look at as much was really the people, the interactions we normally have, the environment, the learning environment, yes? Of course, my niece wanted to still have that tablet there where she can continue to play games while she's supposed to be learning, yes? Okay, but making sure that environment was proper, TV wasn't on, we're not basically paying attention to 10 different things, right? And we can do that as instructors as well. We had that issue while we were at home and trying to cook at the same time, yes? And also measuring success. Now, when we talk about, again, looking at the materials and looking at the machinery, the facilities, et cetera, and having those in place, some ways that we measure success, you would have the mayor of your town say, we spent this many millions of dollars making sure internet was in place for our homes. But was that an adequate measure of success? A lot of times we do that instead of looking at what's happening socially, instead of looking at what's happening as far as our learning skills improving, our information, our knowledge improving, we're looking at the wrong success factors of how much money we've spent in these various different areas. So it's extremely important to identify the correct success factors. So when we look at providing accessible learning, I believe we need to look at something as simple as A, B, C, D, Z, E, F, G's, and making sure we're covering them and whatever else we can add to them, all right? To understand that we are accessible. Learning is accessible to that audience that we're trying to teach, trying to engage with, okay? So first of all, making sure there's an audience awareness. You need to be aware of what I'm trying to get across to you, what I'm trying to teach. Yes? And I need to be aware of you, who you are. So who are you? I know a little bit about you listening to your fireside chat, meeting you the other day. Definitely with the meditation, I said, oh, yes. I remember when I was teaching a group of students, and actually it was not really students. These are young men who were re-entry, and they were 19 to 21-year-olds. Sitting there at the Urban League and trying to work with them was not the same as it was trying to work with my students over at Rutgers University. Yes? So I had to learn who they were, get to where they live. Yes? Learn what they've been through. Learn what they're expecting. What do they need in order to move forward? I had to adapt. I found myself as an adjunct professor. Any of you adjunct professors, or have you been an adjunct professor? You feel like sometimes, you know, the semester rolls around and you're talking to these universities. Do you have a course for me to teach? You get the crumbs off the table. Yeah, and you get these courses to teach. Well, one semester I was teaching in 7 different places in one day, 7 different universities. Then I'd go over to the Urban League and I'm working with these young men over there. Even at the 7 different universities, there were such differences, okay, in the audiences, such differences in what they were expecting to learn, such differences in their learning styles, and I had to adapt. But I also had to remain consistent to who I was. And that's one thing that people will tell you, maybe about yourselves, but definitely I know I've heard it about me. Whether I am teaching in France or teaching in China or teaching in the Urban League or teaching at a community college in an urban area, I'm consistent. I'm authentic. But I definitely adapt to where they are. If I want to make learning accessible to them. Yes? One of the things that I do when I walk into any classroom, it's basically to say that you are all leaders. Then I have some of my students look at me like I'm crazy, like, are you kidding me, Dr. Scott? Leaders? Middle schoolers, teaching them entrepreneurship. You are all leaders. But we've never done this before. You've done something, and I'm going to find out what it is. It's my job to empower you. Yes? I look at these. As I mentioned earlier, boundaryless. But also I want to talk about building bridges. Folks and ladies, maybe. We spent a lot of time, and I'm from Wall Street banking, and every time I turned around, people were talking to me about breaking the glass ceiling, becoming the managing director. Yes? So you know about breaking that glass ceiling. Breaking the glass ceiling just gives you a bunch of broken glass on the floor, folks. I really hope that we will move on to building bridges. Being more collective, more collaborative is not about breaking glass ceilings, because that gives you a bunch of broken pieces that you have to put back together again. I think it's very important that we think more about building those bridges. Definitely becoming more collective. creating a classroom setting, a learning atmosphere that is more collective, more willing to work together, more harmonious. I'm going to talk about diversibility in a few seconds. So I'm going to move on a little bit more quickly here. The E's, looking at engagement. If you're aware of your classroom, you're aware of the people that you're working with in this learning environment, you are engaging them. It took me a while to learn how to use Zoom. Now, Zoom is, it's got some tools in there that, very useful to you that you can use to get your class engaged, get the people engaged. I learned about it by just going to this webinar one time, and I had this guy who was teaching and everything and leading this webinar. He was jumping up and down. He was all over the place. He'd tell us to stand up every 10 minutes. He also started using this polling. And I said, this is interesting. So starting to use polling throughout my teaching while I was using Zoom, got people engaged. They were answering questions. I could get feedback from them. I would know whether they're getting it or not, or what are they getting? What do they think about this? What are their perspectives? So engagement, very important. Ecosystem, and we'll talk about that more in a few seconds. But again, understanding that we are not doing this alone. Do you know that United States, according to Hofstede, we are probably the highest rated as far as individualism is concerned? And more of the world is moving towards collectivism, working together. Yes? And so that's something that we definitely need to consider. How do we get to build these relationships? Do you know who is in your ecosystem? What city are you from? Anyone? What city are you in? Do you know those people in the government there? Do you know the nonprofit agencies there that you would work with? Yes? Do you know the administrators in education there? Yeah? Very important that you understand who's in that ecosystem you have. I talked about feedback a little bit earlier, a few seconds ago, but definitely getting the feedback is extremely important to me. Doing the polling is very important. I heard someone say the other day that sometimes you just don't want to know what people think about you. You get to the end of the semester and you get these evaluations, and if you're going for tenure track, you really want to pay attention to those evaluations. But for me, if I have one outlier out of 183 students, I had 183 students in one class in the spring semester. If I have one outlier, I wish I knew who it was. Why? Not so I can go over there and say, who the heck are you? No. So I can find out what is there that I can change. You see, I want to make sure each person in that classroom, each person I'm trying to reach out to is learning in this environment. I mentioned a little bit earlier about generations, that we cannot limit ourselves to thinking about just the next generation. You are the next generation. You are the next generation. Yes, we should be concerned with our children, but none of us are in the surplus generation where we do not add value, where we cannot learn. It's very important for us to realize that we are that generation. 20 years ago, I would not have thought about being in China and teaching. 20 years ago, I was in Wall Street banking. I would go in stores and, for me, I went to the mall with a couple of people last night. We were looking at price tags. We were at the outlet mall and everything. But, I basically did not look at price tags. when I was working in Wall Street banking. I didn't look at generics. Yes? So there was a place where I was, and I was not thinking about going around the world and doing anything. I didn't think I could have that type of influence and impact. Yes? But I realized that I can have that influence and impact on thousands of students from different countries, but also I am learning as well. I tell the students also, listen, I'm learning more from you than you learn from me any day. Look at all of you. And that's the attitude that we have to create a climate of learning in our classrooms. Relationships, folks. And I was talking to someone the other day, and we tell people to build relationships, but it's not as easy for everyone. It's something that has to be taught. Again, something that has to be taught using just the collectivity, making sure people understand how to build bridges in different situations. Talked about ecosystem, and I'm going to move quickly now. Okay? Working between, not just on. I work with entrepreneurs, and we spend times, and many of you are entrepreneurs, that we just work in our business instead of working on our business. We have to do the same thing as far as our teaching and our classrooms, et cetera, not just work in our classrooms, but between the different classrooms, between the different industries. Yes? Between the different countries. That ecosystem. I challenge you to learn who is out there. Maybe you do not have the same skill sets. We shouldn't have the same skill sets. We should be able to collaborate and pull those skill sets together from the different places, yes, to accomplish basically the same goals. We have the same basic goals. We have the same basic values. We have different skill sets to make it happen. Diversibility. Definitely looking at this definition, we've talked about diversity. We talked about inclusion in our panel discussion the other day, and many of you have talked about that. We need to make sure, folks, that we understand the differences and the value of the differences that people bring, organizations, businesses bring to the table to help us to achieve our goals of learning and learning accessibility. We should remove the barriers. And sometimes if the barrier is yourself or myself, we need to have the guts to step out of the way if we are not willing to change and adapt. If you're not familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, if you start to frame, okay, what you're doing, what you're teaching around the Sustainable Development Goals, you will be successful in learning, not just in the United States, not just in your country, but every country. We're all looking to achieve these same goals. Right. I'm going to end here. I'm sorry. But we have the old adage, lead a horse. We can lead a horse to water, but we cannot make the horse drink. I'd ask that you throw that out. I've used this in thinking about teaching and learning. Yes? But people are not horses. If you feed them, if you create, okay, an area, a classroom, an opportunity for people to learn, they will come. They are hungry. They will eat. I'm going to end there and say thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to the rest of the conference. And Really appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Okay, a big thank you to Dr. Michelle. When every news article is talking about the next recession hitting our economy hard, it's more important than ever for students to be able to protect themselves from these kinds of economic downturns by learning how they happen and how they can be avoided by making smarter financial decisions now while they're still young and have plenty of time left. Our panel of experts will share their opinions on the topic, scholastic versus financial education, preparing for the recession-hit economy. Please welcome the panelists and the session moderator who will take us through this session.
Good morning, everyone. Excited to be for the day 3. How are you all feeling? Give some round of applause. I know it's been hard for the past 2 days, meeting a lot of people, lots of great information. And today we have a very important topic that we want to talk about, which is scholastic versus financial education, preparing for the recession-hit economy. My name is Dennis Kapush, and it's my honor and pleasure to be moderating this session today with our amazing lineup of panelists. And I'd like to introduce Danielle Wolichki, Matthew Kraft, and Jay Moore. I'd like to give each of them a chance to introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Matt Kraft from Mosaic Learning. I'm the Chief Operating Officer there. Been with the business since May of 19 and look forward to sharing with you our perspective on financial education and what we're doing to advance it across the country.
Good morning, I'm Daniel Wolichki. I'm the CEO and founder of Squire. We're a financial wellness, financial literacy company. And we're just going into, we just built a platform for financial wellness and higher education. So we're excited about sharing our views here.
Good morning, I'm Jay Moore. I come to you as a former middle school teacher, a community board member. I also was a director of ed for a workforce development agency, and I really love education.
Thank you. Thank you for a great introduction. And we all know that economy and financial situation in the country, whether it's a United States budget or your own personal budget, it affects your life, it affects your family, it affects everything. And we all hear a lot about the recession and interest rates rising and a lot of financial language that is out there. And the question is, how do we prepare the younger population of kids, students who are early on their career, who are early on their financial journey? How do we prepare them for the financial downturns in the economy? And this is what we're going to talk about today. And I would like to kick off with the first question and give everyone a chance to bring their perspective. So the question is, what do you think will be the biggest challenge facing students in a recession-hit economy? Jay Moore, I would like to.
So my response to that would be, I think the most simple answer would be accessibility, right? And so if you're having, if I'm a student and I can't pay for college or I can't pay for my lifestyle, that's a whole another layer of stress. And I'm not able to properly, I'm not able to really be able to show up in the world and not have to worry about my basic needs, which then goes into another set of issues and social class and things.
So I just read a great little few words that meant a lot. And I think they really mean something to this conversation. We have so much information out there, but not enough wisdom. So when it comes to our kids, the problem is that they are seeing things, they're reading things. The media is scaring us into thinking that the world is ending, that everything's horrible, which puts them in a negative mindset towards the future, where everything's possible. I came from Croatia to the best country in the world with nothing. and I paid for my own college. I worked through college. Anything is possible in this country. So we have to understand that we have to be, you talk about positivity. We as parents, we as educators have to make these kids understand that they'll be okay. This is temporary. This too shall pass. And that they just have to think about the future and how to put themselves in the best possible situation. Not everybody's lucky enough to have the parents just that they can pay for everything, like me. So we just have to tell them, hey, there are ways that this can be done. But the scary part is the cost of education going up, obviously. We talked about that at breakfast. So I'm all about positivity. American dream is still alive. I think we have to share wisdom rather than overload with information.
Yeah, I would agree with all those remarks. I think they're all well spoken, well said. Let's be clear. The Federal Reserve has raised interest rates significantly to increase the cost of credit. They're starting to cut back on the balance sheet, and so 80% of the time when the Federal Reserve inverts the yield curve as they have, the past 6 to 9 months, there's a recession, within 2 years. And so the reality is that you have to look at the model and say, hey, the recession's coming, right? Vocal inflection there. Yeah, it's coming. And so I think, how do we educate our children? I think it really depends on the age group, but there are sort of 3 universal truths that I'll say. The first one is that as parents, and I'm a parent of 2 12-year-olds, the important thing is that you educate your children on what this means. You educate your children on budgeting. You educate your children on, hey, like the money coming in has to be greater than money going out, regardless of what's going on. The second thing is that you push for education as best you can, whether it's through volunteer activities in schools or through curriculum or talking. Get involved with your children's teachers and say, hey, we're having these conversations around the dinner table. They need to be reinforced in school, and so it's kind of repeat, and so the children understand that. And the third one is that you reach out. There are plenty. We're partnering with an organization called Kobach Finance on education for students on our platform as it relates to finance. Our fellow panelist here it's a great platform. There are plenty of platforms out there, but you partner with organizations that have platforms, and so just like you order stuff on your phone through Amazon, you expect that there are other apps or other platforms that help enable these discussions, and then you extend them to your children. So for example, if your child is not on a path to go to college, you do not encourage them to do so. There's $1 trillion of outstanding student loan debt. The recession will just make it worse. Those payments will be higher. And so we have a platform that we talked about yesterday, Combobulate, that gives people 6-figure union trade jobs with less than a college degree education. So you look at alternative pathways for both degree completion, if necessary, and then also through VOTEC completion. And so you're not saddling your children when they're older with a ton of debt they can't pay back.
I just want to add one more thing. I apologize. And I know we'll get to this, but I think it's also important as well. So I second and agree with everything that has been spoken here. But in terms of a recession, if I'm a student that is already down on my luck and my family dynamic is not set up in that structure, that's another layer of socioeconomics that I have to work through as well, right? Which goes into diversity, which I know we spoke about, and there's been panels on that as well too. But I think we also have to take that in consideration as well too. So not only just learning in terms of how to work through credit or whatever the case may be, or going to college and applying for these things, I think we also have to not assume that every family or student is aware of that or knows how to even navigate that as well.
I love that. Thank you. I really like the quote from Daniel when he said, there's a lot of information, but very little wise decisions. And I kind of relate to that in terms of going through different paperwork, like whether it's your insurance for your car, whether you're doing a lease or you're applying for the credit card, or you're just looking at your benefits at the HR department. There's a lot of language that we're not familiar with, and lots and lots of information to go through and understand. And it's really hard and boring for a lot of people. So I feel like there is not enough wise decisions being made through that. Thank you. And we're going to move on to the next question. And we would like to learn more how you and your companies are addressing some of these issues that you mentioned earlier today. Thank you.
I can take it. Yeah, again, this is a huge freaking problem. Like, again, huge freaking problem. And so we're doing in terms of our contribution is that we're accelerating learning outcomes so that hundreds of thousands of students every year, whether they're on a VOTEC path in high school through an credentials program, or they're refugees, or they're in the prison populations in test markets in Missouri, or they're in their adulthood or early adulthood, we're giving them a pathway to jobs through union trades, again, with guaranteed incomes, guaranteed employment, $1 trillion of infrastructure to build in this country, a ton of high-level math if you're an electrician, and really meaningful work. And so in addition to that, partnering with companies like Kobach Finance and, looking forward to hearing more about our fellow panelists company as well, partnering with companies that can help increase the reach of financial education. So we are not developing all the curriculum ourselves, we are enabling it through our platform, and we are enabling it through our reach. And so whether you're in high school, whether you're in K-12, whether you're an adult, that you can come to us as a single source of information for how to behave financially and for tips on how to communicate those things to your children.
Yeah, I love what you guys are doing. Just to teach options. College is not for everybody. And, we talked about at breakfast. In my days, I'm 45. It used to be if you didn't go to college, you were almost ridiculed, like you were a lower type citizen. You were almost a failure because you went to be, a tech at a BMW plant or something. Those people are extremely smart, capable, and do really well. And we should highlight that. We should celebrate that rather than just, oh, you got to go and, get a college and get $150,000 of debt to be a teacher. That doesn't make any financial sense either. So, for us, my company is a passion project just because I'm a nerd and I looked at the problem that we have out there. For our parents, they worked for 30 years, got a gold watch and a pension and a Social Security for the rest of their life. They didn't have to worry about the decisions that we have to. Today, a Chevy is more than the price of their first house. Just a car, one car. God forbid that you want to have a nice house and do vacations and all the things that you have to do, but the decisions are, like you said, not made with the right information. And a lot of stuff is sold rather than being bought, because you buy out of a position of strength, you get sold by the position of weakness. So we built a platform that's just pure education. It's not a Trojan horse. We got lucky enough to be contacted by the Air Force. So we do all of Air Force's education when it comes to financial wellness. The government has actually identified terminal learning objectives that the Air Force airmen and women have to go through. And you're talking 18-year-olds that are coming in through basic and have to learn about basic budgeting, about credit, about what happens in a divorce, first duty station, first promotion, retirement. They have these things that are defined. Why do we not have any of that? And it's way, our environment is way behind. And the companies that I have looked at over the past, the reason why we started and built what we did was because they act as a Trojan horse. They come in and they say they're financial wellness, financial education, and then they try to sell you everything under the sun. And their profitability is based on loans, mortgages, debt, all that stuff that they're able to produce out of there. That's not positive. That's taken away from the trust in those companies and what they offer. So, we got a lot of work to do. But one of the things that I thought was a problem was that the higher education institutions were not going to want to talk to companies like us because it's red tape and all this stuff. I found out through this year, we did a whole bunch of testing. We have 4 presidents of colleges that have helped us design a college education product, and 2,000 students that we surveyed of how do they want to learn, what do they want to learn, all the resources that they need. So we're launching that January 1st. We're excited as heck because there's just nothing out there. And the price point is ridiculously low because we didn't want the barrier to be the dollar. We want that to be a solution. So there's a lot of opportunity, but we still have to educate. A lot of education that this is a possible thing now and it should be used.
I agree, and especially to the Jay Moore's point, as he mentioned earlier, having accessible education is one of the key problem solvers that will help the industry.
So part of the work that I do back at home, I'm a talent development director with a scholarship program. And so that is a really cool way to say that post high school that we work with students to figure out what their career path is. And that meets workforce development and along with the things that we've discussed up here with the panel, but it also goes into college and career readiness, preparation, workplace culture, and just the readiness of the world, right? And so we surround our students with a lot of resources. colleges, we connect them with universities, we connect them with trades, apprenticeships, mentorship, which is a really, really big thing, which I'm sure we all can attest to that, right? And so if you have a mentor or a mentee, not only am I able to help you with the culture, let's say in finances, right? This is how we kind of operate things, but also on the other side of things, it's a teachable moment as well. This is the new generation that's coming in. These are the things that are important to them. If we don't keep them, we're going to lose them. Yes, our focus is finance, and we need to really figure out how to do this thing successfully. But at the same time, I need to be aware as an employer of these are the folks that are coming into our workforce.
Thank you. Excellent. Moving to the next question. It's interesting how we end up being here in this situation and actually talking today about this important topic. And I would like to ask each of you to provide your perspective on why is financial literacy education isn't part of the school programs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we're working with school districts, we look at Common Core and things like that, and I think it's just lacking. For too long, it's been, you know, the thing we've kicked down the road, and now the road is here. We have $1 trillion of outstanding student loan debt or more. You know, credit card balances and credit card amounts and debt. Credit card debt is at the highest level, I think, in history. You know, interest rates are rising rapidly. This is bad. I don't say it's apocalyptic because we can still do something about it, but we need to act now. And so I don't think there's enough discussion of how we got here. You know, we can point to any number of reasons why, right? We printed too much money during COVID, at both Fed at Treasury and Treasury monetized the debt. That is something that is beyond our control. What is it within our control is immediately going home and educating, reaching out for resources, educating our children, reaching out in the community, living responsibly ourselves, setting ourselves as a model and encouraging our children to stop the sort of endless flow of borrowing from your future because your future is here today. And so in order to make your future better, you need to act financially responsible now. Thank you.
That's a great answer. So there's so many layers to this topic, and it's ridiculous. So again, I come from Croatia. I'm the first kid that went to college. I came with nothing, and again, was able to build something that's amazing. And what I learned is that finances are emotional. They're extremely close to you, to a person. They come from dinner table conversations or lack thereof. And the problem is that if you think of the person that has to make the decision, it's either somebody, you know, in a municipality that's going to decide for high schools, or a college university president that has to come with this forward. The issue is it's a misconception of what they think this stuff is. We still have to teach because they think it's about investments and about sales of products, and this misconception of it's truly empowerment rather than a product distribution tool. And the president's job is to protect the organization. So anytime that they talk about anything financial, they feel like if they endorse somebody, bring a company in, that they're endorsing somebody. What if something wrong happens? Well, doing nothing is way worse. But the problem is, like I said, there's a bunch of companies that have come out that are Trojan horse and want to sell stuff. I mean, I don't know how many of you, Capital One or whoever came on the campus and was giving out T-shirts and hats and stuff for credit card openings. I have still one of those, but not the hat, the credit card. But so that's one problem. The second problem is that this country has gone through so much from the financial outlook. And if you read the book Color of Law, the deliberate segregation of this country from after the Great Depression, and what has happened from a government standpoint and pushing the finances, it's disgusting and horrible. And that bad feeling is in so many people's mouths that still it's hard to pull it out. And that's what we're dealing with. And then it's just like, hey, it's an individual decision. You figure it out. There's Google. The problem is Google has as many opinions as we have armpits, and it's a horrible place to get any information. So now we're going towards, okay, this is something that we know we need, but we need companies that are true empowerment companies, true education and support rather than a sales tool. That's the paradigm that we have to go to.
Thank you.
It's a really good segue. So my answer, or I would say my reply to that, and go with me here. So let's look at the data of the country, right? If we break down the logistics. So during slavery, that's when technology kind of was forming itself, right? And as we all know, based on history, if you were a white male and you had property, slaves, and so on and so forth, that redeemed you as like a great citizen, right? So if that is our foundation of what it means to have wealth and have knowledge, if I'm just like my friend here says, if I'm going off of that principle, then in today's world, we're late to the party. We haven't caught up to, some of us have, but we haven't fully caught up to the fact of that we need to go back and look at the structure of what it means to really educate yourself about being financially stable and why this topic is important. And what does that look like for everybody, right? Because once again, if you look at it from a strict, just a race place or socioeconomics, some of us may start off with more of an upper hand than others. So.
Interesting. And I have another question for you. Do you think, and we talked about both sides, right? It's kind of responsibility both of educators and then people, trying to get the financial education. So where do you think should be the starting point? Should it come from the educators first, or should it come from people asking for that education?
I think all the above. I don't know. From my perspective, it's such a, critical social issue. It's sort of like, all the things we've been dealing with climate change and that sort of thing, right? That's an entire effort, right? That's a world effort. That's a parenting effort. That's a school effort. If you look at even something as simple as recycling, right? We worked with the Electrical Training Alliance to build the electrical vehicle infrastructure training program. And so, there's all these things where everyone is sort of coalescing around what to do about climate change because it's an existential threat. Financial education is not an existential threat. It could become one in terms of how we live our lives. And so I think the same type of mobilization and effort needs to happen at all levels if we're to pause from where we are today and make the outcome better tomorrow.
Yeah, you can have a doctor that is living paycheck to paycheck and in crazy debt, and you can have a teacher and an engineer that are saving 20% are going to be perfectly fine. And it all comes to the understanding of the basic principles and the habits that people are able to build along the way and stick to them. We had a great experience where banks tried to build financial literacy product. Wells Fargo got out quickly because people didn't trust it, because they were like, you're just trying to sell me something else. So there's the trust of the institutions providing this. And then the other side is the organizations that are trying to look for it are saying, hey, we have Fidelity 401k, they offer that. No, they don't. They're not going to teach you about simple math or compound math on student loans, whether you should pay that off or not, on cars or credit or budget, or taking care of the elderly, or wills and trust or cars, or nothing. They're going to tell you, here's the option on this 401k mutual fund, and that's it. So the organizations are looking for it, but then they go, oh, we have Fidelity, so that's great. It's not even scratching the surface of what needs to happen. I think to your question, organizations need to get behind it first, because we need the endorsement, and for people to somebody to say, hey, this is something that everybody should be using. This is something that's really good for you. One of the best responses that we got from surveys of the companies and organizations that we work with, the feedback from the employees was that people felt that the organizations were giving them something that makes them better people, not just better employees, which then gives them a feeling of gratitude to the organization.
It's more of like a cultural.
Absolutely. Yeah. So when it comes to the college, we partner with North Carolina Wesleyan. They're the first pilot. They're rolling it out as a part of their what I call Practical Skills Academy, so that they can tell the parents, we're not just going to make your child an engineer or a teacher or a business person. We're also going to make them a holistic person that understands how to read the employee manual, how to read their first paycheck, how to understand what a W-4 or W-9 is, how to understand the car insurance and the limits and all the things, so their foundation is straight. So that is a huge move, because if you can put a child into that place right on the right track, they're not going to be the doctor in debt. They're probably going to be the other side.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like starting with the foundation, and then you start building on top of it. And
It's almost like you stole all my notes, you know? Yeah, you just got all my notes. I was gonna literally say the same thing. Love that for you. I just want to say reinforcement. So I second everything. So just, it needs to be reinforcement. It needs to be a culture thing as well too, in order for it to be successful.
Thank you, Jay. And as we're planning our finances or planning our education or whatever that you might be planning, there's always a starting point where you are right now, and then you're always planning for the future. And I think in finance planning, it's one of the most important parts is to think what's going on right now, as well as plan for the future and plan strategically. And it leads me to the next question for our panelists is, what are the historical, current, and future implications of education given the current trends that we've discussed today?
I mean, the historical trends, are, significant, right? So if you look at how, the United States evolved and where we are today, and you look at the impacts of monetary and fiscal policy on our ability to make sure the next generation is better off than we are, the current risk is that that won't be the case. And so we must do everything we can from a fiscal monetary policy perspective at a macroeconomic level, and then again, in our homes, in our schools and with our children and everything that is in between, to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that would be the first time in a generation. It would be, from my perspective, tragic, because as our fellow panelists said, this is the greatest country in the world. So this is a problem that is solvable. If we look to the future, this is a problem that will be solved. But again, it requires a massive mobilization effort, no different than what we've done with climate change, no different than what we've done as we've mobilized for war and all those types of things. This is a war against poverty. This is a war against systemic poverty. Systemic poverty creates all the things we've talked about the last 3 days. I was on a panel yesterday about systemic prejudice and racism. That comes from poverty, and poverty exacerbates those trends. And so we need to make sure that today our call to action is, as parents, as educators, as thought leaders in this business, and as attendees of this conference, that we leave here today and take action as we can to make sure the future is better than it could be otherwise.
Great point. By show of hands, how many of you have ever had a financial literacy class in college?
1, 2,
2. All right,
3.
that's awesome. So the trend, the historic thing is work, don't ask questions. How many of you lived in a family that you didn't talk about money? Nobody asked, God forbid that you ask somebody how much they made or what they saved or what they owe. Like, it was just not a thing. It was a taboo theme. And now we have this psychological feeling that it's still a taboo thing, right? And then we moved into, like I said, from pensions and social securities and a little bit of savings for the caddy and go see the grandkids to, oh, by the way, there's this awesome, cool, shiny freaking thing. It's called the 401k. It's badass. It's great. And we give you a 3% match. It's fantastic. But with this hand, you're not watching. They took away the security of a paycheck. And you know what the participation rate in 401ks with matches is, United States of America? 28%. You don't think that companies know that? You don't think that that's a calculated move from a balance sheet standpoint of what the cost is for a pension compared to a match on a 401k for participants? And then where is the education on how to actually make that work? Can anybody answer a question? As you retired today and you have a 401k, IRA, mutual fund, whatever, how do you know that for the rest of your life, you're going to have a paycheck? Anybody talks about that? Advisors? No. It's all about, hey, here's your tolerance. Here's your, diversification. You go from 80-20 to 20-80. You'll be fine. It's not that simple, but there's no teaching whatsoever on top of the increasing debt, increasing credit cards, increase just everything. And then today we're in a Reddit world where, the financial literacy is buy GameStop and whatever else stuff is out there. So you have these kids that are killing themselves because they can do whatever on Robinhood and wake up in the morning and owe $700,000. They don't understand what that means. And they end up with suicide. That's where we are today. There is no education. Why is Robinhood not offering that as a part of the service before you can invest? To have to learn the basics all of that investing. I reached out to them. They don't want to talk to me. They're making a lot of money. They're cool. It is a sickening situation that we're in right now. Too much information, not enough wisdom. I will keep repeating that. So it's a scary future unless big organizations, especially education sector, does not really adopt the financial literacy as a part of the curriculum, that you cannot graduate until you understand the basics of what you're going to be facing. For the just imagine first 6 months after graduation, the decisions you have to make. It's crazy. So that's where we are.
I have a very simple answer. Just got to marry rich. You marry rich, all your problems. All your problems.
We're done.
Right. Just that's it. But just look at the data. I mean, we said it. So you have to look at the past, right? What has done in the what has worked in the past, kind of what was set for the foundation, what was the transitional period, and then look at the trends today. And so if you kind of reflect at all of that, how do we continue to grow? How do we continue to be progressive? And what systems do we need to put in place in order for us to be successful? And not only for us to be successful, but for generations to come to be successful as well too. Because I think before, like you said, it was enough to go to work, find a good job, or be on salary, and you have the savings and you can afford this nice lifestyle. But I remember, I'm 34, and I remember as a kid, I think in the 90s, I think gas was like $1 or something, and now it's not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now it feels like it's $10.50 a gallon. But right now, depending on where you're at in the world, sometimes it's $6 or $7 a gallon, right? And so you have to figure out, that has to be taught in order to have like a comfortable lifestyle, so where you're not, you're not so stressed out about your social economics, is what I'm saying. So
Yeah, and it brings me to a really good the point that you mentioned about not only establishing a foundation, but also being agile in the financial market, where we were hit with a recession. And to your point about the increased price for the gas, it's something we have to adjust. We have to adjust our budgets as on our way, on our financial journey. We have to navigate those ups and downs and being agile. But if you don't have that foundation, you're not going to make the right decisions in order to navigate all of those downturns. So starting with the foundation, and then being able to open and being able to be agile throughout your whole journey in order to be successful in the long run. And we have about 15 minutes, so we have the last question, and then I would like to open for the Q&A. And the last question we have is an interesting one. So I would like to ask each of you about looking into the future. What's your counterintuitive and have crazy prediction about the next 3 years in financial literacy education?
We're gonna fix this freaking problem. That's my counterintuitive claim. We're gonna leave here and we're gonna fix this problem.
I'm ready. So it's not counterintuitive. We have 23 states that have passed the mandatory financial education in schools. There's a problem though. We did surveys with middle school, high school, college, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds. Do you know who gives the least care about finances? Middle school and high school kids. There is no applicable or actionable stuff that they have to do with they don't have money. They're not really making money unless you have a kid that works at Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out or whatever. And they're paying for the trip to the mall or hanging out with their friends and that kind of stuff. So if you're teaching them now things that are going to matter 10, 15, 20 years from now, it's just white noise for them. It's not something that matters to them in this moment. They're worried about their crush, they're worried about their grades, they're worried about their friends. So we're not fixing the problem where the problem needs to be fixed. And then college is where you can make the most impact. Even the freshmen and sophomores don't really care that much. When you get into the junior and senior years, when they're starting to go to the job fairs, then they're starting to think where they're going to work and do internships, and they're starting to understand the future. That's where they actually care. And they are very interested about learning and understanding their voids in that knowledge. And then we have the The scariest group is the 30 and 40-year-olds that feel ashamed, that feel like they're behind. They feel like they're going to be ridiculed if they ask questions and they don't know what they're talking about. So they choose to do nothing. And they think that they're just like, hey, whatever, it will work out. It's a scary data that we have out there. So I think the states are doing the right things by moving these mandates. I think they're the wrong level. I think I'm going to do everything. I mean, our 2023 projections as far as what we want to do is contact every college, tell them about the program, tell them what they can really do for their college students. The price point is stupid. It's, you know, I wanted to make it so it's just easy and it's there. So we hope to be a part of that solution.
Excellent, thank you.
I think we have to make it make sense, right? So it has to make sense to our future generation, our current students, our current scholars of why this is important. And not only finances, so math, but I think reading as well too, right? Because they have to be able to understand how to budget and case study and all of those things, right? So we just have to just make it make sense. And you could use the word educating, but it's more than educating. It's about being readiness and preparation and having workshops and making it a safe space. So we feel comfortable as a whole to ask these different types of questions and really putting it within our culture. This is kind of the standard. It's okay to ask these questions. This is the way that we're going. Exactly. It's okay. This is kind of how we need to operate in order for all of us to make this work.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's give a round of applause. And we're opening the Q&A session. So please, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and you can come right here to the microphone.
It's always me, isn't it? That has the question. It's always me. Thank you so much. That was really valuable. I'll try to make this not a long story. I teach film, television, and radio production in California. And I am a data geek as well. And I stopped relying on the Labor Bureau and ONET a long time ago because according to the Otis report, 86% of the people in my field are freelance workers. I would love to hear what we can do about that and how we can educate people in my field about how to survive and thrive when you're a gig worker. Thank you so much.
Love this question. So I'm an entrepreneur and I work for myself as a consultant. And so what I would say from personal experience is really it's about company culture, right? And also on the other side of things, companies, they have to understand you need us as creatives or consultants or folks that are on their own because there's a special talent that you have to have in order to stay afloat, right? That doesn't mean that there's not a level of professionalism, but I think it's really simple. It just comes down to company culture and having that dialogue in those conversations surrounding how do we get these creatives or these influencers or folks that are on the outside that have a different perspective that are not brainwashed into this culture of what we live in and how do we bring them into our company to make things a bit more progressive?
It's a great question. The problem is reach, and for them to understand that they are truly a business owner, and business owners have a different set of rules, different set of risks, different set of plans, different set of taxation, all kinds of stuff. Associations are the best way to get to them. So a perfect example, we partner with an organization that does that helps all the share ride people. They don't understand that if God forbid something happens in that car while they're there, that they also are personally liable for this situation. But when you get in those Uber and Lyft and all those cars, they're not your high level kind of person that understand car insurance, LLCs, liability, protection, all the stuff that they should have, and they don't. So we are partnering with an organization that has them all together, discount, education, webinars, all this empowerment that they have to understand that there's so much that they have to do. So same thing, Virginia Automobile Dealer Association, National. The organizations, thankfully, are looking how to help their members even more. So we're hoping to find the organizations that care about their people and that they can help us with the reach and the benefit and the empowerment of their members. So it has to come from the top. That's where it's going to be the most impact.
I missed your name, I'm sorry. Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I want to make sure I answered your question, Sarah. So it's best to do that by saying your name. I think it's a really interesting question. And to be honest with you, if you look to next year and the recession, right, unemployment's going to go up, which means it's going to be more people that are going to be looking to the gig economy to kind of get through the recession. And so as someone who's already in that economy, what my opinion is, lock up long-term work, make your portfolio shine. If I look to who we hire as freelancers, Sarah, it's the people that, can I say badass? It's the people that are badasses, right? It's the people that really go out and have a strong network and a strong connection and a strong way of getting long-term business locked up. And so as other freelancers enter the marketplace, it doesn't matter, right? You can stand through the competition and sort of weather the storm as you look to, getting through what is probably going to be, a tough 2-year period as unemployment probably doubles from this point.
Next question.
Hi, no,
Hey, what's your name?
Casanova.
Casanova?
Yeah.
Cool, man.
All right, so part of my job is I'm in charge of preparing first-year students for college. So we have 3 goals at my institution: graduate on time, be financially independent, and leave with multiple job offers and/or a plan to go to a 4-year college. So the reason why I was hired was because one of our missions was integrating financial literacy, which we did. The battle I ran into was that we have students from the age of 15 to 70. And they all, if they plan on getting a certificate or a degree from us, they have to take this class. So we have the 15-year-olds like, I don't know what a job is. And then we have the 70-year-old going, I'm on Social Security, I already know how to do all this stuff. So I'm not worried about the younger ones, I can take care of them, but it's the older adults, like the people who have children or this is their second career. How can I make the financial literacy side relevant to them?
You have to have multiple offerings. It has to be a different way you speak to them. That's why, we have a fantastic platform that's just amazing, but we're building a completely different looking, different deliverables, small vignettes information, just the way that you speak about the information and the type of information you're talking about, it has to be different. Different, obviously, decisions, different point of life, different everything. It can't be just one thing. It's not one thing. All of us are independent and different, and although I have twins that are 12 as well, that's which is crazy. So we're a little bit closer to most people, but that journey is going to be different for everybody. So there has to be a way that whoever you're working with, first off, can deliver something that's scalable, and that's what we learned, which is hugely important. People see financial literacy as like, it's cool. But when they come to a decision point, that's when they need it. And we've seen that with our usage and our engagement. It's like, okay, we get great engagement, but then we have people that blow through crazy amount of curriculum over the weekend. And we're like, hey, why are you doing that? Well, we're thinking about buying a house, or mom's potentially going to nursing home. So we're trying to figure out all the wills and trust and Medicare and all the stuff. So it's decision time at the whatever event they're potentially dealing with. That's what they needed. You're 15, 16, 17-year-old. There's not so many events at that point. They might be buying a car or something like that. That's great. And then 7-year-old, oh my gosh, there's a lot going on with the inheritance, with the kids, with the taxes, with the planning and everything. So it has to be multiple different ways of delivery, different options, different curriculum.
Pretty well. Stole my answer again. If I could piggyback off that, I think it comes down to also, like you said, their needs, social and emotional needs. And so if I'm dealing with someone, let's say, that is in that 70, 60-year-old range, they probably are looking at how do I maintain and keep my lifestyle, but also I may end up at a nursing home. I may want to take my grandkids for vacation. I think just the logic way, how do I apply this to them to make it make sense for them? The 15, 20-year-olds, I may want to go to a concert or travel or whatever the case may be, but just really laying the groundwork of this is how this can be applied to your life later on. So
Thank you, Jay. I see we have one more question. We still have time for it, so we're gonna answer.
Good. I was going to
real
ask
quick.
if you have time. Thank you. My name is Ipek Williamson. Thank you for everything you shared. I agree with everything you said. And financial literacy is amazing if it could be taught at schools, that's for sure. And the thing that I want to ask you, what the parents at home can do to help their children to grow up with this
notion, being aware of how to manage their finances?
I think I've said this before, I think the answer is simple or can be simple, but it's more action oriented. So if you look at literacy and reading, they talk about reading to your child at night, right? For at least 20 minutes. I think that same principle can be applied when it comes to math and finances as well too. So personal story, one thing that helped me figure out how do I manage finances and bills and do all of those things, I distinctively remember seeing my parents, more so my mom, sitting at the table. The bills kind of are spread out at the table, but I was aware of it. And I did not know that wasn't the norm for most families until I got to college. And I had roommates that had really bad money management, but they just didn't see it. So my answer in short would be just do it with them and allow them to see you do it as well.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
It's actually a troubling statistic. 78% of the adults don't feel comfortable making any financial decisions. And then when we surveyed the students, 82% of students get their financial education from their parents. So we got this wheel just turning consistently to go. I don't know what we're doing.
Right?
It's just generations, right? So like Jay said, his household was different. My household, I come from, my mom was a retail worker. My dad was an electrician. It was constant paycheck to paycheck. I had no idea what was going on. Now, I have a piggy banks for my kids that are split into donate, save, invest, and spend. And everything that they earn, we talk about what that means. And then at Christmas time, we talk about donate and where we want to donate. But it's just a regular conversation. It's not taboo. It's not weird. We talk about money. We talk about everything. The issue is that, again, parents are the ones that are stressed the most. I mean, the data from any source you want, especially post-COVID data, is that absenteeism, stress at work, efficiency, effectiveness are way down. And the number one cause is financial stress. So they don't feel like they are equipped to help and teach and support their children in that. So they're really hoping that there's another layer, but right now there's not. So it's a sad situation. Most people in here, hopefully we have those great conversations with our kids, and it's okay. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay when you have a problem and, hey, this is what we're dealing with. This is how we're solving it. This is how we're going to get out of it. It's all temporary. It's fine. But
Thank you, Daniel.
not everybody does that.
Matthew?
Yeah, Peck, it's good to see you again. I think the strongest thing we can do is lead by example. And so I can remember the most powerful thing in my life financially was when and I mentioned this yesterday, when my parents separated and then got divorced, and my mother made $25,000 a year with student loan debt. You can imagine the impact on the family. We had a family, literally, it was not a sticky note, but it was, a bigger sticky note. I don't know what that's called, a super sticky note, but, and I've got 15 seconds left, but it was basically the family P&L. And so there's this, sort of philosophies change around parenting. And I personally think helicopter parenting, which is kind of, in my opinion, taken away some of the responsibility from the children to be involved in this process, has to be modified and evolved to where we have transparency with our children. They understand what expenses are and how much money is coming in. And so they can be a part of that process. And so it's just not shock therapy when they say we can't afford to do something.
So can we say that making them a part of planning is the
Yes,
thing?
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the amazing questions. Thank you for taking the time to hear about our discussion. Matthew, Daniel, Jay, if you have any other questions, please follow up with them afterwards. And thank you, everyone, for listening to us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, panelists. What a discussion. We all understand the importance of early childhood education, but our upcoming speakers will talk in depth about the benefits of early childhood education and how it impacts children later in life. Get ready to learn more about the early years, the benefits of early childhood education from our upcoming set of experts in this fireside chat. Please welcome Amber Hill, District PBIS Coordinator and author, Columbus City Schools, and Kohila Sivas, Learning Success Coach, Fearless Learners by Success Codes.
Good morning. Well,
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Oops. All right. I am Amber Hill. I am the district PBIS coordinator for Columbus City Schools, but I am also the CEO and founder of Epiphany Hill Enterprises. I'm an author. I published my first book, Jacoby, What Can I Be? And then my second book, Jabari, What I Love About Me. This is my 21st year in education. I have been in the early childhood realm for over 18 years, but now I teach adults to be just as great as I am. I have a bachelor's degree in pre-K through third from the Wright State University in Dayton, Ohio. I have my master's in counseling from the University in Dayton, and so pray for me. I am currently doing my dissertation to obtain my doctoral degree from Walden University in educational leadership. I have been married to my wonderful Boaz, my husband, my best friend James for 21 years. I have 4 amazing boys, Jaden, Jabari, Jacoby, and Jabez. And I am also a NACE award winner and a 5-star Step Up Quality Award winner. So if anybody that knows early childhood, you know those are great awards to obtain. And I am a member of the great sisterhood Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated. And my wonderful partner right here is
Kohila Sivas. So thank you for being here and listening to us. So I've been in the education for over 24 years. I've been at every position, teacher, I did tutoring, and I also created my own learning success coaching methodology when I left 10 years ago. I left teaching because I think one of the speakers here yesterday said that you can't change something within it, you have to come out to find the solution. So that's how I was able to create the solution. So now I have over 50 teachers who are passionate about teaching, but they cannot teach in the system, who are also becoming learning success coaches so they can continue their passion as teachers. So I'm a mom. I have a best-selling book called Escape the Tutoring Trap, which explains the journey I took to become a learning success coach. And I have a TV show and a summit that is coming up this year. I would love to have any of you here part of that. So thank you.
So when we think about the benefits of early child education, research has shown that kids who are participating in early child education tend to be better prepared for kindergarten and other learning opportunities. So research also says, Kohila, that over 600 hours, can you believe that? 600 hours prior to going into a elementary setting that the kids need to be prepared for learning. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so important.
So important. How many of our educators and our parents know that they don't even know the benefits when it comes to the social emotional, the cognitive learning, all the things that our kids you need to be successful in life.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So when we think about that, our youngest learners are like sponges. Yep. Everything that we do, they are picking up and gravitating to it. So not only is early childhood so important that it influences the brain.
Yes.
Any
So
take
much.
on that?
Oh yes. Our kids are like, they're subconsciously just picking up everything we're saying and hearing, and it's such an important years, those 5 years.
Yes, 90% of the brain, 90% of the brain is developed before kindergarten. So why are we not exposing our kids to early learning centers and pre-K centers to help them nurture and grow into those to be whoever they meant to be?
Yes, absolutely. So, but what's happening at our home is also very important in these 5 years, right? But because of all the changes, our households have changed, and we are all wired to these machines, and we're in a new wave of parenting. So this overstimulation is what needs to be addressed. I don't know if the parents are prepared that are now able to control, balance, and found boundaries. between these devices because they're also on it too. They're also trying to figure out what's the balance, right? So it does influence the brain when they come to these learning centers and their early education, how it influences.
Yeah. So let's dive into like why early childhood is so important. Socialization. Our students, our earlier learning scholars need those opportunities, those spaces to socialize with each other, especially with COVID and new technology. Our kids are not exposed to opportunities where they can actually socialize, especially if they are the only child, so they might not have other peers around them. But it's so important to have those, create those space and experience for them to be able to socialize with each other.
Absolutely. So with the new age of socializing, I'm sure you have seen it, most of you have seen it. This is the way play dates work nowadays. They all bring their devices to your home. You know, my son is 15, but still, even them, they're on their devices. I'm like, I thought you guys are getting together. Where's the getting together part? So these kids are learning a new way of socializing. So when they come to these centers, when they get first exposed, they need to detach from this situation and be with other people, little people, and manage themselves. I don't know if they're learning that at home and in this social environment that we are supposed to create before they even enter the centers.
Yes, and one of the things that is so important is communication in every facet of their life. So having those opportunities and those spaces where they can learn how to work together, learn how to resolve conflict, learn how to speak healthy to each other is so important, because we all know we all have somebody in our life, in adult life, that cannot communicate. You got to be able to communicate in your office space. You have to be able to communicate effectively in your marriage as a parent. So why not expose them to those opportunities? Because we have so many kids that need. And I know one of the things that always drove me crazy in elementary land, when I go into a cafeteria and everybody's quiet. I remember you when we was talking the other day, you was like, well, Amber, wouldn't educators know that socialization is important? No, because you have so many spaces and environments where our kids are not able to just have authentic conversation with each other. They are told to be quiet and eat instead of having that language. But also, language is important. They have to have opportunities to be able to utilize language, to be able to read and other things like that. I remember when I was not able to go to a pre-K setting, I started my, when kindergarten was only half a day, I'm telling my age, but I didn't talk. And I missed out on the foundational skills to be able to articulate what I needed. And my kindergarten teacher used to tell my mom, no, she's gotta have to repeat kindergarten. My mom said, no, she's not. But I missed out on some of those key moments because I just didn't talk. And it wasn't because I didn't want to, but I had a wonderful sister who was 15 months prior, older than me, that always talked for me. So I didn't have to talk.
Nice.
But if I was able to expose earlier and become more confident in myself, I would have utilized those skills. So socialization is so important in every aspect. And if we can nurture them to be able to speak and articulate and to communicate in a healthy way early on, then our kids will be, our world will be so much better. Because what did we always say? It's easier to fix broken kids and unhealthy behaviors than broken and healthy adults.
Yes, exactly. I just also want to share, even people who are coming new to the country, like for example, myself, I muted myself for almost 7 years when I came at the age of 6 because I was afraid to speak. Because and people just let me, I was unnoticed. So for me, it's a huge, like when I see kids being on these devices, I just feel like how much it's going to create a wave of kids who will not know how to start a conversation, how to continue a conversation. So it's going to be, we're looking for like, it's going to be a big problem than what it was back then when I was young.
I know. It also, one of the benefits of early childhood education, it shows concept of cooperation. We have to be able to cooperate together, right? Learning to share, take turns in those environments is so important. How many times have you noticed kids who do not know how to take turns? And early on, oh, I could tell you many, many years of having to do that. When they first come into those spaces, everything's about me. I do not want to take turns. I don't want to do this. What about me, Ms. Hill? What about me? But being in those settings and having educators nurture that and parents that nurture that will help them be successful later on in life.
So I think the interaction of taking turns and being involved, having an involved parent starts at home. I'm always going to bring the part about home because I know you're coming from the school side, but it's not to point fingers at the parents or anything, but I think the first teachers, our environment is home, right? So I grew up in an alcoholic family. I know how it affected me to grow up to be the person I am, and I'm still working through some of the stories that I've created, right? So these taking turns and cooperation with others and finding, where I fit, it all starts at home. So that interaction is so important before the centers.
Yes. And it also teaches respect.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that is a huge thing now. Respect, not only the value of respect for others, but respect for other people's belongings, respect for just the environment. Our kids need to be intentional, taking care of things, taking care of themselves. And I remember, and not only that, us as educators and also need to model that. I remember I had a young man that came in my classroom. He just did not respect anything. I like his peers, his belongings. But as our classroom environment, we provided that space where he was able to learn that skill. And then we modeled it, like he had to come every morning to give me a hug after he do his daily routine before he came into my room. And then he had to give my assistant a hug. But we modeled that. So now every time he came in, despite if he hit a child, despite if he threw a tantrum, anything, his peers started to show him that love and respect because they saw us do it. And then he started to learn that skill. When I come in, I'm gonna put my red folder in my red basket. I'm gonna hang my coat up and my book bag up in my cubby. I'm gonna say hello, give hugs. I'm gonna take care of my things and respect our space because it's a nice, safe space. But he learned those skills. If he did not attend my classroom, just imagine when he went off to kindergarten what that would have looked like. And that teacher don't have time with 28, 30 kids to teach that one child, and she might have multiple. So it was so beneficial to teach him that respect and that skill set because it will follow him later on in life, his tenure in school and life.
Yes, and again, it starts at home. And I'm going to say that if you look at, I did a few across, in Canada. I took my son across Canada on a driving trip, and we had such a great conversation. I talked about my life. I shared it about future, our values, what's important to him, because he was only, at the time, 10 years old. So, but nowadays we have kids on their own devices, and it's good that they're fulfilled with this, and they're learning as well. I'm not going to put down the devices, they have their place, but those boundaries have gone, and as adults we're not present with our kids. How many of us probably could be take that ownership. So being present and sharing these have gone. There's so many family time that are being missed. The opportunity to create these values at home, in the car, at the shopping centers. If you've seen it on the cart, right? Kids with their devices while the parents are shopping. But that would be the great opportunity to teach them about, look, the sizes of these containers, what prices are we buying at, why should we be buying this versus this. So much opportunity to teach, but we're leaving it with this device. So that's alarming, right?
Yes. It also teaches teamwork. And we need teamwork in every aspect of our lives. We cannot do anything by ourselves. There's no I in team. Creating those spaces in your classroom where the kids are able to work together, collaborate together. Like, look at me and you, we don't even know each other. We was able to put together something special for our audience, but we had to learn how to work together in a healthy way. I know, like, listening, cooperation, treating people equally is so important. And if we can nurture that and plant those seeds earlier, we will have some great human beings later on in life.
Yes, absolutely. And it starts again at home, and it will start with I'm in so many parenting Facebook groups and stuff, right? One of the things that I see is they complain about how their child's room is so messy, how they're not helping with the activities at home, but that's where the team actually builds the teamwork. You have this to do, I have this to do, delegate, right? But none of those things are now happening, and it's becoming a battle at home, and they're bringing those behaviors to these early education centers. Now then that goes into later, now we have kids who don't know how to function in life. So that's what those are the kids I meet later in the years, right? So
yes. And we have navigated, as you navigate this space, I have seen elementary kids that don't know how to work together. They have playground, they can't play a game together. It takes them 15 minutes just to play kickball because they haven't nurtured and learned that skill, because we're so much in isolation all the time. I know we have adults who cannot work and collaborate together, as adults. And that's sad because somehow we miss teaching that healthy skill some way along the way.
Early years.
Yes. And I know in our house, we always say, teamwork make the dream work. It takes all of us collectively to make our house function in a healthy way.
Absolutely.
So I love how you always connecting the home piece with the educational piece, which is so important in the early years. Resilience. Oh my God, it teaches resilience. I know as an early learner and them kids coming in, oh my God, all those tears. They Missy, I can't do this, Missy, I can't do that. And they can. And then we have so many parents that want to do everything for our kids, which is not bad, but it is because it teaches resilience, teach independence. They can be able to tie their shoe, learning how to zip up their coat, button up their coat, zip up their pants, open up their milk. All those necessary skills teach resilience. Our kids need to nurture that skill because, as you know, our kids are really having a hard time with adversity. They don't know how to handle and cope with things that is not in their control, or mom and dad can't help me because they never had those opportunities to experience how to go through adversity. In my class, they knew they not to say can't. We always do a lot of affirmations. I'm like, we will say, I can, and then they repeat, do anything, I fail. If I fall, I fail. And because that's important. Failure is important. You learn
absolutely
from your mistakes, but creating those opportunities where they can fail is so important without them feeling bad. I know I do a lot of little, I'm always animated. I do a lot of little shout outs and breaks. And so if they got things right, we do the firecracker or pat patches on your back or kiss your brain. But if you get something wrong, that's okay. You'll get it next time, and that's okay. But our kids don't have that skill. So put them in those environments where teachers can nurture that skill will eventually get them to be able to navigate adversity, which is so important.
Very important. And I want to talk about the fear and the anxiety that I see in older kids that I work with, this because I think especially, I'm sure you're seeing it after the COVID and all these lockdowns. Kids are coming from being with their parents all the time. So now we're going to have kids who are going to have this problem of separation. We used to see that even before, but it's going to be even more because they've always been in the house. And then we also have this unknown virus that's out there that's going to get me. So these children coming to these centers, all the teachers who are there at the early education center, has to, deal with a lot of anxiety. And I'm seeing it in all older kids too. And some of them are even to the point of depression because they don't know how to handle it. So that's also coming up for teachers in the early childhood to address. There needs to be emotional, social well-being has to be looked at before we start educating them. And
You gotta reach them for your teacher. Yes. And it also brings up confidence and self-esteem. Watching my youngest learners come in from day one and graduating. Oh my God, it's so amazing just to see how much more confidence they are in themselves, which is so important with the self-efficacy. Sometimes our kids believe they cannot do the work. Sometimes our kids believe they can't do a lot of things, but it's our job to pull out their gifts and to nurture them and provide those opportunities to build up their self-esteem and to explore their talents and skills and things like that. When our kids, when my kids come in, we always say, I can, I can, I can make it to the top, I can, I can, growing never stops. But we always ensure to build up their efficacy up in every aspect. And it's so important because if you build their confidence early on, no matter what anybody say, no matter what educators say to them in different spaces in their journey of education, they will always know that it's something inside of them. Nobody can take their gift away. I always tell my kids, you're cute and smart. You can't have one without the other. Don't never let anybody tell you you can't do something. And always making opportunities to build up their confidence. I had a little girl named Anaya that could not spell her name, and it drove her crazy. Said, man, yeah, I can't say my name. But we created those environments where not only we spoke life into her, but her peers spoke life into her. And they end up making a song because I sing about everything. And it was so cute. It didn't have no rhythm to it, but they hey. They was like Anaya. That's the way how you spell Anaya. Hey. She eventually learned to spell that name. And once she did it, they was like, go Anaya, go Anaya, go Anaya. But they built her confidence up. So now she's able to try new things and want to learn new skills without having that fear, which is so important as she navigates the educational space and things in life.
When I have to say shout out to you guys because I tried teaching a couple of times, as a substitute teacher into kindergarten classes, and after a class of that, I needed 2 days of break. So I admire you for all your singing and all. You bring everything to life, but that's why I work with older kids. But confidence, it's all about, as you said earlier, it's courage, right? It's courage to not only just win. What if everything goes wrong, also to fail? And we have to instill that in our kids, and that happens at home, because when they fall or when they do something, instead of just starting to get mad at them or blame them, let's look at what I could teach them at this moment. What is the teachable moment? And I also want to go into the labeling, right? We have so many labels that we give ourselves, and some of them we create. Like I'm a suicide survivor myself, so I've created so many labels that I'm still working through them to overcome and reprogram. And that's what my program is all about, is helping children not to go to that extent, So lack of self-worth, it comes from how, in the early years, how a parent dealt with something you've done. If I didn't get the right marks, my dad would say, are you stupid? So I had this whole thing that I'm stupid. I used to use that word all the time until someone pointed out to me, do you know that you say this word all the time? Now I'm aware, right? So the labels are so harsh on our children, and they come to me with so many different labels, these grade 12s, grade 8s. It starts at home, and it's something that the parents have to be aware how they deal with situations. And yes, that's where the confidence comes from. If we don't have these labels, we're all confident. But the labels create stories, and that makes everything different.
Self-talk is so important.
Yes.
Yeah, positive self-talk.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you for being brave enough to tell us your story. That's courage. Thank you for that. It also teaches patience. Little people not only teach them patience, but teach us as educators. When you have 24-year-olds coming in, never been in a school setting, oh my God, you tend to learn with patience, but you also provide those opportunities for them to be involved in social experiences and providing those spaces where they can practice. That's the most important thing with early childhood. Practicing these healthy skills where you can be lifelong learners. I'm always going to emphasize that. Practicing and giving those experiences for them to practice. We just can't always tell. We have to give them opportunities to practice and fail. Yes. Because it will fail, you will come, but exposing them. I love where I'm teaching, because when they 3 and 4, everything is all about them. They want to answer every question. They want to shout out when somebody else is talking. They want to jump in front of somebody. They want your attention. But creating those opportunities. Or my kids knew when you sit on the carpet, crisscross like applesauce. If you want to speak, raise your silent hand. You have to wait before Miss Hill could call on you. And it's okay to wait. They need to learn that. Because when you go in the grocery store, you have to wait your turn. When you go into the next grade, you have to wait your turn. There's a lot of opportunities. They have to be patient enough to sit and wait. And our kids got to move. Yes. They got to move. But they want what they want when they want it. Yes. But teaching them how to wait your turn and be patient and value. My kids knew that they couldn't talk when somebody else was talking. I had that saying, all eyes on them, like, Miss Hill, why? Because she cute and smart. Yeah. And same thing with their peers. When your peers is talking, they have a lot of information that needs to be dispersed. And you have to be respectful enough to hear the information. But if you talking when I'm talking, then you're not hearing the information, which is another skill that you need out here to be successful in this world.
Patience. And patience starts at home. So you guys all could agree there's so many kids now who are feeling entitled, especially having a phone, which is their first entitlement. They don't think that they have to earn it, right? So, and then this immediate gratification because of the phone and the speed of the phone and everything gives them these dopamine hits. Now we are dealing with those kids in our classroom where we have to put up our hand, wait in turn, wait in line, and they're not coming with those skills. I'm sure you could address that. So that's why I say, going back to the home, this is what's happening at home. I'm not saying all the children are, but there are many children I see, they are just in the abuse of the balance and the boundaries between just the phone, ownership of the phone. Yes. Right, as they become into the high school levels,
and helping them understand there's different sets of rules.
Yes,
it's different things. I say home rules, school rules. You can do that at home, but you cannot do that here. And helping them understand that is huge, because they think, well, my mama said, well, my daddy said,
it's what works here.
Yeah, but at home it's less of you. It's more, you got more of your friends here, and it's different rules and different spaces in life. So you need to understand that and how to teach them how to navigate that. Yes. One of my favorite things about the benefits of early childhood, it exposed them to diversity. Oh, I love that topic because that's dear to my heart by being a Black woman. Our kids need to have opportunities to appreciate differences and spaces where they can appreciate different cultures, beliefs, and things like that. My latter years of being in the classroom, I love my classroom was United Nations. I had kids from all over Nepal, different parts of Africa. We had white, we had Black. Diversity was so nurtured in our room, because at the end of the day, this is another skill they need, because we have multiple races out there in our world, in America. And to me, racism is, to always tell people, racism is taught at home. Because when I see those babies in my space, they don't see color. They see a friend. They don't see anything different. They don't see your garments. It's different from mine. They don't see the hijab. Why are you wearing that? They don't ask those questions. It's adults that places those ideologies in our youngest learners. And that's what I love about them. They love whoever is in their space. And they appreciate that. And as a Black woman and as a mom, I try to be intentional to make sure that I raise my kids and I model that for my students, that you love anybody that come into your space, no matter gender, race, whatever it may be. They are God's, God's gifts, God's children. So you need to love that and making sure I'm modeling that, because like we said before, they're like sponges. And I know we was talking, I remember we was talking, I was like, one analogy, example of that is the Jackie Robinson, the movie of Jackie Robinson, when he just got into the National Baseball League, and the young man, the little white boy, was so excited to see him because he was an amazing baseball player. But then when his father and the other men, white men in behind him, start throwing out racial slurs, what that young man do? He started doing the same thing. So not only is it important to teach our kids how to be respectful and understanding everybody else's culture and beliefs, but we have to model that. How are we talking when we in our home? How are we talking when we in the car? How are we treating every scholar that comes into our space? Kids know if teachers don't like them. Kids can feel that. So then if they can feel that, their peers can feel that, and their peers can also start isolating someone as well because of the garments. And I loved how we was talking earlier, how people address
costumes. It was addressed as costumes instead of being their cultural outfit, or this is what they wear. So, when I was growing up, I came here to Canada at the age of 6. Of course, I was like an alien back then in Canada. So I've had my fair amount of racism too, but I always accepted as I'm new here. So obviously it's going to be different. So the tolerance and acceptance always begins at home. And it begins with the words and the language that is used by the parents, because I was in a classroom with this kindergartner and we were washing hand, and I finished washing and he said, "Mrs. S, your hand is still dirty." Because he didn't know the difference, that it doesn't matter how much I wash, my hand's gonna be brown. So for him, he was innocent, right? But it's at home, he has not been taught that there are different colors of people and we're all people of same, right? So it's very important for parents to take that ownership. It begins at every conversation you have and how you treat others and how you respect. Costume is where we wear it on Halloween. So if you call it a costume, the child's gonna think, why is this person wearing a costume on a regular day? We don't have Halloween today. So it's not the word choice.
Yes.
Of how you explain a culture is so important as well.
And that's a necessary skill, especially in the world that we live in, the disparities in all aspects of life, and appreciating the difference is so important. And a necessary skill to have as you navigate life.
And especially when they're young.
Yes, yes. And one of my favorite things about pre-K and early learning centers is that you are still able to have fun. School is not as fun as anymore. But the early learning stage, oh my God, the experience of just educating them in a fun and engaging way. School should not be boring. If we have these spaces where our early learners are coming in early on, and it's not enough fun and engagement in the classroom, just imagine what their ideologies and beliefs will later on in life. School should be fun at all levels, from pre-K to higher ed. But if we have those spaces where it's negative, I'm always in trouble, I'm getting kicked out of school, my friends are being mean, my teachers is mean, you plant those seeds early. That education is not for you, and that is not, we don't value your voice or you being in that space early on. And education is so important in everything that we do.
I mean, it should be introduced through play, right? At that age of early childhood. It should not be. I see parents who wants to start their kids writing perfectly at the age of 2. I'm like,
No,
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 no.
not
that's
development appropriate.
So there's some parents who are expecting a lot from their kids at early age too, but fun should be the first, right? Emotional well-being is the first before we go on to that. So it starts at home. I guess I've proved that over and over again. It's because we are, like, as a parent, I am my son's teacher first. I had him, and first 5 years, I know it's hard for some parents to dedicate those time with the child because we have to go back to work as a parent, but even just being mindful and creating a space and being present because of the world we live in is very important for a child's growth, and that's where it begins. And I think it's not a diversion of responsibility. Oh, he'll go to school and learn. He'll go to his pre-K, or he'll go to this, early childhood education and learn from the teacher, because there's so many things they need to have prerequisite before they get. And that's why the home life is so important. And some kids have, I also have to talk about kids who have home that are in bad situation as well. So they come with their own baggages to these places. So we have a group of students coming in, young people that are not having the essential, the prerequisite to be in a classroom, is what I'm seeing.
Yes, and when you say it starts at home, but what about, that's why early childhood spaces are so important, because you have so many that come from environments that are not healthy. But if they get those opportunities to to have those experiences, exposures to healthy environments, they can still grow and they can still make it to be successful, whoever they was meant to be. So that's so important too. And my ideal would be, I wish that every 3 and 4 year old could have an opportunity to go to some type of early childhood setting. That's my ideal, and that it will be free. Because as a parent of 4, it was expensive. It was expensive to be able to have those opportunities to send my kids to an early childhood setting. And then in kindergarten, a lot of it costs some places around the country, and then it's half a day. I would love 4-day programs for early learners, especially for the ones who don't have those environments to start them up to be prepared for kindergarten and latter years.
Yes, absolutely. And then we're dealing with behaviors when they do come to the class, into any sort of gathering, right?
Yeah.
At what age? 3? Absolutely.
It starts early. The behavior starts early. So we also think about why early childhood is important. It's the holistic view. We have to encourage the whole child. We can't separate. We like to separate the academics from the social, emotional, and all of that. No, it's creating an environment where we're able to tap into the whole child holistically.
Through play.
Through play.
At the beginning stages.
They need that to be prepared for lifelong learners.
Yes. So what should happen is, this is how our classroom should, early classroom should look like, is, not individual learning, but group learning, so that they can model all these the skills that are needed for later. And if they're not coming with some of these skills we just talked about to the classroom, this gives an opportunity, a picture of this. But if it doesn't happen, we go to the next slide. This is what happens at the high school level. Now we have teachers dealing with students who can control their mind. They're out of control. But then who is to blame? Where does the blame begins, right? Then we go into this blame. Where do we fix the problem? So that's where we're sitting in with a lot of kids who do not know how to regulate themselves. They do not know.
Management, all those basic social emotional skills that's necessary to be successful.
Yes.
Yes. So we only have a little bit of time left.
So what should we do?
What should we do? And one of the things that, first of all, what you key point that you hit on was parents are the first teachers.
Absolutely.
So of all the things that we have said, we don't never want to point the blame at parents for their kids not being able to be exposed. 'Cause I know my first time early on as a 20-year-old about to have a baby, you wanted to do everything right. Everything right. I thought, through the theories of all my educational classes, if I put Mozart on my CD player, I'm aging myself again, and putting that, putting the headphones on my stomach every morning, every night, having my husband read stories, and my niece, who was 4 at the time, reading stories. I thought I was gonna birth Albert Einstein. I did. I had his bedroom set up like a classroom. I bought every leapfrog educational game possible, but not knowing that my son was not interested in none of that. That what do I do? So as a parent, be like, okay, I didn't expose my kids early, but they're struggling first grade, they're struggling in third grade. Is it my fault? No, it's not your fault. It's no parent handbook. So it's we just do what we know how to do, but at their time, they will continue. We can nurture those skills now, and they can continue to grow later on.
And especially the parents who are parenting now,
Yes.
they can't turn to their parents and ask for help because they don't know the stuff that they're dealing with.
These kids are different now.
We never had they never had a lockdown. My mother wouldn't know about lockdown and how emotional, affects that, right? We don't have those, or how to control or set boundaries on a cell phone. We didn't grow up with that, right? So there's a lot of parents. So it's not to point fingers. Like I that's why I left 10 years ago, because I didn't want to be part of that. But parents need education.
Yes.
So much about how to be a parent in this new age.
Yeah, and supporting our teachers.
Yes.
You have, kindergarten have 28, 30 kids, barely a half assistant.
Yes.
So giving them the support and the tips they need to be successful as educators as well is so important.
Yes. Yeah, they need more training to deal with these students who are coming without these regulations in place and dealing with all the, on being on a device, how to deal with that. That's all new for teachers as well.
Yes. So we are almost out of time. Do we have any questions for us in the audience?
I want to say thank you for everything you do as a teacher and as a parent.
Can you come up to the mic so we can hear you, pretty lady?
I was just gonna say thank you for all you do with your children and your students, because we need more teachers like you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else got any questions for us? So this is one of my favorite quotes. Every child is gifted. They just unwrap their packages at different times. It is our responsibility as educators to be a champion to every scholar that comes into your space and pull out the gift that God has given them. It is not our job as educators to put those negative connotations or anything into our earlier learners, especially because, like what Kohila said, those things happen and they impact so many self-talk.
Create
So
stories.
It creates stories in our head that is untrue about ourselves. And it stick with us even as adults. I was told I wasn't going to be anything and I couldn't be anything. And look at me now, I'm getting an award.
Yes.
So words words are very powerful. And as educators, we need to make sure that we are intentional and that we plant those beautiful seeds into every scholar and even ourselves as educators to build up our self-efficacy to do the work that we are called to do.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to touch on, the child future begins at home, and a parent has to take that responsibility. I see a lot of parents who I talk to, they try to say it's the teacher's fault, it's the system's fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is your child. So you have to take the first responsibility to fix it. And when they fix that in early childhood, it becomes a vital place for a child if they are missing all of that to replace. Because as I said, I grew up at the age of 13. I thought I should end my life because I had more problems than anybody in the world, because I told myself everything was negative, nothing was going to work. And then when I did commit suicide and when I got back out of that is when I figured out that everything is solvable in life. You just have to spend time with it. There's an Albert Einstein's quote which says you just have to spend time with your problems. You're not smart. So we are in a crisis now, in a chaos of where children are extremely, extremely anxious, depressed. I have all these grade 12s. They don't know how they're going to go into post-secondary, what's going to happen, how to deal with their finance, how to deal with their emotions, how to find someone they could be partner with because of what happened past 2 years. So there's lots happening. So the early childhood education becomes that much more vital at this point in history. Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies. Global education would not have been as progressive as it is now if a few dedicated leaders had not persevered. These leaders deserve acclaim for their relentless attempts to improve the world. So let's take a moment and honor these courageous figures of the education world. To present the honors, we have with us Christopher Saborin, founder and CEO of Flow Patterns. Please welcome him on stage.
Education. It's been a rough couple years. Thank you for everything you do. I'm a dentist besides an entrepreneur, and I work with the folks that graduate from school as dental assistants and such. Particularly important. And after education, how do you get back into opportunities if you don't have those? And very crucial, most of the folks I work with, 95% women in dentistry. And to take a step forward, what we're doing is creating an opportunity where these dental assistants have an opportunity to connect with tech and change their futures in that way, if they're ready for that, and to continue in the education of moving from problem to solution thinking. You guys are on the pinnacle, and I salute you. Thank you very much for all that you do, and I'm honored to be giving these awards out today. Thank you.
Okay, Outstanding Leadership Awards. The first one goes to Danijel Velicki. Eunice Ajay.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Eunice Ajay. I'm coming from Ghana. I just want to thank God for this honor and also thank my family back home. And I know that this award is a recognition of my contribution to higher education back in my country. And I'm also making changes in the lives of people with my foundation called Christ Impact Life Foundation, which seeks to help single moms and then empower them to better their lives and that of their children. And so I'm grateful for this award to Education 2.0 for recognizing what I'm doing and making people's life better. Thank you.
Dr. Manamekalai Mohan. Dr. Michelle Scott.
I want to thank you so much for this opportunity and for this award. My mom died when I was 16 years old, and the anniversary of her death is tomorrow. And so I definitely want to go ahead and attribute this to her. And my 91-year-old auntie passed away in July. And definitely, you know, they have been greatest influences on my life. But for my students and the people who've impacted my life, worldwide. Thank you so much.
Ramya Nambala.
I want to say a huge thank you to my parents who are standing right here in front of me, as parents are truly educators in their own way, as we all know. I want to thank my parents and the parents of everyone in this room for creating such amazing human beings. And I want to thank you for the work you're doing as educators, because you truly are opening a world of opportunity for thousands, millions of students around the world. And it is an absolute honor to be recognized here with everyone else in this room. Thank you.
Yvonne DeVita. B. Galileo. Fearless Learners.
I really want to thank you, everybody who's here, because we are going through change and chaos. But by doing this work and by talking about it, we are opening up this conversation to carry forward. And I think there's so much to be done in the education system. So in 2022 March, I had a very important decision to make, is either hire teachers to work for me as employees or to empower them with their own business as a learning success coach. So since then, I have helped 50 teachers, over 50 teachers, start their own business, independent, nothing, you know, they make and they keep everything, but they're helping students to become fearless learners. As I said earlier, our students that are at the higher level are going through a lot of trauma, anxiety, depression. If we keep leaving it like that, I just lost 3 close friends have lost their sons to overdosing of drugs. They're choosing different ways to cope with it, and we have to fix it. The education has to change to accommodate what they're looking for, and we're not. And I want to thank all of you for being here again. And I will not be on this stage if it wasn't for my husband, who looked at me 10 years ago, working as a teacher, tutor, respite worker, with so many people, and I was serving from an empty cup. He looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm helping, I'm serving." He said, "There's a way better way to serve." And he showed me the way. He's my mentor. He's sitting here. His name is Rod Bellamy. Because of him is why I'm here today. And we have a mission to serve 1.5 million students or more by 2035. And I want to thank all of my teachers who took the brave step to become learning success coaches, because they love their students, but they couldn't do it in the system at this point. But sometime in the future, we will create a system that works for all of our students. Thank you so much.
PNY trainings. Creative 9 Incubator.
Hi, everybody. This, I don't know how to say, thank everybody and Education 2.0. And I want to thank Education 2.0 twice. The first one, I met my partner last year. And when we went back to Chicago, we founded Creative 9. And today, Creative 9 is 3,000 investors, 25,000 CEOs around the world. And I've had a partnership try to help many small businesses to go on the next level. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody here and all the teachers, the change makers, and I hope to see you next year too. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Congratulations to all the awardees. All right, everyone, now it's time for lunch. So I hope you enjoy your time and take this time to network, and make sure you use the hashtag Education2Conf in all your social media. We'll meet back here at 1:30. See you then.
Thank you. Okay, standing. Yes. You come from? So let me know when I should go. Okay, oh.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's get started with our post-lunch sessions. Deepest thanks to our gold sponsors, Cajon Valley Union School District and Efficient Academy, Inc., and silver sponsor, Mosaic Learning, for making this event possible. We appreciate your constant support. Now, coming up next is a panel discussion on the topic, Improving Teacher Motivation and Retention. Without any delay, let's call Dr. Sonia Toledo, Joshua Finkel, Robert Landau, Panarat Rollader, and Tracy Brown. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm good? Okay, good. Yeah. So we are here with a group of experts that not only focus on K-12, but also higher education. My name is Dr. Sonia Toledo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Dignity of Children. And I want to have my panelists introduce themselves. You can start.
My name is Tracy Brown. Hello, and I'm here now. My name is Tracy Brown. I'm a United States Coast Guard veteran, and I am here representing Polk Institute Foundation. We are a higher learning. We have a 40-week program where we teach people how to be entrepreneurs. It's pretty amazing. I'm a #1 best-selling author and a speaker on mindset. So I'm the facilitator at Polk, and I teach mental fitness for entrepreneurs.
Hi, I'm Panarat Rollader. I'm an adjunct MBA faculty at Washington Adventist University. My expertise is about managing human capital. We focus on HR function within organizations. In addition, I also teach the other classes of business, such as marketing, strategy, leadership. Thank you for having me here.
Good afternoon, I'm Robert Landau, and I spent over 45 years working in 6 different countries in the international school world and moved to Hawaii in 2015. And I'm currently have my own consulting company and specializing in actually coaching teachers and administrators to go to Education 2.0 and beyond. And it's a pleasure being here.
Hey everybody, I'm Joshua Finkel, and I run the Creative Combustion Acting Studio in Los Angeles, and I'm also a senior adjunct professor of theater and dance at California Lutheran University in Thousand Oaks, California. I also have 12 different master classes that I circulate around the country to help various theater groups as well as professionals, public speakers of all ages and levels, help improve their public speaking, help them find relaxation and their presence, and really become empowered and powerful when they present.
Thank you. So I'm really excited to have a conversation about how do we motivate and empower teachers to stay in the field and improve their own work and, of course, help our young people thrive. But first, let's talk about some issues. Now, you know, when you look at this, this is basically saying, wait a minute, teachers are feeling burnt out. Teachers are feeling like they don't have the support. Teachers are feeling like, you know, when we came back to COVID, there is like a pushback. But out of everybody who's been surveyed from this National Education Association is basically saying, I'm tired. Why are teachers tired? And we have to ask this question, why? What's going on that more than 70% of our teachers, 2/3 of our teachers are saying they're tired? How about now? So let's look at this. Teachers shortage. So because of the teacher shortage, the teachers that are coming to the program to work have to do extra work. Burned out. There's a clear issue that not only were they burned out after COVID, they were burned out during COVID, and they were burned out before COVID because of the intensity of testing, record keeping, evaluation, and meeting their quotas helps the burnout. Where do we get a chance to think about what teachers need? And then tech fatigue. Tech fatigue is something that not only has happened during COVID, but after. What is the balance when it comes down to technology and having people understand that technology is an actual tool for teaching, not the only result for teaching? And then what are the personal goals of the mission in the institution? When we look at the matching of the teachers in the institution, we basically are not connecting those two together to know that we're bringing people in that are in alignment with our mission. But what we're going to do is I'm going to have the panelists take an opportunity to tell you why they're here on this topic. Oh, sorry, let's go back. Go.
I'm kind of, the last thing that she mentioned was personal goals and missions of the Institute. I come from, I'm kind of an outlier. I come from the outside looking into education. I'm with Polk Institute, and they do things very differently because they're not locked into the box of the bureaucracy that's going on. And it's all about personal goals. I teach mental health or mental fitness. Mental fitness starts with understanding who we are, what we want, self-assessment, understanding what it is that I'm looking for, and understanding my path. So if I understand who I am, what I want, because want being the precursor to all decisions, what do I want and what am I willing to do to get there? And once I understand that, I can go to the institutes and match with them, whether it be academia or whether it be outside of that box. Where do I fit? But it starts here. One of my favorites, Tony Robbins, we were talking about this, and 80% of what we're being taught in any specific area is systems and strategies, but 80% of the game is going on inside your head. 80% of the game is how do you look at those things? How do you look at systems? How do you look at this? And so I come from the point of view of if I understand and I'm very clear on what it is that I want, I'm going to understand what I need to do to get there. And then if somebody comes to me, I'm not going to be distracted. I can say, that's a great idea. It's just not my path. And once I can do that, then I can just move forward and move forward and move forward. And when we know that, we can match up with the institutes.
Yeah, so you're pretty much focusing on the mindset.
Mindset.
Well, we had a conversation about fixed mindset and growth mindset. So how do you create growth mindset in a fixed institution?
Right.
I'm ready to hear that later.
To me, I would say that I like to take a look at organizational wealth, because to make organization to be successful, we really have to take a look at our employees. So there are many issues that's going on to make people work well. And there are things that we need to improve since it's not helpful, such as the burnout issue, which is a part of mental health. And also, we need to take a look at the support from the organization, like how organization would provide better support to their employees. I think at the end is about how we're going to make them have a high performance. So that would be the outcome. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 minutes to talk about things that work, not the problem at hand. Number one, while at Singapore American School, we decided to change our teacher evaluation system to a teacher growth, personal and professional growth system, and designed a process that honored the work that teachers were doing based on standards, and forced our administrators to do continual walkthroughs and promised teachers that they would be in their classrooms, and we promised feedback in less than 48 hours based on concrete observations in 4 areas. That's number one that worked. Every one of our teachers said, it's about time we looked at our growth and not felt every time you walked in the room we were evaluated. Number two that works with teachers is not to teach them. We need to change our professional development model from teaching to coaching. And that's what I do personally. I coach teachers. I don't tell them what to do. I coach them just like a great sports coach does. You give the skills, you watch them, you give them feedback, and they improve their practice. Number three, based on what Sonia said, I'm convinced now that teachers in an Education 2.0 environment are having struggles with their mindset, but it's not just their mindset, it's their strengths. In order to do Education 2.0, you have to be relational, you have to be strategic, and you have to be influential. A lot of our teachers are executors. They want to do the same thing every day in the same way. They need to have the strengths that are going to get them to turn the education over to our kids.
I want to piggyback off that. I think that's a great idea. I would say in my institution at California Lutheran University, there is like learning outcomes that one of the courses I teach is beginning acting to non-majors, to non-actors, to all sorts of different kinds of students. Some of them may have interest in acting and eventually join the department, but these are folks that sometimes are here to check a couple of boxes off, and I can fulfill this public speaking requirement as well as fulfill another requirement. But what they walk away with is a complete different gestalt of how to memorize, how to be in the world, how to relax, how to be a better public speaker, how to gain confidence. So some of these things are learning outcomes that all the different faculty are required to meet, but their curriculum of their beginning acting class is completely individual compared to mine, as long as all meet at the end. So I would say it's about thinking out of the box to help with the fatigue. I was also sharing at lunch, a course I teach is stage speech. I teach it once every 2 years, 1 day a week for an hour and 40 minutes, 1 semester. It's about 13, 14 classes, maybe 20 something hours. Now I have my master's degree in classical theater. I would love to give them an avalanche of information. And I have been trying to do that over the years, but I find it's too much in the short amount of time I have. So I'm about to teach that course again, and I'm always reinventing the curriculum. Think outside the box and say, what can I accomplish? How are these students currently listening to information? How are they absorbing information? There's no attention span anymore. None. We are all bombarded by quick cuts, TikTok, 15-second strumming through. You have about 5 seconds now before we stay on that channel or we tune out. So if you really come in and headline, you really come in with, here's what we're going to learn today, and here's how we're going to do it, and let's make it fun in a quick, sort of boiled down way. I think that's going to appeal to how they listen, and the absorption factor I find is completely different. So I think you're talking about reinventing how do you teach. I have to teach the same curriculum every time, but how I teach it is depending upon what's trending, how kids are listening, and how they're absorbing.
Yes.
And I just reshape how I teach the subject matter. And I have found that incredibly successful. And because in some of the stuff I do, for example, with acting technique, it's always something different coming toward me. It's always the same way. People don't know how to do calculus yet. Some people can, some people can't. But how I address that particular person is really me putting my attention on them and saying, let's find a way to have you improve your voice and find range that this person would be given a different exercise. So thinking about connecting with your students in 50 one-on-one meetings every class, rather than spraying it to, I'm talking to a group and I hope some of you get it.
Yeah.
If you kind of get in there and really look at that person and keep finding the sense of play, I think for me, that invention makes me less fatigued.
Yes.
And keeps me challenged, and it kind of reshapes, and according to what's trending, like who are the hottest, I will bring up videos and say, now, what did you feel about that person's diction? And they're watching a great, MTV video of one of their favorite artists.
So
What did
Josh,
you do?
you have definitely pointed on something that is really critical, which is we're teaching children what to think, and we want to teach them how to think. But we can't have teachers teach how to think if we don't allow them to think. So I want to really start with some questions, right? So I want you as experts here to say, if we have a teacher shortage now, how do we even tackle this problem? How do we tackle the problem of getting new teachers, keeping the teachers, retaining the teachers that we have? So who would like to start that conversation?
I'll be happy to jump in on that one. For me, if you think about education is probably one of the few industries that doesn't even think about marketing. If you're thinking about selling a product, right? The first thing you want to do is make that product fun, sexy, whatever it is. And, somebody had mentioned, I believe it was yesterday, they were talking about they're giving this, oh, this is what education is, this is what it's like to be a teacher, and then they get in the classroom and it's a completely different thing. It's like you're selling an odd bill of goods here. And so if education were to look at a marketing strategy, and not just based on false promises, but actually creating a space where people get to use their gifts, because people do not burn out when they're doing something they love. And they're allowed a space in order to exercise their gifts. Because I'm a firm believer, if you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life.
Yes.
And if you give teachers an opportunity to move in their motivational gifts, the reason, the hope, and the goals, and the joy of why they even wanted to go into education, and you allow them a space in order to operate in that, here's what the kids need to learn. Figure out how they're going to do this in the way that you do that. You're going to eliminate burnout, but you're going to attract, you go back to getting more staff, you're going to attract people that go, you know what, that looks like fun.
Yes.
I would love to do that. And you give them, because people can't create in a box. Humans are not meant to be in a box. There is no box. How many people said, oh, get out of the box? Well, there is no box. Well, there is no box, but we're putting educators in a box and saying, now go and be creative. Doesn't happen.
We want to give teachers the opportunity to be creative.
Yes.
And not only that, put their own stuff into the game.
Yes.
Like, I have something to offer and I know how to teach these kids to get to the results. Like, I feel like we need to trust teachers.
Give them a voice.
Give them a voice.
Let them be a part of the process of building their curriculum.
Yes.
Give them a voice in that. And I think that would be a huge bump. I mean, I'd go, I'm in.
Robert.
I'm just going to riff off what Tracy said. One of the best known films, again, speaking to Education 2.0, is Most Likely to Succeed. That film was exclusively filmed at High Tech High in San Diego, which now has 14 campuses, charter school system. And guess what they did? They opened their own graduate school of education, one of the first non-college based teacher education programs. And they've made teaching really look attractive, because if you know about High Tech High, it's completely project-based. And now they're training teachers. These are some of the most sought after teachers in the country. And I think we've got to break away from the traditional teacher education preparation program, which certainly didn't prepare me for teaching, and start moving towards teacher preparation that are preparing teachers for schools like High Tech High. Again, let's remind ourselves, we are here for education 2.0, not education 19th century.
Nice, nice. So I have another question for you. Okay, so how can, now burnout is clear. And I think, you know, Tracy, you nailed it. If you have a purpose, you get up in the morning and you're looking forward to that day.
You don't want to snooze.
You don't want to snooze. But I love your entrepreneurial style of marketing because you, with entrepreneurship skills, you actually get up thinking, I need to solve this today, right? But if somebody else is solving it for me and telling me what to do, it's very difficult to feel like I have control. So how could leadership create a culture to keep teachers motivated and retain them? Go.
Okay, I think I would like to share my thought about
Closer.
this question. Okay, well, first of all, I have to say that I'm so excited. Okay, when we think about the system at organizational level, there are a lot to do, and that's the job of leadership. Okay, so first of all, we need to start at the leader level, I mean senior executive level, such as the president of university, the principal of the school. First of all, they need to be a strategic leader. It means that they need to understand the business. They need to know what their organization is trying to do. And they need to understand that the one that really the key of their business is their employees. And that's a teacher. Why? Because education organization is about providing the service in terms of teaching and learning, right? So the one that would educate the students is a teacher. So the teachers or instructor, they are very, very important for this business. So the leader, when they understand about this, they have to be able to lead everyone and achieve organizational goal together. So to do that, they have to make sure that all the teacher is also a strategic leader. They have to know their role. They have to know what they are trying to do. But now back to something that's very simple. People are people, just like all of us. Every day we feel different. In the morning, we may feel different from the afternoon. So we have emotion and it's changing all the time. So how we gonna make our teacher feel like they need to do a good job in terms of develop people, in terms of educate their students. So the key is about motivation. So I would like to point out something that's really important about motivation. And I believe that many of us here probably heard about it before. It's called motivation theory. It's a Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Which is start from basic needs and keep going up until self-actualization. Teachers are people like us. So we need to, the leader of organization, first of all, need to understand the nature of human and now try to make them do a good job and have a high performance. So they need to work on teacher motivation. For
Individually.
Example, yes. So I would like to say something really quick now. I know that we don't have much time. So first of all, they need to do the research. So they have to gather all information about individual needs. Everyone has different needs. If we don't have the need, then we don't go to work, right? Why not just stay home watching TV? They might have to take care of the bill for their household. They might have to take care of their older parents or their children. So everyone has the needs, depends on their age, even gender. So we need those information and then we approach each of them. Some teacher may not have the car to drive. How about school offer something like a carpool? So it's really fun. This topic is real fun. It's really fun actually. So I would say that first of all, focus on the leader of organization. Make sure that they are business savvy. In this case, they are business savvy about running education organization.
Yes. Thank you so much. You remind me of creating a learning organization, The Arts and Practice of a Learning Organization by Peter Sagi. It's like we learn by knowing each other's mental model. We learn by knowing who we are and creating and teaching each other together. Tracy, oh no.
Just,
ahead,
I'm
Robert.
going to answer your question very quickly. How can school leadership create a culture to keep teachers motivated? I had an elementary principal who told me I can't meet any morning for these 2 hours. Why? Because she visited every single teacher every single morning, 5 days a week. That motivated her teachers.
Yeah.
How many administrators do that? So that would be a clear solution to how to motivate teachers.
So connection.
Yeah, and you had mentioned this earlier, Robert, when we were walking back. It's like, it's taking the time to not evaluate. If you've got an administrator coming into your classroom, the first thing you think is, great, what am I going to do wrong? You're thinking you're going to be evaluated when in fact they should be there. It's like what I tell CEOs. CEO stands for Chief Encouragement Officer. You should be the empowerment officer, the encouraging officer. Well, that's what your administrators should be. They should be there saying in the classroom, seeing what the needs are and how can I help you meet those needs?
Awesome, awesome. Let's go on to another question. This is getting hot. Tech fatigue. How do we support teachers' development and growth and when they feel tech fatigue? You want to go?
So yes, a lot of my business, which is coaching actors and public speakers, has moved online. In fact, in the show business arena, so many casting offices have closed down. So many businesses have closed down to save money on, we can do it online. We don't need to rent this. We can come into a conference room once a week and the rest can be online. Save some money, which is great. But obviously, like in teaching some classes online, I found that I, again, shifted the model. I changed the syllabus so that it varied between group classes, and a class later that week was broken down into individual coachings. So people felt like they weren't like just sitting around going, I'm on my phone, I'm just waiting, I'm zoned out. Instead, they really felt like they had this incredible one-on-one session with me for part of the week where they really addressed their issues, their problems. I could really hear their needs and I could just concentrate on them. They could concentrate on me rather than trying to do this all skate crazy thing. And then I would say, again, just reinvent. What can you, using a lot of tech from the pandemic, I've now incorporated into my curriculum. For example, I used to get a lot of things in writing. And now, excuse me, I've shifted to videos where a student will make a video entry of the same assignment rather than the writing. It's easier for them. I really get a sense of their expression. I really get a sense of, they don't have to try to put all that thought in word. They can just talk and feel and connect. And I feel like that, instead of being tech fatigue, it is a lot to kind of hash through the videos, but I also personally get to know the students a lot more than receiving and writing and not really having a lot of one-on-one time. I have so much more one-on-one time with these individual submissions that I find incredibly powerful, and they get my feedback one-on-one throughout the entire course. So we get to know each other in the room as well as online through these assignments. And I understand the tech fatigue, but again, if you think out of the box, how can you accomplish the same amount of hours and go between some group stuff and individual stuff within your curriculum?
Well, you're pretty much saying that if you do tech like we do education, traditional education, you're going to get fatigue.
Yes.
But if you do tech with creativity, innovation, and hands-on experience, then you're going to want to use the tools that tech has for us.
And again, we're so visual right now. If you know that, that's how people learn. That's how people absorb material. Use that as money in your pocket to create your curriculum around that framework. And I think you're going to find a lot of invention and opportunity.
Nice. Go ahead, Tracy.
I'd like to jump on that also, because I come from also a health background. I'm a physical therapist, basically. But when you come to fatigue, a lot of times that fatigue is decision making. You know, they call it decision fatigue. Einstein, he had 7 suits. They were all the same because that was just one decision he didn't have to make. And, you know, with all this tech stuff and all this learning stuff and all these things that people are trying to implement, you know, one of the great solutions that you could do is give teachers a few more breaks. I mean, that would just be a real easy, you know, here's a space to breathe throughout the day. I've got a lot of teacher friends and they say there's times that they don't even have a time to go for a bio break, you know, they don't have time to go to the bathroom. And it's like, that's terrible. You know, build in, if you can build in the curriculum, just a time for people to just be and breathe. They've taken recess, they've taken a lot of things out of the school, which are imperative for growth and understanding and creativity.
Well, I think Robert said this earlier to me this week. She said that you experience where teachers move from classroom to classroom to teach the students. But at the same time, what we want to create for teachers, we want to create for students. So the movement is important, as well as the specialized or the choice or the creativity that we're speaking about. So let's do one more. Doing great. So personal goals, mission of the institution. So this one is a hard one for me because we are in an institution when we talk about education at a large level and even going to a community level. So how do we support our teachers' personal goals and their needs from an institution perspective?
I'd just say real quick, because I know I want to give everybody else a chance. One of the things we do at Polk Institute is, I know that in the class that I teach, the first thing that we talk about is, what do you want? What, as you as a human being, what are your needs and what are your goals? Because until we know that, we can't even get into, does this mesh with the mission of the Institute? And the institutes, you know, we're talking about a broken system, right? We need institutes where they're willing to say, you know what? Maybe we need to be more focused on the teachers and the people because they'll take care of the kids. How about we really teach and understand what the teachers are looking for, what their goals are, and how can we bring the institution around to do that?
Yeah.
To help those.
Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit on the social emotional trend that we're going through. And it's killing me because we're telling teachers to teach social and emotional skills to our children. And by being empathetic, by listening to them, by building relationships, but they're not getting it. So, and I just want to plug in my dissertation was on the correlation between the perceived stress and emotional intelligence. So our teachers are struggling with emotional intelligence. So they have stress, they have higher stress. And the more lack of relationship they have from their institution, the more stress they perceive to have.
Can there be, we have this at the university, we have a faculty senate. We have different sort of inter-institutional bodies where you can kind of voice those things. And I think that having kind of a platform and an ear where that can be possible, I think is very useful. And in addition, I would say, just creating even a weekly fun, you know, social moment where like for a half hour, we all could be a potluck, whatever, we just have a powwow. So again, you're creating a social situation that's also casual, emotional, fun and we can strategically hit a question or two, or what are your challenges this week? I think just people need to be heard. Students need to be heard. There's a lot of concentration on that, but teachers absolutely need to be heard. And how can we do that? I mean, one thing I'd like to pitch to you and to say, like, what kind of freaks me out, and I'm grateful not to be a victim of this in all my work, but the whole sort of various state, like book banning and things like that. Like, how do you still teach this important thing with all this stuff, material being pulled out from under you? So I would say, like, what's the boiling it down, headlining, what is The Catcher in the Rye about? What is this book about? And then how can you map that out onto something that's a current event right now? Sadly, you're not going to read that amazing work, but you could still learn the thematic bottom line and have it be recontextualized to the students, so they're learning where they're seeing that and realizing it in the room and in their lives right now. And that's really what you're taking away with you. That's how that book lives in your heart. So maybe that's a way around it, but I don't know if that's even possible, but I hope it is.
Okay, so I would like to add something to that. But before that, I would like to say that I really appreciate information that you did mention, that we need to know what they want, right? So here's the thing. When we try to run organization to be successful, we always have to focus on the employee. And for educational organization, we know that the key is about the teacher, right? So since we understand that it's all about their motivation to do the good job, and as a top leader, we want them to have a high performance and all the time. So to do that, we need to focus on individual needs. Like I did mention earlier, that each of us has different needs. So we need those information. And I remember you did mention that sometimes we could do it weekly, monthly. I would say that we do it annually. Yeah. So this is a part of HR job. Okay, we can do this via HR functions. HR has responsibility to do many things about taking care of the employees. And they could be more creative when it comes to how to take care or support employee better. The goal is how we're gonna make them have a high performance and for the long run. So because of that, the head of HR has to be strategic leader. Have to be strategic leader, has to focus on future. Strategy is all about future. So how we gonna make our employee has a high motivation and work well? It's gonna relate to many things, even about the support, about well-being. From my previous research, I had a chance to interview the Chief of Human Resource Management at University Lowell, both private university and public university. I found something that's very interesting. From the findings, there was the lack of on-site mental health program.
You said it all right there.
Yes, so they are trying to have this. They are trying to have this, but still in the process. They recognize that stress issue, burnout issue is really important for the employee, especially females, because they have the role at home and the role at work. Yeah. They have the place that employee could call, but that's about it. So one of the chief of human officers said that he would prefer to have on-site support. It means that could be professional persons right there at the school or at the university. So this is a new, pretty much the new knowledge.
Yeah.
And the thing that I think educational organizations should really pay attention, because it will relate to the well-being of the employees.
Yeah, I would like to hear if Robert got something.
Well, to answer your question directly, on January 4th, I'm going into a 97 student public school just near where I live in Hawaii. Principal's been there for 8 years and wants to make change in the school, but doesn't feel the mission is giving her the license to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is work with the faculty on shifting the mission to something that everybody knows, recognizes, and believes in.
To stand behind.
And I've been working with a lot of schools recently on creating just 3-word missions and a phrase for their vision. In one of my schools, our mission was connect, inspire, challenge. That was the mission. We based our teacher growth program on that. The way we design curriculum and program on connect, inspire, challenge. And everyone in that school knew the mission and vision of the school. So that's what we're going to do first. We're going to create a mission that everybody knows, everybody believes in, and everybody supports. And then we're going to start coaching every teacher around how do they bring that mission alive into the school. And again, with all due respect to teachers, one of the things we need to focus on today is student voice. Student agency and student voice. So if your mission was connect, inspire, challenge, I would have something like you have in the restrooms in Singapore when you leave. It's a little screen where you push a smiley face, a neutral face, and an unhappy face. And I'd like the students to understand that when they left that room, they could punch one of those buttons to say, I felt connected, inspired, and challenged.
Powerful.
And you got that teacher had that immediate feedback that their students understood the mission too, and they believed that everyone at the school was living the mission.
That's very powerful, very powerful. And you know, these experts are really clear that there's strategies and tools that exist today to support teacher motivation and retention. We would like to have a conversation with you though. We have enough time to have a dialogue with the audience about this topic. So even if it's not directly in our questions, but you want to make a statement on how to, not only a statement, but give us some suggestions on how we could retain and motivate our teachers, come on to the mic. Yay.
Yes. So I just walked away from 2 decades of tenure 3 days ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And manifold reasons, but the question that I have for you is that I'm neurodiverse. And I find academia to be largely extroverted. And it has been a continual struggle for me to feel at home in an extroverted environment. What feedback would you give a student teacher who is an introvert or on the spectrum? Thank you.
Well, one of the things that we invested in one of my schools was the Gallup Clifton Strengths Finder. And every single person in that school went through the survey, which takes about 45 minutes to get your top 5 strengths. And they began to realize that we are all different, funny enough, and that there are 4 domains: executing, influencing, relation building, and strategic. And not everyone, we talk about empathy. Empathy is a relation building strength.
Yes.
And if you have empathy as number 30, it's very hard for you to become empathetic. We say we can teach empathy. I'm not so sure. So once we know who we are and what drives us, and we have a school that is playing, building, and supporting our strengths, and we have administrators that understand about our people's strengths, you can take somebody who is introverted and show them their superpowers and where they can thrive, and understand that we are all different in so many different ways, that we celebrate our differences, play to our differences, instead of spending so much time talking about our weaknesses. In strengths, the word weakness does not exist.
I would have to agree with that wholeheartedly, because bottom line, it's almost frowned upon in society now to reflect, to look inside and look at yourself, because everybody's like, oh, that's so selfish. It's not. The greatest gift that we can give to each other is understanding who we are. Because when we know who we are, we know what our strengths are, And whether it's taking a survey or whatever it is, find your strengths, work in your strengths, and find those that complement them. But it's not a selfish thing to take care of yourself. It's not a selfish thing to take time to look in and see who you are and what you want. What I want or what do I want is not a selfish question. It is the greatest gift that we can give to each other.
That's awesome.
I just would like to add to that a little bit. I see it as the way people work together as a team. I have taught the class called team building and group behaviors for several years. One thing that I found out is it's the best to have everyone contribute that expertise when it comes to working together as a team. So that's how it works. It means that we know our strength, right? So if we could celebrate the strength like you just mentioned earlier, and we would have the expertise from everyone. So finally, we will have a great outcome. It's great productivity from our team. And that's a high job performance for our organization. It's win-win situation.
I want to give the audience another opportunity. I want to hear some more. Come on.
So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you were able to change your evaluation system to a teacher growth system, because I'm a firm believer it needs to be more about growth and support and development. And in New York State, in the Northeast, having worked in Rhode Island and Connecticut and New York, we have state systems that are very, they require you to turn in your scores. And they require you to have your student scores. And so I'm just curious of like, I always believe there's ways to get around things. So I'm curious your strategy around how you turn that into more of a growth thing and how you got around having to like turn in scores or how you translate things into a score to kind of game the system a little bit.
Yeah, I love Tracy mentioned about the bottom-up approach. So I'm not sure if Tracy, if you want to address that.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm ex-military, right? So you always have the higher ups saying, you got to do this, but the people on the ground are the ones that see what's going on. Absolutely. They know what's happening with the students. They know what's happening in the classroom. They know what's working and they know what's not working. And it to me, and I'm going to defer to Robert as well, but it seems to me, and maybe it's just me, but maybe the people that are on the ground might want to advise the people that are advising the people on the ground. But it comes back to, I'm sure you do.
I've been at the table at the top and advised them at the top and they still don't listen.
Well, and therein lies the problem. The system's broken because it's trying to come from the top down.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work.
I'll be happy to talk with you afterwards, but we spent a whole year. I had a group of teachers, administrators, and myself design the system. We beta tested it with those teachers. Then they gave us the feedback how it felt, so that when we launched it, we had a group of teachers standing up with administrators saying, we support this system, it's going to work. And we gave the administrators and the teachers made promises. And so I have it all done. I can show it to you. It's all beautifully prepared for you to implement.
All right, we'll connect later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So
excuse me.
We are fulfilling our goal.
Something just came across my mind. Please
Go ahead.
let me say really quick. Actually, I think we could do something really creative. We are thinking about making changes. We are thinking about the future. So future is all about strategy. So to do that, we have to have brainstorming. It's just like how organizations create strategy to use for the next 5 years. So the new trend of creating strategy we call open strategy. It means that we bring our stakeholders together and then ask them what they want, what they know, how they would like to see organization in the future. So in this case, it means we're going to ask them how we're going to evaluate the teacher in the future. Thank you.
So, there's a lot of strategy, speaking and tools, but it takes courage. It takes one person to decide that they're going to make change in their institution. And, we thank you and thank our panel. Let's give them a hand. Weren't they awesome? And I want you to walk away with what steps are you going to take to support in the motivation and retention of our teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the panelists. Now, although tracking student achievement has always been important to educators, the rise of online education has made it more difficult. The panelists coming up will discuss whether or not they believe that the existing evaluation processes focused on online test outcomes are adequate to identify how well a student has mastered the subject taught in class. I'd like to invite the panelists and moderator to begin their discussion on evaluation in education, digital and comprehensive online assessments.
Okay, I think before we get started with this session, I think we need to thank the tech people for all the hard work they put in our lovely room assistant. They've had this come off. No, they've hit some hurdles that they've had to get over today and yesterday, but bro, thank you. We just wouldn't be we couldn't do this without you guys. So thank you very much for everything you do. I'm Curtis Clough. I'm the superintendent at Hagerman Municipal Schools, also CEO and lead facilitator for Rise to Next Level Consulting. We're going to cover today's topic, which is digital and comprehensive online assessments, the good, the bad, and the ugly. First, this is kind of a loose presentation. If you guys have questions or you want to make some comments, walk your way up to the mic and we'll be able to call on you to have your input, because we really want to have some of your input. This needs to be interactive so we can have the full discussion. Also, some opening comments, so you guys are aware of some of the perspectives we have. First, this is the world according to Clough at my school district I'm currently at. First, we're not a big believers in the online state assessment systems. We believe they're a one-time snapshot of the kid's knowledge on that given day and not really a true assessment of what true learning is going on in the classroom. And it shouldn't be the end-all be-all of what a kid's success in a school setting. Also, grade inflation is a real serious problem across this country when it comes to assessment, whether in person or online. So what constitutes true assessment of student success? And those types of questions need to be answered as we go forward. And obviously, we've heard it a lot. The computers, assessments, or tools may not be the all substitute for the relationships that are created inside classrooms with teachers and in-person instruction. So those personal relationships are critical to whatever student success is or will be, including the use of the technologies that are present for us. So that kind of gives you some frameworks of what we're going to be discussing today. Now I'm going to let my esteemed panelists, we're small but mighty, give their 30-second elevator speech of who they are, what they do, and why they're involved in this topic. So I'll start with it.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ipek Williamson. I'm coming from Ontario, Canada. I'm an insight coach and meditation teacher. And I love to work with people who are going through change, major change in general. And I also love to work with people who are going through burnout. So that's one of my favorite topics too. And
hello, I'm Jay Moore from Michigan. I'm an education consultant by trade, and so I focus on talent development, workforce development. I've been a former middle school teacher and educator recruiter.
My name is Dr. Yvette Wilson Barnes. I'm the Associate Dean of Student Affairs at the City University of New York School of Law, where I've been for 4 years. And prior to that, I was the Dean of Students at Union Theological Seminary for 9 years. And this topic is very important to me, particularly with regards to students with disabilities. And I'm going to talk a little bit later about my concerns and issues with pop-up exams and not factoring in the need for students with disabilities who have time and a half, double time, triple time to have that allocated time to complete their exams.
Okay, first question for our panelists. What have been your experiences in creating or using digital assessments and evaluations in your areas of expertise?
Well, I'm a coach. I'm not a teacher. I don't teach children or young adults or teenagers. But as a coach, I have multiple clients and I use digital assessment tools to take a snapshot of where they are, how they are doing, and what is the situation now and where we're gonna go, where we want to go with them. And but I never rely on solely with the online assessment. I always go through so many things on one-on-one so that I can understand what's underneath those answers, those feedbacks that were given. I can understand that teachers might not have that kind of time to spend this much time with each student. But I firmly believe that online assessments can only give us, as you said, a snapshot of that person at that specific moment. And it doesn't give us a real idea on where really they are at learning and understanding. So, so it gives us a quantitative information, but we need to go after the qualitative information. Quantitative only shows us the left side of the brain, how it's doing, but we need to also check out the right side, because otherwise we cannot get a full picture. So that's what I think and feel, but you are more educators, so I will.
So from the lens that I'm speaking from as a former middle school teacher and also as a director on a school board, I would say it depends on each student, right? And as a person that has always taught in Title I schools, it's always a learning curve or a curve when you're grading. And so you have to take that data in consideration. And so I guess the short answer, I'm not sure if it's that great or what my feelings is about it, because you always end up having, I guess it gives you data to then go back and say, where do I need to teach, right? And where do I need to focus? But I don't think it should be the standard, because once again, if majority of my class falls under, let's say 50%, then I have to assess, well, am I doing something right? Am I doing something wrong? Is it a type of learning style? Is there some type of, which I know you're going to talk about as well, some type of disability that I'm not reading or able to comprehend? Or what is the solution? What do I need to do? So.
Yeah, most of my career in education has been at the graduate level, so within theological education and legal education. There's a number of ways, right, in which we are determining whether the student is learning and taking in the information and the content in order to, in the instance of law school, prepare for the bar examination. And so there's a number of, I think, different methods that our faculty use, right? One, which is a number of learning management systems that they utilize in order to see if the student is engaging the material, engaging one another. There's also these more practical assessments. Moot court, for example, is where our students get to practice being a lawyer, arguing a case. And so there's exams, there's the practical piece, there's the fellowships and the internships, and then the assessment and evaluation that comes from internship supervisor that allows us to get a good sense that our student is taking in this information and they're able to apply what the knowledge and what they are learning. And I think that, you know, in this digital age, and particularly since the pandemic, where we were forced as an institution, certainly at CUNY, you know, to move to remote learning and thinking about how we use technology to assess the knowledge. And I think that we're still trying to figure out, you know, the best way to do that. But one of the things that, you know, has been extremely important to us is ensuring that the assessment of the student's knowledge is competency-based and practice-based.
That makes a very good transition. Panelists brought up some of the questions that we were talking about, the qualitative and quantitative balance of what true learning goes on inside the classroom, as well as multiple other issues of the snapshot. Is it instructional practice that's causing the low scores, or is it actually the software? Or are there other things that could be the hurdles inside digital assessments and evaluation that occur? So this is a great segue into our second question. And I'll give some context to it once I'm done asking. Okay, what innovations and adaptations or barriers have you seen during the pre and post-COVID areas in your areas of expertise? I'll give you an example. Like in a K through 12 setting, we noticed the skills gap, not only of our students and asking them how to perform, but also our teachers, how to use those assessments truly and fully. Did they truly understand it? Was another add-on to more work that they were doing done. Their traditional days now gone. They're on call 24/7. And also, as well as at the same time, some of the other barriers that were going on is the digital divide that's occurring with access to this, and that the kids could not get to the online assessments to give that true doing it. And is it short cycle versus long cycle? Are we doing interim assessments? Are we doing it as a comprehensive measure? There's a whole bunch of issues that causes this. So I'd like to hear the panelists' thoughts on any innovations, adaptations, or barriers that you guys face during pre-COVID and post-COVID. I know it's going to be much different in a coaching environment
Yes.
than it would be in an educational environment, but go ahead.
Obviously, it's very different, but at the end of the day, I can see that during COVID, everything had to improve or grow like exponentially in just like a lightning fast. So everybody had to find a way to figure out how to assess children's success levels. And obviously the easiest way was doing it in a digital way, and less time consuming too, of course. But as you said, the environments where some children don't have access to even computers, or it's so funny, some children had to get to a computer to do their schoolwork, but they never sometimes used it before. So there's a learning curve attached to it too. So it has been a good progress in every level of digital assessments. But before getting to that, we like seeing children and meeting where they are, as Leslie used to say, meeting where they are and finding out what are you capable of using, and will you be able to express yourself through this testing model. So even though I believe it got better because of COVID, because of schooling from home had to improve. But even then, I don't believe that it is enough tool to assess our children. Like children needs nurturing and being one-on-one treatment. So that's what I feel. And I'm not, as I said, an educator like you are, but as a mother, as a teacher, meditation teacher maybe, but still what I see is this. Yeah.
So from a teacher at a Title I school, that's kind of my viewpoint. I would say from a teacher side of things, I think it just made them more aware of what challenges students were having at home, right? And then from the other side, which you hit on this, was the access of internet. And then in our particular school, we've had to pretty much give, I think about 70% of our students like Chromebooks. And not only getting Chromebooks, but you also had to give them a hotspot as well too, which is probably a fancy way of saying that their family probably could not afford internet or get on to Google Drive. And so there were all these different barriers. And then if you, once again, add into, well, if they don't have access to Chromebooks or Google Drive or a hotspot or anything like that, you may have some students that are at home that I'm an 8th grader, but I'm having to take care of my little brother and little sister. And, you know, my caregiver is working 3 different jobs to put food on the table, which oftentimes I would describe them as surviving families, right? So you have all these different barriers. So in terms of, I forgot what the question was, but I think I'm answering
You're
it.
answering it.
So,
Yeah.
But in terms of barriers, I think from both sides, from the educator side of things, they were just aware of challenges. From the student side of things, it was really kind of a test of faith to see if they can stay in there with proper resource.
No, I'm so glad you brought that up about, these barriers. I mean, once, COVID hit, I remember the last day of class, or the last day that we were in the building. It was March 12th, 2020. And, the chancellor had sent us, CUNY's chancellor had sent us, information about what we needed to do next to figure out how we were going to be a distance learning program. And everyone was like, oh my God, our particular program was not online because we are mandated and required by the ABA, by the American Bar Association, and by the Court of Appeals, right, to have in-class programming. So this was all very new for us. And one of the things that CUNY did do was make available Chromebooks, right, for students. Here was the issue though, because when it came time for exams, one of the platforms that we would use is Exemplify, and it was not compatible with the Chromebooks.
Yes. Yep. Never have issues with tech in this. Okay, we have a question from the audience, or a comment. Go ahead. Who are you and what do you do?
Hi, can you hear me? Oh gosh.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm a mental health professional. I'm a licensed clinical social worker here for the Health 2.0 conference, and just started to pop over and see what you guys were talking about. One of the big issues that I've noticed both in the mental health field, but also in education, is how COVID has affected obviously all of us, but the social emotional learning effects on their ability to focus, concentrate in the school, in school, but also how teachers are managing the behaviors differently, or have to manage different attitudes or expectations of teachers, parents, admin, students. And so I was curious what more specifically to the testing, what differences have you seen or heard about or talked about from before pre-COVID versus post-COVID, and how those social emotional learning differences, or the things that have come out of COVID in terms of the social emotional learning necessities, have you learned about or talked about or understand?
Well, I can tell you from my perspective. I'm former district testing coordinator at Silver Consolidated Schools, and I oversee all testing right now with my guidance counselor today. I think the 2 biggest challenges we have faced, okay, obviously we did online testing beforehand, but nothing like being assessed all the time online. I mean, that's the biggest thing that we faced, is the test apathy that was hitting our kids when they came back into in-person session. They just viewed this as another source of assessment. Do I need to take this thing seriously? I mean, that's the biggest hurdle we're trying to overcome right now, because our state for 3 years hasn't counted state test scores towards school districts. So the message has been said, it doesn't matter, but yet we're in an online testing environment where it does matter. And I think the biggest thing that occurred that we noticed is the test anxiety for that test even though they don't care, it heightened because they didn't know how to handle it because they hadn't socialized. They're now in a very structured testing setting. And how do I act when I get done? What am I supposed to do? We had to retrain them all how to take those online assessments again. Because like I said, test apathy had set in. They'd done it online for 2 years. They're doing it now. We try to blend it more. I actually petitioned my state, New Mexico, for us to go back to pencil and paper tests for a year or two, especially for our young kids, for them to learn how to take it. Because we're starting to find out the skills they may have acquired during the COVID era were probably bad skills, and is affecting their test scores. Because it's point and click and all these other assessments. Now you got to go out and type an essay. You're asking a third grader to go in there and write a sentence or a paragraph. They haven't even had keyboarding yet. It doesn't happen until 5th grade in my state. So those are the issues we kind of found out at the K through 12 level. And looking at the social emotional part of it was huge because in both districts I've been in during COVID, we had social emotional support time. Now, was it fully utilized by those teachers? I had great PE teachers that did dance classes or did video games, whatever I can't remember what the dance one is. I can't remember what it is, but those she actually had them doing video games online as a means of releasing them. And it worked out great. And then we had the PE dribbling basketballs on. Now we had some parents complain because some things got broken in their house because they had a ball in the house. I don't want to go into that as an administrator. But some of those things did happen. But that's the biggest thing, is having them understand how to be in that testing environment again when our state sent the message it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for that. We had at the time one counselor for about 700 students. And one of the things, certainly, I mean, our mental health counselor was just working day and night to provide that kind of support to our students, counseling support. The good thing is that we also, thanks to CUNY's chancellor, we ended up partnering with crisis text line. So that was a resource, and then legal assistance was available as well to our students. One of the other things that I just want to quickly mention is that our faculty, decided to kind of move away from kind of exams that were timed. So basically they were take-home exams, or you had 24 hours to 48 hours to complete an exam, right? So that we were able to determine the knowledge that the students were gaining from what they were learning. So that really helped to mitigate and decrease the anxiety that students had. So that's just one example.
For us, after post-COVID, they were more intentional about mental health, social, emotional, not only from the student side, but also from the educator side as well too, because they were being burnt out. And where before, there was definitely individual behavior plans for students, but I could tell the shift was that this is a bigger issue. Obviously, we all have to figure this out, right? And so I would just say from our perspective, it was just more so, let's put more resources and more supports in place and retraining and re-educating them of this is how you take a test, this is what this looks like, this is how you write with a pencil, as silly as that sounds, just all of those things, because for 2 years, we were all kind of locked up in the house, right? And you can imagine as a child, when you're getting these social and physical and motor skills, when you're used to being with your peers, but you don't have any of that, it causes a whole nother set of issues. So.
Next question.
Yes, good afternoon. Excellent panel so far. My name is Dr. Iris Garner, and I just wanted to hear a little bit about how technology literacy impacts or drives beside assessment, right? Because if the student doesn't have the understanding of how to navigate the technology, then perhaps their scores will not be reflective of what they know and can do. Thank you.
Go ahead, you can go first.
No, I mean, one, that's a great question. I mean, this is something that we have been having conversations about at the law school, where there are a number of different learning management platforms that our students have to access. There's like actually too many. You've got Blackboard, then you've got Moodle, and then you've got all these different platforms. I mean, at our institution, there's faculty, they're using about six to seven. different ones. And so, you know, there is conversation about how can we streamline that where there is this one platform or one or no more than two that our students are able to access, because the students are getting overwhelmed, particularly our students that have disabilities or that have ADHD or, you know, suffer with anxiety and depression. Trying to manage all of these different platforms can be, you know, quite overwhelming. And then you've got to take exams through each of these different platforms. It's extremely stressful. So I think that there's a lot of work that definitely needs to be done in that particular area.
So I'm going to put my workforce hat on really quickly
Dude, I'm going to too.
to answer that question. One of the things that I've seen, right, you go into career exposure, right? So we're now in a Zoom culture of things. And so if we're teaching or we're pushing students to say, get into a tech field or something like that. And if they're on the Zoom and say the staff at that particular company culturally does not know how to communicate with that student, that also creates another barrier, which is another issue. And so then you have to go back and look and see, well, now is it a diversity issue, or how can we work around that, and what does that look like, along with all the other things that you named as well. So I wanted to mention that.
For me, as a coach, I have been seeing more and more younger people dealing with anxiety and depression. And my clients are getting younger and younger. My youngest client is 21 years old. He's a college student. And it's someone, I cannot remember the name, but one of the panelists the other day mentioned the pandemic created a tsunami. And while you are in something and you are living through it, you don't feel it. As soon as you start to get out of it, then the tsunami hits you. And we knew that this was gonna be the case. We were bracing ourselves for when everything is over and all the psychological effects of pandemic will hit. And it is hitting. Unfortunately, it is. And as educators, as teachers, as coaches, or social workers, or psychologists, therapists, everybody needs our help. On the other hand, of course, we need to help ourselves too. We need to take care of ourselves to be able to take care of others. So the psychological part and mental health part of the equation has been really, really big, really impactful. And we are, I think what I can say is we all are trying our best to help.
Can I just add one thing? I mean, right, Zoom fatigue, right, has been a huge thing. And I think one of the challenges that many had, or many faculty had, was how do I use this platform in a creative way? How do I not just do straight lecture for 3 hours with maybe like 1 or 2, 5 or 10 minute breaks, but how do I learn how to use the breakout rooms? And so, and have the students engaged, and how do I have them come back to the main room and report back? And how can that be a way to assess, the knowledge that has, and the conversation, and hear the conversations that took place in those breakout rooms? How can I use the poll feature, to see if the group or the class is taking in the knowledge, capturing it, and at least getting a benchmark of, okay, well, 30% of the class, gets it, the other 20 doesn't. What do I need to do to kind of re-strategize my teaching approach?
First, I want to thank you for that question, because that's the very next question on our list. As an MC and the moderator of this, it was a perfect lead-in to what we're talking about, because we had this in-depth discussion the other night of the impact it's not only had on our students, but had on our staffs and our operations as organizations. I think that's the biggest flip we had to make in K-12. I worked in higher ed in prior incantation of my career in Arizona that had its own online digital academy. And I still had professors back there I was friends with, I'd see on Facebook, they made the transition seamlessly because their skill sets were much better adapt to it than what K through 12 or the regular classroom higher ed teacher was. So how it affected our operations, to get back to your question, how the digital literacy part plays into this. In my district, we're currently asking that question, what does true assessment involve? And what needs to happen in order for it to occur? If we're going to use these online assessments, we might as well play the game with the state and figure out how we're going to get the best test scores playing that game when it really doesn't matter, in my opinion. That's me speaking politically in the state of New Mexico because our test scores haven't counted for 3 years. But if we're looking at it on how do we upskill our staff and how do we integrate that into our daily operation and give them the time? Because right now in my state where I'm at, New Mexico, they're talking about increasing the amount of instructional hours to 1140 for every student in our state. Right now it's at 990 and 1080. Elementary K through 6 is 990. Secondary 7 through 12 is 1080. That also counts preschool. So now you're going to have our preschool kids go from 990 hours in a week, which is a 4-day week for them, with the teachers because they do stuff with parents, to 1140. How's that going to impact our operational view? And if we're trying to integrate technology and create 21st century skills in these kids earlier, is more time necessary to answer? I go, no. The best for me is I want better quality, not quantity. The better the instructor I have in front of that student, whether it's online or in person, the more impact I'm going to have in that student's life. And that's how I've always viewed this. I was an online instructor. I was back in college, back in the old days in 2011. It's amazing how far Moodle, Angel, Blackboard, all those companies have come. Now you got Canvas. When the first time I instructed an online class, I was the academic chair at the campus, assistant dean. I had to teach one class. They said, go online, it's going to be easy. No, it wasn't. I taught in person all my life. I said, next semester I'm teaching sociology in the classroom. I'm done. Because I did not have the necessary skill set. And that was the biggest thing. And I've encouraged, if you're here for the digital literacy one, I've encouraged my staff to make that their focus for the next 2 years. We'll take care of the first 3 parts of your evaluation. You wouldn't be here as a teacher working for me if I didn't know you were a good teacher. I mean, that's how I've approached this. And I laid that expectation on the line very easily. But I've also set an atmosphere where they're allowed to fail and not have them be crucified by it. So I've created that balance as the district lead, setting the vision with my board and with my administrators and my teaching staff of that balance between you need to go try something new, or I may have to go find somebody else to do it new for me. And my staff respects me. They come to me all the time. I mean, I'm into buildings almost as much as my principals when I can be, except for I'm dealing with all the other issues as a superintendent, like unemployment claims, personnel, dealing with attorneys, all those other sidebars I've got to do. But I try to be the instructional leader of the district as a superintendent, set that tone. And I even tell them when I screw up, when I send out an email incorrectly or do those things, they know it's okay to screw up. And they, right now, we're working on our professional development for next year already. And this is exactly a topic that our district has hit upon, is upskilling our kids, because the one word I hate as an educator right now, and the politicians are using it against us, is learning loss. We didn't lose any learning. We have a learning gap because of decisions that were made by politicians to make them stay at home. They lost those social skills. They lost those kindergarten and first grade years where they're getting those fine motor skills to do all those things. It's not a loss. You created a loss. If you're going to say it, then you created it as politicians. It's a gap. We always have gaps in education. You have a gap when they leave at the end of a semester in college, come back next semester. If they wind up taking poli-sci 105, they have to take 106 next semester. Algebra. Once I got to advanced math, my grades became the imaginary number that I was studying in advanced math when I got there. I was not a math person. I thought I was till I got to my senior year. But those are the types of things that always happen, but they seem to be politicizing COVID with decisions they made with the loss, as opposed to it being a gap that we try to overcome. And I keep stressing that to my staff all the time right now. And it's really affected how we've operated. We're very similar. We may not be a Title I school, but we're pretty dang close to being a Title I district. I got 84% free and reduced, and we're applying for CEP now to be district-wide. And that way we can be Title I completely and use all those resources. So I think that's the dialogue we need to have of how operationally we're going to move forward, because we can't move back. I mean, regardless of what people are saying, technology become embedded in the education world. We can't go back to pre-COVID, even though there are a lot of people, and I know districts in my area where I'm at in the state, they're trying to go back to, well, we're going to just do in-person instruction. You can't. Our kids have gotten used to it. The colleges are expecting it. The careers are expecting it. Matter of fact, I'm working with the Carpenters Union right now and doing a virtual class with my juniors and seniors to get them career exploration in carpentry. And one of the things they do is they have to pass the tech assessment that you don't think carpentry is a tech field? They got to set up design and make sure to know where in the heck to order their supplies at. So yeah, it is very technical. So I think those are all the things we got to take into account as moving forward. That digital literacy, not only for the students, but the digital literacy for the staff, because like I said, I got an experienced staff. They've learned really quickly to be really good on the computer because I made them do it. So we do it that way.
Yeah, and I would say that, I mean, each of us are, at different types of institutions. I'm at the law school. We are not we are not a online program. We are not a hybrid program. We've just been forced to be in that position because of COVID. But regardless of that, I think, like you said, there is this deficit of learning. And I said this on Monday, that if the staff don't have what they need, the students can't get what they need. The same thing with the faculty, and that the onboarding experience and process that faculty need to go through needs to include digital learning and how to do these assessments in a way that also takes into consideration our students with disabilities. The last thing I wanted to say as well is that, as we're preparing, our law students to take the bar exam, one of the things that, which is to assess their knowledge and learning to become attorneys, we are grappling with our students with disabilities who are requesting accommodations for this exam and are getting denied. Yeah. And they're getting denied because they can't show that they had anxiety or they had ADHD from when they were a kid, because they didn't get diagnosed until they either got to college or law school. So we're grappling with that. And so that is a barrier as well, to so many of our students across the country, not having that extra time that they need to take this exam so that they can be the best lawyers that they can be.
Okay, last question before we do some wrap-ups at the end. How do you view the future of digital assessment evaluation, its impact on workforce and economic development, as well as best practices in virtual reality training and other things that have yet to even be tapped in the field of education? So,
well, I see that especially during this conference, we heard a lot about AI and AI technology, how it's impacting and how it will impact more and more going forward. And in my opinion, what needs to be happening is that AI technology should be used in a way as a tool, as a help for the teachers, for the educators, so that that part maybe takes care of the quantitative side of the assessment, while teachers can focus on the quantitative side of assessment of their students. So that for that reason, I really see the AI technology as a good tool that will create free time for educators so that they can do what they are meant to do, just nurture and give more attention that the students deserve. That's what I feel and think about it.
I think those educators that get it, right, and can lead in that way will do a great service to students in that way. And hopefully students end up with educators that are progressive in that way and they get it, just like how you talked about with the basketball, or if you integrate TikTok or whatever it is from a digital point. Far as students age-wise, or if I had to put a grade on it, I think the sweet little baby angels that are like K through third, right? They may have a better chance in terms of things already being worked out. So as they go through and they get to middle school and high school, it's now the norm, right? And that's just with the assumption that everything else was corrected before then. So.
You know, I think digital literacy is critical. Certainly at the law school level, and I'm going to lift up one of our professors, Joe Rosenberg. He actually has a course on technology in the law, and really trying to educate our students on how to integrate technology into the practice of law, so that they're ready. Because, you know, as my friend said, we're not going backwards. You know, if we didn't know how to use technology before the pandemic, we sure have been introduced to it, and we're not going back. So it's a force. So we have to figure out how to use this tool and use it in a way, though, that is equitable, and to identify what the barriers are in using that technology, and making sure that everyone has access, not just a few, not just those who can afford it, not just, you know, those who are used to using it, but to make sure that we get everyone at the same place of using technology that is going to advance knowledge.
I think to go along with that, in my role as a superintendent and looking, I always use this analogy. When I was growing up, there were chalkboards. When I was in high school, there were smart boards, and now we have computers. It's been progressive. Education's progressing, and with this conference called Ed 2.0 for a reason. We want to advance it. And I think as we look forward with this, those that embrace the technology and be able to do it. Now, I think there's a fine line between overdoing it and not doing it enough. Because like right now, Yvette brought this up. We were using 6 different platforms to get through COVID in 2 different districts I was working in. How do we simplify this and get it down? We went to Clever to have a single login for our students, so that way the same password goes for everything, no matter what they're doing in our district. Made it easier for them. They could remember one password, not be like me and have 6 or 7 different passwords, get on my state stuff, write them on a piece of paper inside my desk. Okay, nobody on the internet break into my office and get in, but you don't want to get the access to New Mexico Department of Education documents anyway. Those things are a pain in the butt to fill out. But it made it easier for them to understand and use it as the tool that's supposed to be, not the replacement of the teacher. Because we still got to have that social aspect in schools and all that. The way I'm really seeing it progressing, especially in rural campuses, of my 27 years in admin, I believe I counted, I've been 23 of them on a rural, a district or campus that's been authorized by the federal government as a rural or rural and frontier district, which is isolation. And when I look at that, the lack of access my kids have to real valued careers and have them understand it and being able to utilize that. We entered into an agreement with a company called Nepris for us to do career exploration for our kids K through 12. Because my kids, if we're going over the Roswell, we're in oil and gas country. We're also in cattle country, dairy country in New Mexico. That's all they know. But yet we were able to get a systems go pre-engineering program going to New Mexico Junior College in Socorro. And now we have 15 to 16 kids. And we had one kid that actually went to Texas Tech on an engineering scholarship last year out of the program. That's something he never would have had if we wouldn't have reached out and used those online resources for that program and looking at it. But I think that's going to be the key, is if we're really looking at individualize this and get kids exposure to what they really want to do and be passionate about, how do we utilize those resources so districts like mine have access to those type of money? First off, this is definitely a dollar figure that's going to cost districts down the future, to get them those experiences to be able to become a doctor, law enforcement, carpenter, bioengineer, whatever they want to be, med fields are exploding. But yet 10% of my kids want to go into it. It's because they don't know it. I mean, I think that's the big thing, is using it as a tool to help support that knowledge and gain it and move it forward and see what can happen. Use it as a resource. Don't rely on it as a crutch, because I've known teachers that relied on the crutch, used it, they sit there, instruct, and the kids get frustrated. Work with them to make them understand the need as well as the necessary skills, because we all know Zoom. We still had kids coming to the company. It's just funny because we did have elementary kids the first day we came back after COVID wearing their pajamas to school because they thought that was their behavior as first and second graders. That's because they were in a class, they were at home the entire time being able to do that. And the other thing is, how do you have a kid that come to third grade test at a seventh grade reading level and comes back to the second grade level and they came back to school in person? Could that have been one of their parents taking a test across the table from them or something? Or their older brother and sister? We got to be aware of those issues too. If we're going to look at true assessment and true advancement, there's a whole bunch of operational changes we have to make as schools to make sure we adapt to it and make sure those students are getting what they need to be successful in those areas and have it. So I'll let Yvette do that, and then we'll do the wrap.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing because you were talking about workforce, and it was interesting that at the beginning of the pandemic, so many of our students had been accepted into internship and fellowship programs, and then found themselves without internships and fellowships, simply because the places of employment also were not digitally literate, and therefore could not accommodate our students in these internships opportunities. And then we had to scramble and try to find these new internships for them with organizations and with law firms, with legal organizations, with nonprofit organizations that were digitally literate and could accommodate our students. So it's not just in the classroom, it's right, our students need the literacy, the faculty need the literacy, and then these organizations and these places of employment where our students can get the experience to learn that particular field also need digital literacy.
Okay, last question. One quick golden nugget you'd like to leave all our colleagues on online assessment. Yeah, 30 seconds each because we're running out of time. One golden nugget you like to leave with your colleagues.
Well, testing should be not only qualitative, but also quantitative. It should be, there should be an equilibrium. That's what I say.
Just to have proper resources in place and preparation so students can do their best.
And I would say that, we need to be able to give our students the practical experience so that they can apply the knowledge that they're learning in the classroom. And that, I think, is the most powerful way to assess students' knowledge of the information.
I think to go along with Yvette, I say the same thing I said with the literacy. Application. Let them understand the need for it and why they have to act this way, because in an online environment, what they do now on social media may cost them in the future. And those types of things. I think there's this golden umbrella over children right now. They're teenagers, think they're invincible. And I think their habits need to be formed earlier. We need to get them that information so they make stupid decisions that can cost them when they go for jobs after they graduate from high school or college. I think those are the types of things that we need to be focusing on. Have them embrace this as it's a skill. We all know technology is a skill. You can be a programmer, you can be a social media expert, but what other skills do we need to support with them in order to be successful with these online assessments and evaluations and be able to make sure we have a true picture of assessment that goes on with that student throughout his entire career. So other than that, are there any questions? We do have some time left. If there's any questions left.
Can I just say one thing? I
Yeah.
really appreciate what you said about the digital footprint, that, we need to ensure that our students are being mindful of not only how they're engaging these platforms, but social media. and that it could affect their career in the long run. And that's something that we have to really educate our students about, simply because of character and fitness. To become an attorney, they are looking at your digital footprint. And so that's an important part of education as well.
I think that's a good, let's thank the panelists for their input today. Really appreciate their knowledge and everything else. Again, thank you to everybody for helping pull this off. The tech people have been incredible. Everybody's there. Hope you have a good rest of the conference, and thank you for paying attention.
Okay, thank you to the panelists. Now, next up, we have a fireside chat on the topic, how is simulation and animation redefining the future of education? With simulation and animation, students can better understand what it's like to actually be in these situations. So they're not just reading words, instead they can see what it looks like when someone makes a particular choice. Please join me to welcome Sarah Barker, Associate Professor, Pasadena City College, and Amira Morrison, Chairman, Hope Artificial Intelligence, Inc., with a round of applause.
Now? Ah, there we are. Hello. I think we're just waiting for a clicker, but would you like to start? Okay, yeah, soon we'll have some slides up, but hello. And I just love to start by saying I'm really honored to be here, and my mind is full with so many wonderful ideas. And my heart is also full because there's a lot of really passionate people in this room that really care about our students, and I'm just honored to be here. My name is Sarah Barker. I actually just walked away from a tenured position at Pasadena City College, as you all just heard. I taught television, radio, and film there for 14 years, and I've been teaching that for about 20 all total. Now I'm getting my PhD in media psychology. I start my dissertation in January, and I'm doing it on something called embodied cognition, and I'm bringing that in to virtual reality.
Thank you all for being with us here this afternoon. My name is Amr Mohsen. I'm the co-founder and chairman and CEO of Hope Artificial Intelligence, Inc. Hope Artificial Intelligence, Inc. is a nonprofit 501c3 company focused on bringing online education to inmates in prison, in state and federal prisons, in order to offer them courses in career technical subjects that lead to professional certification issued by well-recognized high-tech companies such as Meta, Google, Cisco, AWS, and so on. And this way the inmates, while they're in prison, in less than a year, can complete those technical career courses and get their certificates. So when they're released, they can apply to get well-paying jobs.
So it looks like our slides are up. And so today we're talking about how is simulation and animation redefining education. Let's see if I can figure this out. Speaking of technology. Ah, there we go. Okay. So, well, you were just talking about, did you want to say anything else about here?
Yes, the topic of simulation and animation is a very important topic that will increase in importance in education at all levels. And mainly because students and teachers became more familiar and comfortable using advanced software and video communication and online learning and so on. And with the rapid advancement in computing technology and software capabilities, the capabilities of simulation and animation is going to become more pervasive and more accessible for students at all levels to be able to understand the complex behavior of systems that would look like abstract. However, when they're simulated and represented in an animated form, it becomes visual. It would invoke emotions, and it will also stay in their memory, and they will be able to apply it in their lives later on.
Great. And I just have to say, I was really excited that I got to do this talk with you. It was really kind of serendipitous. Here, I'll advance this a little bit, because this is actually, if you would like to listen to my podcast, just come find me and you can scan my little tag. I'm doing a podcast right now on virtual reality in health, because there is a lot of research out there to suggest that VR is powerfully effective with PTSD, pain, depression, anxiety, and stress. But wait, there's more. There's also scores of studies that suggest that VR is a powerful mechanism to teach students. I just got my grades in a couple days ago, so I'm just coming off the end of my last semester at PCC, and I can tell you that, strictly anecdotally, but I find that a lot of my students in online classes were failing miserably. It was one of the drivers that kind of inspired me to go back to school and get a degree in media psychology. I want to understand how to prepare students to work in an environment wherein school is happening online primarily. Because what the data suggests is that students expect to be able to enroll in online classes, but data also suggests that those students don't do particularly well in those online classes. So really quickly, in case any of you are data freaks, which I'm sure probably most people in this room are data freaks, you can look at some of the studies that I personally have been doing, both qualitative and quantitative research to support VR in classroom environments. In particular, what I'm interested in looking at is a relatively new theoretical concept, comparatively speaking to others, and that's the idea of embodied cognition, this idea that humans learn by doing. We learn by rolling up our sleeves and actually getting physical, moving our bodies. So some of the research that you see up here is bringing embodied cognition into VR. So if you can imagine that you're a student, and that rather than going on to a Zoom call, you drop into a VR chat room, and you drop into a digital avatar. And again, I could go on forever, but that's just, it's an animated identity that you come up with. And I was going to put mine up here so you could see what mine looked like, and I forgot to do that. So imagine that you've got these students now that are in a VR chat room where they're communicating with each other via digital avatar. And particularly what I'm looking at is, what my dissertation is on, is does this improve students' sense of belonging, critical thinking skills, and engagement? And so to be continued on what we'll see what I find out.
Yes. Yeah, so the use of virtual reality and augmented reality is one of the very powerful delivery and implementation of simulation and animation. And I'd like to share with you an application of the simulation and animation that we have used in the delivery of the Cisco Network Administration course at one of the prisons. And this is, some of you may know, the CCNA course is a very technical, complex course. And it involves teaching the learners what a router is, what are the switches, and how to program the router and the switches to form a network, and the various level of networks, local area networks, as well as broad areas and the internet. And a lot of the concepts associated with those complex components are described and taught through the course. However, being able to put them all together to form a system and seeing it working is very important for the learner to be able to understand how the system is going to work, how to modify it, and how to debug it, and so on. And in a prison environment, those equipments are not available. And so in partnership with the Cisco Corporation, they developed a simulator called Packet Tracer. And that Packet Tracer is available on the computer. In this particular mode, our education platform is residing on the cloud, on an AWS cloud, and inmates in the classroom using PCs in the classroom with a simple browser. It's in client PC. They can access our education platform in the cloud, which has a lot of security guardrails, so they cannot go anywhere else. And they can access the Packet Tracer. They can access all of the education material of Cisco on our platform. So they're able to put together a complex network on that simulator and program the switches and the networks and the routers and pass packets through this network and see it behaving and see any problems and figure out how to debug it. This simulation, this Packet Tracer simulation is very powerful because it allows inmates in a prison in a classroom that don't have access to those equipments be able to model the operation of a network. They see visually how it's working, and they memorize it better, and they gain experience. It's like almost having the equipment in their classroom. And the animation associated with representing the simulation in a visual way is very powerful. And this is only made available because of the advancement in the computing capabilities of low-cost computers, such as a laptop or a PC that's available to any learner, whether in the classroom or at home. So the slides that we're showing here is an example of a classroom, where the inmates are sitting. Each one of them has a PC, and the PC has the Hope AI education platform open, and they can click on the course, the Cisco course, and they engage in a virtual session with the subject matter expert who will be residing, in this case, is residing in Santa Clara, a professor at Mission College, the chairman of the computer science and information technology at Mission College in Santa Clara. So he's engaged with them in a virtual session, a video session where they ask him question, he asks them question, and he guides them through the material. And this type of hybrid delivery, where they can access the material of the Cisco Network Administration in an asynchronous, self-paced way, in addition to the virtual video interaction, is a very powerful delivery because it helps the learner complete the course successfully. In this case, 100% of the inmates that started the course were able to complete it with this hybrid delivery.
And I'd love to say really quickly that in addition to all of this, there's also a lot of research to suggest, and in fact, I just found an article that they're bringing VR into prisons. And much like what you're doing with your technology, the VR platforms that they're bringing into prisons now are teaching inmates, particularly inmates who maybe they went into prison when they were juveniles and they've served a life sentence, say, and now they're 30 and they're 40 and they're getting out, and they really haven't had an opportunity to maybe learn how to do their laundry or learn how to cook or learn how to engage with an employer or prospective hiring agent. And so the VR will take what you're doing, but the pedagogy, if you will, is just teaching how to survive in the world by creating a simulation, right? So you drop them in a digital world, a story world, you populate it with digital avatars in real time. I think the prisons that I've looked at that are using VR in this way, they're actually hiring actors who have done live immersive theater to interact with these inmates and to teach them these skills that they need to find a job when they get out, to have good relationships with other humans, and to take care of themselves. So can bring the technology together too.
Let me show other slides here. this is a close-up of one of the inmate, with his PCs open, and you could see the Hope AI education platform, and they had the Cisco course. He can click on the Cisco course, and he can get all the material, self-paced material, as well as he can get the packet tracer, that network simulator. And the Cisco Network Academy support those courses. They developed the packet tracer. And this is an example of what can be done with simulators and animators in many area of STEM education and technical education. A well-known example of using simulator and animator is in helping pilots to learn how to fly an airplane using a simulator. They will sit in an environment that's similar to an airplane without flying, but it has all the equipment, all the gadgets, and in front of them, and they can simulate all the various environment and situation that will be encountering, winds, turbulence, and so on, and they can learn how to fly the airplane while they are in their office. This powerful technology has been used in the past in certain lab where they have large computation capabilities. However, recently, the rapid advancement in the computation capability, where the semiconductor technology continue to double the computing power, every year and a half, and reduce the cost by 30% every year, made such a computing capability available on a laptop or a PC, and be able to run such complex simulator and animator in a way that's available to every learner, whether at home or at school. And there is many examples of those type of simulator and animation that are going to be deployed, especially also with the capabilities that Sarah just mentioned, with virtual reality, which is an immersive capability, or augmented reality. And this will make available to students a very powerful way of learning complex systems that are difficult to follow just based on their abstract behavior or the expression of the equation that they follow. They'll be able to see it visually and experiment and feel the behavior of the system and be able to change it and understand how it works as if they had the whole system in real life in front of them.
Thank you. And I know this is a little bit of a departure, but in case anybody has any questions about this, I just take it back to VR in a traditional classroom again. One thing that I find frustrating for myself is that, I taught, whatever, in a school that was, most of my students were first generation, and they're working parents, they're working full time, they don't have deep pockets. And the challenge with VR today is that the cheapest head-mounted display, okay, the fancy little thing that you see people wearing, is about $300. That's Oculus Quest, which is the current lowest price point. That is way too expensive. One of the things that I like to do with my study, and I would love to do it in prisons, yes, is these head-mounted displays are getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. However, when you start getting into lower price point head-mounted displays, which you can get into for about $36, these would be similar to Google Cardboard, if any of you ever used that, right? So, the resolution's not there. And what we also know about this tech is that you're not going to experience immersion or presence, some of these technical terms that people who are studying VR talk about. You're not going to experience that yet with these cheaper head-mounted displays. And so another thing that I find challenging about VR is that if you're doing it in an online class, right, then what you can account for, right, what you cannot account for is the ecological conditions of the student, right? You don't know if that student is in a quiet space or if they've got 5 kids running in the background, right, while they're trying to, right? So there's a lot of things that we can't control about the use of VR. But I think my pain points are, we got to get the price point down. We got to get the resolution better so that people aren't experiencing, it's not actually not cyber sickness, it's actually straight up really motion sickness that people are experiencing. And, you know, we really need to figure out a way to, you know, if you're going to do it in a classroom, right, that's very expensive. And if any of you want to do some research, you can check out, I'm all over the place. I told you, right? So another thing you can check out, Tobii, TOBII.com. They will talk to you about how teachers can employ virtual reality technology and utilize the onboard affordances of VR to use eye tracking. And what can we use eye tracking and pupil dilation methodologies for? To figure out whether or not students are engaged, to figure out whether or not students are interested or disinterested. So there's a lot that we can do with eye tracking technology, which is a natural onboard feature of VR. Just want to point that out real fast.
I can also share with you another example of the use of the simulation and animation. Actually goes back to when I putting together the thesis for my PhD program at Caltech many years ago. And at that time, there was a new device invented called charge couple device. And it has the potential of being used as a low noise, high sensitivity imager. And the device is very complex. You know, how, you know, it sends, you know, the incident light, the picture in pixels. It generates a packet of electrons under every electrode proportional to the light intensity. And then the device has a clocking scheme of shifting this charge along the surface of the semiconductor chip and be collected at the end in a special sensor and then you know, shifted outside to be displayed. The time it is, you know, a fascinating invention, however, very complex. It involves, you know, how the charges are going to be moving along the interface. It involves this, solving diffusion equation and, you know, as well as electric field equations. It involves the variation of the electrodes being pulsed with different waveforms. So my PhD thesis was to model the charge transport of those electrons generated by the incident light, and be able to examine the optimum clocking scheme, and as well as how to optimize the charge transfer efficiency, so that when the packets of electrons reach the sensor, they provide the optimum replication of the incident light. And so put together a very large simulation using you know, finite elements, and that took hours on the computer at the time. Developed a simulation of the charge as it moves along the surface, and made it into a film and a movie that projected it and went to you know, many conferences, international conferences, displaying the results. At that time, it was a breakthrough because it showed the researchers how to optimize the optimal clocking scheme in order to get maximum transfer efficiency. And the charge coupled devices went to become a household device. You know, every imager that you can see, you know, either on the phone or especially used in space application because of their high sensitivity and low noise. The vehicle that went to Mars or the moon, they all use this charge coupled device, utilizing this optimized clocking scheme. That was almost you know, impossible to figure out how to optimize the clocking scheme to get the maximum charge transfer efficiency and the proper electrode structure in order to make the charge coupled device as useful, as pervasive as it has been. As a matter of fact, this particular device got the Nobel Prize back in 2008 because of how pervasive and how impactful has it been on the lives, on all of our lives. Just look, see how imagers are being used on our phones, at home, you know, and how it made the replication of real life memorable. So this is an example of how simulation and animation can play a big role in solving complex systems and letting the researchers or the learners figure out how to optimize it and how to learn how to improve it and how to utilize it in the most efficient way.
That's great. That's amazing. And I'm sorry if we're a little disjointed because we kind of come from different areas, but I love the convergence is just awesome. I just want to say one thing that sounds like a complete non sequitur, but for those of you who are interested in utilizing virtual technology, virtual reality technology, there's another way that I'm very excited about bringing VR into the educational landscape. And I'm going to tell you about something else that you, all you fellow researching geeks will appreciate. Maybe write this down. The Proteus effect. So what is the Proteus effect? The Proteus effect is a phenomenon that happens in human psychology when a human being embodies a digital avatar and they begin to identify with the digital avatar so much that it actually changes their real life behavior. So where am I going with this? They actually took, there's a lot of research, well, I'm all over the place. There's a lot of research out there, once again, that you can find on your own, that shows that when you take young people, and by the way, you need to be careful with how young, because if you put children into VR, this is not a good idea. At a certain point, you know, they can't discern the difference between virtual reality and reality. So that's a little bit dangerous. You can do your own research on that. But if you put them in there, right, and they're an appropriate age, they can discern the difference between reality and virtual reality, then you can actually teach them empathy. And again, there's a lot of research to support this once again. Bringing it back to the prison system. Recent study about, 4 or 5 years ago, again, you can do your own research. They took men who were incarcerated for extreme spousal abuse. Sorry, trigger warning here, but okay. And they put these inmates on an 8-week VR protocol. And this is called exposure therapy, by the way. Sort of, it's kind of the reverse of exposure therapy, but we use exposure therapy in VR when we're working with people who suffer from PTSD. Okay, so what they did is they took these people and they put them into a domestic home-looking VR world. Okay, just look like a virtual house in a space that's virtual, and they put them in the body of a very small female digital avatar. What do you think happened? Anybody? 8-week protocol. They felt vulnerable. And and again, it's been a while since I've read this study, but there were measurable improvements in behavior. Okay, so there's a lot of ways that, you know, we can use VR also to teach our children and our young adults, right? And I hate this term, but soft skills, right? Or, you know, emotional intelligence. And particularly when you're in a situation, because when I think about COVID, I don't think about, well, where are we now? For me personally, it's like, well, I'm bad at cussing, I have to be careful. Man, this is gonna happen again. And what are we gonna do next time to be more ready, right? Well, if you're trying to teach students things like this and they're stuck in their house, you better find some way to create a real space for them to learn these skills.
What other areas that is going to also, you know, witness impact of simulator and animators, especially using the immersive technologies, is going to be in STEM education. You know, where a lot of the courses, whether in physics or chemistry or biology, either in high school or in colleges, they involve a lot of lab works. And in the past, most of that lab work had to be restricted, had to be limited to be done in a laboratory in the colleges or the school with limited attendance and limited period where the students have access to it. With simulator and animators, this can be the student can be able to have access to those experiments anytime, anywhere, using you know, variations and making you know, different mixes, seeing the result and interact with it real time in a way that has not been possible in the past. And the outcome of this is that the proficiency and the quality of having, students come at the same level of competence, it's going to be really significant in the STEM education.
Thank you so much. Would you mind? I would love it if we could go back a slide, because I would love to address what you just said about STEM education and simulation. And there's a study that I want. Can we just go back a couple more? Keep going. There. Okay. So you were talking about using VR in STEM. One of these articles, I think it's Jang. Yeah. So, and if it's not Jang, you can do your own research once again. They were using VR to teach students how the inner ear works. And when I remember when I was, you have to learn all these names of parts of your ear and all the things. So what they did is they put these students who were really struggling with this concept, and they put them in a VR environment, utilizing embodied cognition. And again, you can do your own research to see what that means. And they assess their critical thinking skills before and after. And the idea of being in the inner ear, right? Because the VR story world was you're inside the human ear. Okay, so these students are inside the human ear, and they're learning about the human ear. And man, that just really did it for them. So yeah, what VR can do and simulation can do for STEM subjects is remarkable. And again, you can do your own research. It's being used in astrology, astronomy. It's a really phenomenal technology for STEM subjects.
Another example of where the simulation and animation technology is being used is in semiconductor, in designing a device, a semiconductor device, as well as designing the process steps to make the device, and then the circuits. As the iPhone that we are using now every day, they have chips that have 30 billion transistors. Imagine 30 billion transistors interacting with each other. In order to build such complex chip, simulation is used in order to verify the operation of those transistors in different blocks. Blocks is a memory, a processor, an interface, and a transmitter, and so on. All of those blocks are simulated, and tons of test vectors are run against millions of test vectors are run against the chip before it's being made. And this simulation and the animation of its performance, of the input-output performance of the devices is crucial, because processing that chip would take many months and it would cost millions of dollars, and they cannot, the developer cannot iterate the design of those chips by making the chip, testing it, and then modifying it and testing it and so on. It has to be properly simulated, and the input-output has to be properly presented in an animated way. And that might take a few months, but it will save years in the development of those complex chips.
What do you think? Should we open it? I think we have about 10 minutes. Should we see if anybody has any questions? Or is there anything? Okay. Does anybody have any questions? We'd love to hear from you. Okay. Thank you. Yay.
So thank you, by the way. A lot of alignment. Sonia Toledo from Dignity of Children. A lot of alignment in what my beliefs are. So I just want to talk more about how do we get teachers to understand the process of experiential learning with STEM than just, concept learning. How do we merge the two to have STEM actually be live?
That's a very, very good point. Especially in STEM, where the abstract concepts are sometimes difficult for students to remember to understand, and especially if some of those abstract concepts work together.
Yeah.
And that's where simulation and animation can make a big difference.
Yeah.
Because the teacher quite often struggle with how to explain it. However, having that simulation done and providing the output of that simulation in an animated way, in a visual way, and changing the boundary condition, the input condition, and seeing the output change. This visual interface result in a memorable impression by the learners, by the students. They relate to it, and they can figure out, how to use it better, and they will memorize it better. And so now the availability of simulator and animator, is made possible, as I mentioned earlier, because of the rapid exponential increase in computation power, and again the rapid decrease in cost to make it available to every learner and every student, on his laptop or on his iPad, and that exponential, increase in computation power is expected to continue over the next, 15, 20 years, to the point that what will be available on a handheld device is gonna, be equivalent to what is being done in a large, computing facility a few years ago. And that's where the simulation and animation becomes so powerful, because it brings a lot of the abstract concepts of science, at the hand and the fingertip of a student, so that they can relate it better and figure out how to use it in real life.
Do we got time for one
Can I
more
also
question?
can I also respond to that? Because I think you asked, how can we get teachers on board? Was that your question? Okay, so what I would recommend is, I think they need to see it for themselves. Because we're kind of talking about two different things, right? We're talking about embodied cognition, which is separate from VR, and that's just this idea that when you're teaching students and you actually have them move, like so some of the research that's not up here, but for instance, there's lots of research to suggest that when we're talking back to our teachers and colleagues and we're gesturing, that it actually helps us cognate, right? So I think that how you get teachers to sign up for this is to put them in a VR headset. So they can really experience the immersion, the complete immersion, and they can experience firsthand how radical this is. Because you can't, to me, it's like meditation. You can't explain the benefits of meditation. The only way you can know what they are is to meditate. And I think that that's kind of what needs to happen here. And so I would really encourage you to go on Amazon, and you can find some headsets for as little as $19. And if you can write a grant or get your college to purchase enough of those to just give out to students in lieu of a textbook, create your own VR chat room in a traditional classroom, and just every once in a while, just say, hey, today we're going to be in VR chat. Everybody get out your phones, get out your headset. Today class is in VR chat. And I think that, when people there's still a lot of fear, I'm finding, around VR, just like we were afraid of taking pictures, like it's going to steal our soul, right?
Yes.
There's still a lot of that going on with VR. And that's logical. I mean, there's still a lot of problems with VR, but I'm, as you can tell, I'm very excited about it. And I think if you get teachers into it, they'll see how exciting it is too.
It's interesting because that's what I do. I teach teachers. And, I'm going to stop saying that and be more of coaching teachers, because, this conference spoke a lot about AI and VI and technology. And one of my biggest concern is the algorithm is not in alignment with our Black and brown children. And I'm really concerned that we are throwing stuff into the classroom without understanding if our children are still going to be penalized for some of their differences.
Is it okay if I speak to that again real quick? No, this is such a salient, wow. The first time I went into VR chat, and I am not exaggerating, within 5 minutes, I heard the N-word dropped about 6, 7 times. So there is no question. I believe that the metaverse is one of the most racist places I've experienced.
Yes.
As someone who goes into the metaverse. I don't go into metaverse, but I use VR. So this is why I'm a big proponent of VR chat.
Okay.
Because you can make a private room that no one can come into except for those students. And I would encourage you to do that, because to go into any random VR chat room, you're asking to get triggered. I mean, it's a volatile place for women. This is my opinion now. There's a lot going on there. You can hide behind a DA, right? You can't get your butt kicked for that. So I would encourage you to just use, VR chat, make a private room. Nobody has access to it but you and the students. It's an absolutely 100% virtual safe space. And that's would be my recommendation.
Right. And I think, no, I appreciate that, because I was even thinking, it's like, oh yeah, I'll do it with teachers so they could experience it, so then they could turnkey it, which is what my methods are. What I'm concerned about is how do we, we're having major issues with social media and our young people, but just considering how do we make sure that we safeguard our young people, or, brown and Black young people.
Yeah, let me add to this here, because yeah, I've been in the technology field for the last 40 years plus, and the rapid exponential evolution of technology and its impact on our life is really outstanding. Back in the 80s, everybody was impressed with the PC. In the 90s, we had the access of the internet. After that came the cell phone, and then came the iPhone, where somebody who just with a device in his pocket can access information that in the past you had to go to a library to find it. That evolution is continue to go exponentially, looking over the next 10 to 20 years.
Yes.
As a result of this, so-called democratization of technology and information is going to become more pervasive in such a way that any learner, anywhere in the world, of any color skin, will be able to develop and invent and have access to information that we probably couldn't have imagined 40, 50 years ago.
Yes.
And that will open up the door for innovation, will open up the door for applying this powerful technology in our life in a way that we probably don't comprehend it right now. I mean, 20 years ago, most people wouldn't expect to be able to see, people across the world and talk to them in a video interaction in real time. I think, in the future, it's going to be in a 3D, perspective. There's going to be, this immersive technology, integrated with real life. There are so many things that we just have to be open-minded in terms of the impact of the future evolution of technology in our lives, and also, encourage, the next generation to get into STEM and science and utilize all of those capabilities to come up with and invent new devices that will make our life, more enjoyable and more efficient.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we're out of time, right? I think we're out of time. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the speakers. The Open University concept has been gaining popularity in recent years. Not only does it offer convenience because students don't have to worry about transportation or finding housing near campus, but but it also allows them to maintain full-time employment while still pursuing their educational goals. The panelists will touch upon how it has helped people worldwide gain access to higher education and what the future holds for this space. I would like to call the panelists and moderator to begin the discussion on a boost in open universities and distance education learning. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you all so much for staying around. Last but not least, the rise of online universities and distance education learning, the expansion of programs. For instance, my name is Dr. Maury Bond. I'm the Vice President of Growth for Acacia University. We are an online university based in Arizona. We're also part of a family of universities that stretch from the UK to Europe to the UAE and around the world. Acacia University is our only most recent acquisition. And so we're now moving towards the US market, but we've been around the world. In fact, I'm based, my office is in Dubai. And so I'm vice president of a university in the United States, while I call UA home. So only because of online higher education. And so it's a challenge and it's an exciting time. Our distinguished panel here come to this discussion from very unique experiences. And I think they have a lot to share, both in terms of their own background and also looking at perhaps where we were pre-COVID and post-pandemic, and perhaps the future of online education. So I'd like to turn it over to each of you to share your backgrounds, if you would, and we can go forward.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for having us here. My name is Gary Polk. I am the president and founder and CEO of the Polk Institute. And I guess a brief background, I've been teaching for the last 31 years. Prior to that, I spent 10 years in banking.
My name is Tracy Brown. I am a mental fitness coach and author and speaker, and I am part of Polk Institute. I actually am their mental fitness facilitator, and I've got years of education. I've been teaching for probably most of my life, but not institutionally. So I'd like to start with that.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Dura. I'm the COO of the Polk Institute. I've had many lives. I'm retired Air Force. I flew fighters for 22 years. I've been a trainer most of that time. I got into government contracting as a trainer for a couple of years, decided I was done with that, got into education, and I taught middle school and high school for 20 years and retired out of that, which is almost 5 years ago now. And I've been working with the Polk Institute pretty much since then. Like I said, I have a very, very background in a lot of education as well. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the 8 or 9 of you that are still here to listen to us.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
All right, Tom Neville. I am not part of the Polk Institute.
There you go.
Not yet. Right,
Not yet.
No, I have the honor to serve as the Vice President of Academics at Butler Community College, which is in El Dorado, Kansas. So a little bit different perspective, maybe from the rest of the panel. But I started my career actually teaching percussion. Graduated here from UNLV with my doctorate, so go Rebels. And then around 2015, I really kind of fell in love with the mission and the values of community colleges and what we do to shape not only our communities but our workforce. So I'll bring that perspective hopefully to this discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. In terms of my own exposure to online programs, I come from a brick and mortar background in terms of my educational experience. I went to regionally accredited universities, and I was kind of like, I went with more of a traditional model. And so I wasn't really looking into online programs until I was able to be the assistant provost for international affairs for Sullivan, which had a hybrid model. And so it got me, and that was 2014, 2000 to 2017. So it's only been really recently that I've looked into online and hybrid and other non-traditional methods of program delivery, what brought you into online programs, or what was the fascination that kind of spurred your interest?
I started teaching at Cal State Northridge in 1991, and one of my colleagues also taught at Santa Monica College. He said, "Hey Gary, online teaching is going to be the thing of the future." So I started teaching online in 2002.
Wow.
I was certified at DeVry University for online teaching and also by the CSU system in 2015. So I've been doing this for a while, but when COVID came through, things changed because of the video technology and primarily using Zoom technology.
I am probably a product of online learning. I was in my early education, of course, it was brick and mortar, but I am a dyslexic learner. I am, I tell people I get very fiddly in my seats. And the one thing that they always told me was, please sit down. So traditional education really didn't work very well for me, but I did a lot of online courses. I did a lot of online certifications. I did a lot of, and it really suited me well. It suited my thought process, and I could move through them at my pace, which I think was really the excitement for me, that I didn't have to, because I couldn't focus.
Mm-hmm.
And so sitting there through a whole course just to get a nugget, when through an online modular thing, I went at my own pace, and I could actually move through something faster than otherwise. So that was a huge eye opener for me. And then becoming a part of the Polk industry, which is, or the Polk Institute, an amazing program of really almost like modular, because they're 4-week courses.
Wow.
Within the course.
Mm-hmm.
So you get these concentrated, teachings from people that are experts in their field, and it's absolutely brilliant to me. And coming from the outside looking in, it made perfect sense.
Like I said, I was a trainer, and that's basically how I got into virtual reality. And it was done through the military way back in the 1980s and 1990s. I was actually the director of simulation technology for the entire Air National Guard in the United States. And we developed simulator programs, and we added virtual reality to it so that people could actually go sit in a mock cockpit and have a simulation in front of them, and they could fly combat missions on the simulator. And the North Dakota Air National Guard could fight the Wisconsin Air National Guard, or South Dakota could fight Iowa. It was real interesting in how it worked out in the dynamics, and actually the competitive nature of how all that took place. And as that program expanded, we took in a lot more of the different style missions that the Air National Guard was responsible for. So that's how I kind of got into it. And coming into the Polk Institute was kind of a natural transition for me, because I had that kind of a background. I was an educator for 20 years, so I knew how to teach. And as we got this thing rolling, and I was the director of curriculum at the time, we developed the curriculum and tailored it to individual businesses. That's who we specialize with. We take in businesses that are either in conceptual growth right now, or new businesses that are struggling and want to get to the next level. So we take them and we use Zoom and a lot of different technologies to assist them and help them on an individual basis, which kind of makes us unique. That's our hook. We deal with the individual business, not just, well, here we are standing in a classroom and here's our stuff, and if you learn, fine. If you don't, fine. No, we don't work that way. So that's how I got into this.
Well, I came from a very analog world, studying classical percussion, but of course, the tie-in to that, using technology for our students was very important. So early on, when I chaired a music department at the University of Texas in Brownsville, we did an iPad initiative. So we actually put iPads in the hands of all of our students, all of our music majors and faculty, and that really started that transformational path. But now, in a community college setting, it's really for us, it's about access. It's about high quality. It's about low cost. And it's about being fast, right? We do things quickly. Our longest program is 2 years. And we focus on short term. We focus on tying things to business and industry. So one thing that we also looked at, and this kind of harkens back to Monday morning session with digital literacy, is we partnered with Adobe and we became the first Adobe Creative Campus in Kansas. So all of our students, faculty, staff have access to the Creative Cloud as part of our digital literacy initiative at the college. So, we're really focusing on scaling that and all kinds, our modalities, our variety of modalities. And it's really about how we serve our students at the end of the day. As we know, there's a large range of variety and types of students we serve.
And I think that's unique in online education is that it is tailored, right? It does see the learner as a consumer and meeting their specific needs. And whether it's a startup or a business, or if you're looking to customize a graduate degree program like an energy MBA, you can do that online. You might not be able to do that in a brick and mortar setting, right? And so it's adaptive. I think it also helps with non-traditional students. Do you find that you're working with older learners?
Yeah,
that are
absolutely.
in transition in their career, and maybe
Yeah,
that's
sure. And majority of our students are Pell eligible. So we have to find that balance for those students who are either have families or working full time. So that traditional 8 to 5 classroom schedule doesn't necessarily work for them. Transportation issues, location, all those barriers are removed when you think about access to coursework that's through online.
So 2008, I started teaching in a distance learning program at Cal State Dominguez Hills down in Carson, a suburb of Los Angeles, and it was a BA completion program. And the stories really ran the gamut of people taking one semester off that became 20 years.
right.
And this was total online, so we would have students from all over the US. And what was interesting, they were older, like we mentioned. And one thing we know, online or distant education is not for everyone. You really have to be disciplined, and you're kind of self-teaching yourself. The professor becomes a facilitator. And in those days, prior to COVID, the lifeline was really the discussion board. So we relied heavily on the discussion board, where we put a topic out there. Usually it was no right or wrong answer, a lot of opinion-based, but it gave the students the opportunity to interact among each other. And that was really it. We did very little video, a few recordings, a few tapings, but it was primarily doing assignments and the discussion board. And I tell you, I had one student, I told her if there was ever a discussion board Hall of Fame, she would have a bust in the Hall of Fame, because the requirement was 3 posts per week, and she would average about 30 posts a week. And it wasn't like, hi, I agree with you. It was really more like, hey, Tracy, that was a great idea, but did you think of this? And she was really able to engage students.
Right.
And that's really the epitome of discussion boards, that she was able to do that. So, but online or distant education has evolved, again, because of the COVID-19 and then Zoom technology. And Zoom technology changed everything.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I know for myself, because I am not one of those people to fit into that, box of I'm going to go to class, I'm going to do this. I do very well with the time frame working around my world. Considering I own my own business, I have life and family and things that you take care of. So it gives you the opportunity to put it into the spaces that you can put it into and still get the education. It's brilliant stuff.
Because people thought it was either a career or education, right?
Right,
It's
yeah.
like once you got your bachelor's degree, it's like, well, I got to get a job, and the rest of my education is done.
Yeah.
I can never go back.
And it gives you the opportunity to be a lifelong learner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is brilliant.
At Polk, we do a lot of individual work. And what I mean by individual work is, yes, we require our cohort members to attend a Thursday night seminar for 2 hours. That's it during the week. So the rest of the time, when they have questions, not only are the facilitators available because they have to have office hours every week posted where the students can come in and talk to them, but then the staff also takes a lot of questions. I have cohort members emailing me a lot, even though I'm the chief operating officer. And it doesn't bother me. I'll answer questions. I put it back to them saying, did you talk to your facilitator about this question? And if you have and you couldn't get the answer, then we'll talk. But it makes it a lot more of an individual experience. I mean, most of the students, I would say 90% of the students or 95% of the students probably I've never met except on Zoom. Okay. And that's real powerful because you take a look at who we have in our cohort, which our class, we've had students from all kinds of students from the East Coast. Currently, we have a girl from South Africa. We have one from the UK. We have some volunteer associates from the Philippines and other countries. So, and we just all get up on Zoom and do our thing. And it's wonderful how that works.
Yeah, and I think that, the interesting part is, we actually have students live in the dorms and they take online classes. But I think, part of it also is supporting those students in that environment. So you mentioned, making sure that faculty are engaged with students, but also those wraparound services like advising and tutoring and those other entities that come with that college experience that differentiates us from some of those, some of the other competitors out there that maybe, you come in and do a certificate and take a course, a self-paced course without some of that support. So I think, that's kind of the argument that I like to make is, well, those options are available. And as you mentioned, not online for everybody. If you want to get a CDL license, you still have to, stuff to get behind the wheel of a vehicle, or, you want to be certified in welding, you're still going to have to do a live weld to do that. So, but again, it's that opportunity and opening up that to students that are needing it.
I wanted to add one more thing to what Tim was saying, is that in the old school, online was all asynchronous, where you could be on anytime you wanted. And that was one of the luxuries of the beauties. And Tracy's already referred to that. But with COVID-19, they came up with something else called synchronous, where you had to be online at a particular time. And that changed online a little bit, but not totally. So what we do at the Polk Institute, we have our workshops on Thursday nights, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time. But we've attracted people from the East Coast, and that makes it 9 to 11, or in the Central time, maybe 7 to 9. So that changes it just a little bit, but it's only 2 hours a week. And those who are really interested in their education, it still gives them that offer. Our first class, we had 26 companies. And we didn't plan this, but we had one in Atlanta, one in New York, one in Boston, and one in Chicago. And that really spread us out, but it really didn't because we were there at our own time. So again, with the synchronous, you do have to be there at a certain time and place.
And also that we can leverage technology to bring in our students that are in rural populations, being in South Central Kansas, obviously a lot of rural population. Yeah. So we're able to bring in students, live, we call it a high flex teaching environment, to where students could be in a classroom. We're at 22 high schools, and we're at multiple locations. We're at a correctional facility, we're at an Air Force base. So we're able to feed those students together to create that opportunity where we're able to provide that educational service where we might not be able to otherwise because of distance.
And one of the other things that I think is really a great accomplishment with the Polk Institute is that everybody has a mentor as well. And I think with this online and just having the 2 hours, it seems to me there's more time for facilitators to actually spend more time with the students.
Quality time.
There's
Yes,
more
absolutely.
quality
Yes,
time because
absolutely.
you don't have, okay, I got 10 minutes to get over. There's none of that. It's just like, here's a time, let's meet. And it really opens up the opportunity to have more one-on-one time, even though it's virtual.
Well, and you mentioned the international clients you have. I mean, I spent a decade in international higher education, and I had to go to study abroad exhibitions in China, and I had to get on a plane and go all over the world. And there's departments and divisions of universities that are spending an enormous amount of money on staffing and travel and all these things. And all you have to do now is reach them where they are. You don't have to relocate anyone. I mean, I'm sure your dorms are great. Internationals that would love to come, but you don't have to
You'd
come.
be surprised how many international students we have at Butler Community College. That are strictly online.
No, it's strictly online, even when they come. Okay, or yeah, or they don't come, but right, but that are strictly online. They still engage. No, but it is a challenge on the synchronous, because I did my PhD. I lived in Abu Dhabi, and I had 3 a.m. classes and 4 a.m. classes with the United States on the East Coast, and so it could be a challenge there. But at least I'm still able to get a degree from the United States wherever I am in the world, and I'm not. There's no barrier to me to advance my career because of my age or where I am in my life physically, and that's only because of online learning. I mean, I can't stop my life. Like you said, you have a family, you have a job, you can't stop and just go back in time. And I think online is bringing us to the future, but it's changed a lot since the pandemic. I mean, do you see a change in your business since the pandemic? You mentioned the synchronous, or are there other changes after the pandemic?
Well, I would say that from an education standpoint, prior to the pandemic, if you wanted to conduct a class and you didn't have a campus, you had to go to a hotel. We had to go to a restaurant to find some meeting space. So I think part of the way the Polk really relaunched was because I did teach online synchronous and I saw it work. So I said, well, we can offer this on a nonprofit basis and offer these classes on a synchronous basis, but bring people in a certain time and give them that structure without having to have the brick and mortar.
Right.
And I think that's what was a really beautiful thing. And then all of a sudden, all kinds of the SBA, SBDCs, all kinds of organizations started offering all these webinars where they used to provide seminars. And then so, oh, you don't have to worry about parking. You don't have to worry about refreshments. You don't have to worry about lights. You don't have to worry about this. Oh, you want to have 100 people? You want to have 50? You want to have 30? No problem. And if you were trying to do that live, you had all kinds of logistical problems. So I think that's a benefit. And again, we call that post-COVID, during and post-COVID.
And I think also in terms of post-COVID, the programs don't have to be 2 years. I mean, 2 years is great for an associate's, but people want shorter programs, those 4-week programs that you offer. They want the certificate. They want, maybe it's the millennial effect, or maybe it's post-COVID. It's like, I don't want to wait to get on with my life or get on with my career.
Yeah, this the Polk, it's a 40-week program.
40-week, I'm sorry.
But it's 10 4-week
10-week, 4-week classes.
classes,
Okay.
courses.
That's
and
very
and
manageable.
It's so manageable. I'm one of those people that's like, just give me the facts. Get me there, get me the people that I need. And if I have a question, but give me the things that I need and forget the fluff,
right,
kind of stuff. That's the kind of person I am. So it really fits my personality.
We actually have a 4-phase program that we deal with. Phase 1, as Tracy was alluding to, is 10 workshops, 40 weeks. Then they have a showcase because we teach them how to pitch. We teach them how to write a business plan. We put them out their first pitch, which is an informational pitch. And we have, of course, friends and relatives are there and those kinds of things to listen. But we also see the audience with some banker types, venture capitalist types, angels, other business professionals to listen. And these people then have a booth in the back area. And when they're done pitching, they go back to their booth. And then all of a sudden, these people come up and talk to them. And all of a sudden, it's networking time. And they never knew what networking time was before. And you see these people, and like I said, we don't teach young college-age kids. The people that sign up for Polk are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. We get them all. And fits, like I said, fits their schedule, and that's what's important. And we take them through phase 2, where they're paired up with a mentor and they work one-on-one with a mentor, and they have a once a month cross-tail seminar type thing where we bring in guest speakers to talk to issues that the cohort is having. Maybe they want to learn more about equity funding, or they want to learn more about debt funding or crowdfunding or something like that. We bring in somebody from that area, and all of a sudden, you know, they've got instant knowledge right there. And then once they get ready and their mentor says they're ready, they go before a board, like a master's level type board that you would do your dissertation to or your thesis. And they pitch. Now they're doing a 10-minute investor quality pitch. All right. They have an executive summary set up. They've got their business plan available. And that's maybe the second that's the second time that a lot of these people have been in an actual live event, because everything else has been online up until that point. And after that, they go to phase 3, which is access to capital. And then we assist them in getting their businesses in front of financial institutions, venture capitalists, angels, other people that may have an interest in basically giving them some money to launch their businesses. And once they're up and running, we have phase 4. And phase 4 is our alumni program, where we bring these CEOs/business owners back, and they can learn from each other. And again, everybody's in a little box, you know, like Jeopardy, or not Jeopardy, but Hollywood Squares, if any of you are old enough to remember that television game. But it works.
But do you know what you're telling me right now? I went to an MBA in a traditional public university. None of that was offered to me. I had no real world experience. I mean, I had my own real world experience, but I sat in a classroom, and all my cohort were right out of college, and they were going into this MBA, and they were being told what was in the book as opposed to what was in the world, and they weren't prepared. And what you're telling me in these shorter programs, that you're giving them, real world experience that could actually, if they have a great idea, maybe there is a future, that they can launch. And I think that also comes from your banking background, the private sector background. I'm privileged to be a part of a family of universities that are all online universities, founded by people that had banking history. They didn't have an educational background that said, hey, we have a different solution to offer dozens of market relevant programs at a price that people can afford at online where they are, and that might be a different approach than perhaps a public community college. Have you found resistance to those kind of online innovations, or?
No, not at all. I mean, I think, it kind of stemmed from, we were fortunate enough to get some federal stimulus money. So we were able to invest in infrastructure to a way that, all of our campuses now have a Wi-Fi reach, that students could come to our campus if they didn't have access, even if it was just to come to the parking lot during COVID to at least get on our network. We've shifted everything to the Oracle Cloud. So, we've got vision and plans to, really look at some point virtual desktop environments for our students that you can access from any type of device. You don't have to have an expensive computer or tablet. You can use your smart TV at home and get into our learning management system. We use Canvas. And then we were able to, I think our biggest challenge right now is, just our instructional design team and our awesome ed tech folks just keeping up with those transitions of courses, from that traditional face-to-face model, meeting those quality standards that we seek to have at Butler, and then shifting entire programs. Now we just recently launched an entire online cybersecurity program. I mean, it's almost tripled in enrollment, just because it's such needed. That obviously cybersecurity is very important. We want to have all this access, but we want to be secure, right. And it's recognized by the NSA. So we have that brand and that partnership association. So it gives us some leverage as well.
So what I wanted to add to that, though, is that what you mentioned is important. Well, we decided we wanted practitioner educators So you could be AQ, which is academic qualified, or PQ, practitioner qualified. We decided we wanted, if you are academic, to be PQ qualified or real life. So Tracy is not an adjunct, but she has a real business. And when she talked mental fitness for entrepreneurs, she talked from a real world standpoint. It wasn't like, well, in this PowerPoint or in this book written by this person who never had a job. Right. And that's the real key to what we wanted to offer, the real world teaching, because in the entrepreneur space, it's really not so much theory and concept, it's more practical things that people have used. And we really encourage failure. But we encourage failure from a standpoint that you learn from it. If you let failure stop you, then it's not good. But if you let failure educate you, it could be the best teacher in life. And I think that's one of the things, the reason why we're successful so far is because we have people who are PQ or they have the real life experience. And when someone can say, well, tell me a story about this, they don't have to start off saying, well, conceptually, blah, 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 theoretically, blah, 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 because who wants to hear that?
Right.
And I'd also say on that note too, having a robust, very involved faculty development department as well that really works with faculty across, whether it's full-time faculty, adjunct faculty, or our staff to really help support them in any areas that they're struggling or they're challenged in terms of interacting online or the pedagogy or even just using the hardware. There's a lot to it where we weren't focusing on this 3 or 4 years ago.
And I think also people look at quality control. People think like, oh, if it's at a brick and mortar, that there's an expectation that the standards are higher, that the rigor is higher. And to me, at the end of the day, employability is a factor. And if you're not building skills that are going to help advance your career, then all you're left with is debt, with all this knowledge, but no way to apply it. And it sounds like all the things that you're talking about is applied learning. Like it's real hands-on, you're having real impact. And I think that to me, that should be just as relevant, whether you're regionally accredited, nationally accredited, or whatever your standards are, that at the end of the day, you're building skills to advance careers.
Well, and one of the funny things that I like to tell people, especially when we're talking about entrepreneurship, there's a very big difference in your mental fitness. If you're thinking about climbing what I call the corporate ladder, right? You've got the corporate ladder, different climbing skills versus what I call the roller coaster of entrepreneurship.
Yes.
You're not climbing a ladder, you're on a roller coaster. So you might want to strap in, you might want to hold on and enjoy the ride, because I'm telling you, it's exciting. Mm-hmm. But you have to understand the difference between what muscles you're working. And it's a very different mindset.
So I have to add this last point that we are tuition free. When we did research prior to launching the Polk Institute, I found out that there were 15 universities that were tuition free in the United States. And I didn't know that. And in US World News Report, it talked about who they were, and it turned out to be our military academies were 5 of them. So West Point, Naval Academy, Air Force Academy, Coast Guard Academy, they're all tuition free. So we asked the question, why couldn't we offer a tuition free master level practitioner driven education in social entrepreneurship and go to the government, go to individual donors and corporations, so our students wouldn't walk away, or our clients wouldn't walk away with a student debt? Because you may know that student debt is $1.6 trillion.
Yes.
And this article talked about the average debt was about $33,000. If you went to a private, it was over $100,000. And we know all these young people are not getting job placed. Going to the Ivies, going to a USC, or going to a Notre Dame, you get that alumni network. But in the entrepreneur world, we feel that we don't need accreditation. It really depends on the quality of the companies that we produce, and then the sales and the number of employees that they can have. And that'll be our accreditation.
People talk about academic rigor, okay? What we do is practical rigor. We introduce real life, real proven, I don't know what to call them, techniques. There we go. That's a good word. There we go. And those things, and that's what we deal with. We don't deal with academic rigor, that conceptually this should work. Well, no. I've been in, yeah, I've been in business for X amount of years. I'm the facilitator. I've been doing this for 30 years. Here's what worked for me. It can work for you. It may not work for you, but at least you can discover on your own what does work and what doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, hey, it's okay. You just pivot and go in a different direction, and we will help you do that until you find something that works. As we all know, entrepreneurship is a blood sport. Okay, it's vicious. And if you don't know your stuff and you don't have that practical rigor to back it up, you're going to get eaten alive by the sharks out there. And so we try to help our cohort members, our businesses, to have the arsenal they need in their quiver to be able to be there and stay on top and not get eaten up by the sharks.
Well, I would say we take a very similar, but maybe a different approach. We all of our workforce, our continuing ed, our workforce program, CTE programs are everyone has an advisory committee made up of local business or industry. So, they're the ones helping us decide what those learning outcomes or what that rigor needs to be. There's also the technology that scrubs job descriptions in those industries and distills those so we can see, are those embedded in our course syllabi and our learning outcomes. So we're trying in real time, obviously higher ed sometimes can move a little slow, but I'd say community colleges are as nimble as they come, and we can shift pretty quickly. So we try our best to align with business industry. Not quite maybe as the blood sport that you're referring to, but we do our best to serve the communities that support us and fund us as well. So we have 4 kind of tiers of funding. We have our student tuition and fee, which I think it is low. I mean, we do our best to keep that cost to a minimum. We have our local tax assessment. We do have state funding, and we have federal funding as well.
I think you mentioned before that you have some international clients that you're actually in those courses together, and I think that that's incredibly valuable. In fact, my dissertation was on the role of cultural intelligence and leadership style for expatriate managers. For people like, I'm living in UAE, why is it that someone with a Harvard MBA comes to Dubai and fails, right? They come in with this mentality of, I went to the Ivies, I know brick and mortar, I know how things operate in management because I read it in a book. And they come and they don't understand that there are other cross-cultural competencies. There's a different approach to reaching people in different markets. And I think perhaps online kind of breaks through those barriers where you can kind of engage international people, or even, like you said, state to state in terms of the guard, but you're having more, I think, more engagement domestically and internationally than you might have brick and mortar.
Yeah, and I use our athletics, our student athletics, our student fine arts, our livestock judging team gets students from all over the world even. So, that brings students to campus for that experience. But again, not all students, we don't just serve students on campus in a brick and mortar situation. We serve our students, we meet them where they're at. So if where they're at is they're in South Africa and they want to take an online class with us, we meet them there.
No, that's wonderful. And I think the one thing that the challenge that we face as a university is, how do we customize our programs? You mentioned the shorter term, you mentioned the 40 weeks and those 4-week classes. Is that the future? I mean, looking forward, we're post-COVID, we're post-pandemic. How do we reach this generation that is now used to getting things piecemeal or kind of more according to their schedule and according to their time, but in a way that really gets them where they need to go? Because there's a point where you might overcompensate or over accommodate people and not having standards, right? Do you keep that accountability? Or, I mean, it's like there's a give and take, but how do you maintain that I guess that standard?
That's a good question. I think that I was here the other day and one of the presenters talked about the I generation. And we talked about Gen Z and being the digital generation. And so the fact that we're doing things online, digital, I think that suits them. But I think I heard someone else today talk about the problem of immediate gratification. And I think in real life, what we want to teach is that you may be an overnight success, but it could take you 20 years. Because if you really want to grow a business, it's going to be a journey and it's not going to be easy. And Tim mentioned blood sport. Well, if you understand baseball, 3 out of 10, you're Hall of Fame, but 7 times you fail.
Right.
So you're going to fail more than you succeed. And I'll tell someone in a minute, you could do everything I tell you and still fail because that's the nature of business. What we want to do is we want to find people that are coachable, that are willing to listen to other ways and ideas. We want to find people that have grit, that are not quitters, because you can't be a quitter. If you're coachable, you're probably open to lifelong learning. You got to learn every day. And then I think the final thing is you really have to understand that when you do fail, what do you learn from it? And maybe the failure becomes a blessing in disguise. One of my favorite things is where the entrepreneur failed 20 and got it right on number 21. But that takes perseverance, that takes grit. And if you don't have those kinds of qualities, you really shouldn't do it. So maybe some people want to do a side hustle, as they call it, and do a hobby. Well, at the Polk Institute, well, we're looking for people that want to grow a business that has sales of $1 million or more in the next 3 to 5 years. Stanford University did a research and they found that 97% of Hispanic-owned businesses have sales less than $1 million. 97%. Wow. That was amazing. And I think if we had Black-owned businesses and asked the same question, it'd be a similar number. And Stanford said it was because of lack of access to capital. But that's partly true. I read another book that said timing is all important, but I really think it's lack of getting the right help. And again, I don't want to make this just Polk Institute, et cetera, but we want to provide that right help. But still at the same time, you got to be realistic to know that you could fail. So our mission is to serve social entrepreneurs to help make the world a better place. And our vision is to help launch 1,000 social entrepreneurships by 2032. Well, if we launch 1,000, 700 could fail.
Right.
Now, with our expertise, maybe we get that number up to maybe only 600 fail. But that means we have 400 success. And if they're growing up to 1 million to maybe, once you get to 1, you figure out, okay, I can get to 3 to 5 million. Once you get to 5 million, you figure, oh, this is what it takes to get to 10. And that's really it. And so business is hard. We have the pandemic can knock you out. A recession can knock you out. What else? Terrorism can knock you out. Weather can knock you out, Hurricane Katrina. But at the same time, you have other companies that are starting. So with the pandemic, I think the SBA said 65% of businesses stopped and about 35 won't come back. But at the same time, it was more American businesses started than ever in American history coming out of the pandemic. We had something called the Great Resignation, where people realized that capitalism really about a profit and not a paycheck. And I think that's the key thing. But failure is part of it. And you would be not genuine to tell someone, do business and you're going to succeed and you're going to be a gazillionaire, because it doesn't work like that. But you want to be that 30% that finds what we call financial freedom. And I think that's the real key.
Well, and you're looking for life outcomes, not just learning outcomes, right? You're looking for how is this going to help you professionally for the rest of your life, not, oh, you're going to get this piece of paper and you have a degree. Because the degree is the starting line. It's not an achievement. I mean, it's great to finish a degree, and I'm obviously supporting people to get advanced degrees. But what I love about our programs is that we have working professionals going to our school. So we don't have traditional students that don't have that grit that you talk about. They have it, and they're hungry, and they're at a change. They're coming out of the military, or they're coming and doing these other transitions, and they need this next step to move in their career, and they're hungry. And that hunger is important, because you find a lot of international students that come to the United States, before they had their first class, they've gone 7,000 miles from anything familiar. They're going to a country that doesn't speak their language, and they've risked a lot financially and perhaps their family's finances to come here. The United States, you risk nothing, and you get up and you go to school in a traditional brick and mortar, and you think you're entitled to something. They're entitled to much more than you.
Yeah, and in community colleges, of course, we're guilty because we feel like we want to help everybody.
Absolutely.
So we have 1 day parts of term, we have 4 week, we have 5 week, we have 8 week, we have 12 week, we have 16-week classes. We do apprenticeships. We're an intermediary for the state of Kansas to do apprenticeships. We do short-term training. We do workforce training. You name it. If there's a problem, we'll help you solve it, and that's what we're good at it. We love it, and please reach out to us.
Absolutely, that's great. No, that did. I mean, what do you think that might be a pitfall going forward, though, in terms of our programs, in terms of online learning? Is there a risk that we've reached that we're at such a time that we're looking to people to go back to traditional brick and mortar, or is that gone? Have we broken through brick and mortar forever, or?
No, I don't think so. No, I think there's a balance, and again, I think it goes back to the
like a hybrid,
for sure.
Well, for instance, there's a hybrid in your work environment. Like you go in for 2 days, or you go home for 3 days.
Yes.
I mean, that seems like maybe that's the future.
I did 400 emails sitting here today listening to sessions. So.
Well, that's all that I have. But if anybody has any questions, we'll open it up to you all for any questions you may have. Oh, we're out of time? Oh, well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you all. Safe travels.
Okay, everyone. We're definitely winding down here. So the education sector wouldn't be where it is today if not for the efforts of some supporters and their dedication to making the world a better place for our generation. The Education 2.0 Conference would like to acknowledge the critical role of these brilliant minds in empowering the education sector. For that, I'd like to call Jay Dubois, the spiritual archaeologist, spiritual digger, on stage. Okay, the first award goes to Amber Hill.
First, I would like to thank God for giving me the opportunity for all the doors that He opened for me and the experiences. I would not be here without Him. Next, I would like to thank Him for sending my wonderful Boaz, my husband James, my 4 wonderful boys, Jaden, Jabez, Jabari, and Jacoby, my parents that birthed me, Tasco and Mary Diane Williams, my siblings, Tasco, Candace, Marie, Sparkle, and Brianna. I thank my best friends, Lamena Reese, and my late best friend, Tiffany Thomas, who is no longer with us. I thank my girl, Latoya, for nominating me for this wonderful award. I thank the 12. I thank my wonderful, beautiful sorors and line sisters of the illustrious sisterhood, Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated. I thank my scholars, my families, the communities that I have impacted, and all these wonderful educators that allow me to continue to pour into them. I thank the late Mary McLeod Bethune and late Rita Pierce, all the beautiful women that look just like me that were brave enough and courageous enough to pave this way for me to stand here today and do the work that I am called to do. I thank Education 2.0 for reshaping education, transform the world. You guys have put on a wonderful platform for us educators, and not only just to pour into each other, but to continue to pour into all the wonderful scholars out there. I thank my ancestors, and most importantly, I just want to say I want to challenge all our educators out there to start thinking about their biases and their system and structures in the buildings and in their classrooms that contribute to the oppressive system that holds a lot of kids behind, particularly our African-American population. Data shows that they need some more loving. So we have to be intentional of looking at our practices to ensure that we're not contributing to those oppressive systems that was already designed to leave them behind. So they need love. So I challenge every educator to continue to be a champion. To every scholar that entered your space, this is what we was called to do. So thank you, thank you, thank you for this wonderful recognition honor.
Dr. Sonia Toledo.
Well, I'm honored. Thank you so much, Education 2.0. I am here because of my journey in education, and I want to be honest to say that if I didn't have the struggles that I had as a child with someone with a learning disability, I would not have the courage to stand here today. And that's what I want for our young people, is to understand that education is their path and to have the direction that they deserve, every single one of them. So I am grateful to be here. My two sons, Javon and Christopher Diaz, who stood by me every second of the day. So thank you.
Elizabeth Yeo. Jay Moore.
Hello, I'll keep this very short. Thank you to Education 2.0. I also want to give a special shout out to a good friend of mine, Dr. Garner, who has been coaching me and mentoring me, and to all the other educators. Thank you so much.
Maury Bond.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of Acacia University, to see the growth of online higher education, to engage new markets around the world. It's been a real blessing to be a part of Acacia. We are a family of universities around the world, but to have one here in the United States in Arizona, to come home to the United States for Christmas, to see my family, but to be able to come here today. My son, Lincoln, who's hopefully asleep back home in the East Coast, my daughter, my 5-month-old, they came home with us. We live in the UAE, so we're coming home for Christmas, and to be able to come to this event and to meet all of you and to gain so many partners and so many relationships and to learn so much from these scholars and experts. It's been a blessing for me. I wish you all the very best. Let's make this Education 2.0, Education 3.0, and move ahead, move forward together, onward and upward into 2023. Thank you so much.
Tom Neville.
Do we play this at 78 speed? I will just say, please continue to be innovators and differentiators, and by all means, please share all your good ideas with me first. But thank you all for being here.
Aline Osa Overa.
I am Nigerian and I'm proudly African. In 2012, when I started the Nwadan Dukwa Foundation, a lot of people told me it was such an ambitious idea. You can't do this, you're too small. But I knew that I wanted more, not just for myself, but for the young girls that I was seeing around me. I was fortunate to grow up in a home that I had privilege to go to school, but I could see around me that the young girls didn't have that much privilege and they didn't value education as much. And I felt, how can I make it better? How can I be a source of inspiration to these young girls? And also growing up, I needed so much mentorship. The only access I had to mentorship was a few times that I had the money to access the internet to read about Oprah Winfrey, Michelle Obama, Maya Angelou. But someday maybe my name would be there, not maybe, Valin Osei-Ovara. And I want that to be the story of every African girl child. And so I started. And I grew my team from just my idea to over 100 volunteers. There were times when we didn't have food, no finances, no support. And my mother, Mrs. Bridget Osei, borrowed money and gave her all to ensure that the idea of a young girl from Umutu in Ukwani local government area of Delta State, Nigeria, would come through so that that impact is felt not just in my life, but in the lives of other African girl child. And today I'm proud to say that we've empowered 10,000 plus African girl child and counting. And that's the story that every one of us as Africans, as young girls, wherever you find yourself and whoever is listening to me today, is that you can do something, you can be that source of inspiration or solution that you're clamoring for. And I hope that as you're watching me today, you remember, as I always keep saying, your dreams are valid. Whenever you put your heart or your mind to something, you will definitely get it achieved. It's not gonna come easy, but as far as you have that in your mind and you're passionate about it, doors will be open for you. And of course, I thank my ancestors, like she said, yes, and I thank God who made it possible to be recognized internationally and be here. This is the second award I've received in this conference, and I am so, so grateful to my family who's been supportive, to the new friends that I've made. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. And to my team who were there supportive without any form of financial support. Thank you so much, and thank you to Education 2.0 for making this possible.
Agile Evolutionary Group.
I'm going to be very short and sweet. I know my mother is watching, so I want to thank my mother, who was the inspiration of my company, and also my son, Michael Terrell Connor Jr. Of course, cannot forget God, who has provided all this energy and support. And thank you to Education 2.0 for this award. Congratulations. Thank you.
Habiba Qasim. And the last few awards will be accepted virtually. We have Jennifer Renier.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much. Good job. Thank you.
Okay, we will go to Lara Schaefer.
Hello, everyone. This is Laura Schaefer from Exceptional Autism Consultation. I want to send a really big thank you to the Education 2.0 team for this recognition. As we are learning, autism presents in a great variety of ways, some of which are hard to spot. That's why it took until my daughter was 15 years old and I was nearly 47 years old for our autism to be discovered. Unidentified autism leads to additional complications like anxiety, depression, and eating disorders. My thanks to the Education 2.0 team for the recognition of my work to uncover presentations of autism that have previously been overlooked. This is a great honor. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Megan Sistuli.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Sistuli, and I'm currently a postgraduate research fellow at Berkeley Law's Center on Comparative Equality and Anti-Discrimination Law. I'm also the co-founder of Technology and Entrepreneurship Ladder, a 501c3 nonprofit that bridges the education, opportunity, and technology gap for high school and college students in Kenya. From offering training programs like how to code, create a LinkedIn, or craft your own resume, and also offering things like speaker series from top founders, CEOs of different companies, Technology and Entrepreneurship Ladder contributes to students' steps to success by lifting them up the ladder and opening up access to quality education and training programs. And before I end this video, I'd like to say a special thank you to the Education Conference team, not only for hosting this conference, but also for accommodating me virtually and for this award. Educators, industry leaders, and the like need spaces to collaborate, innovate, and ideate together. So thank you, Education Conference team, for creating that space. And once again, thank you for this award. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
And Russell Ramesh.
Very good morning to all my fellow EdTech leaders that have assembled here from the world over. First off, I'm extremely humbled and honored to receive this award for outstanding leadership in education. I would like to extend my best wishes to all the other winners and nominees for making a notable difference to education as a whole. I'm earnestly grateful to my teams, I should say, the scores of multi-skilled and multi-shore EdTech talent that were my partners in crime. I'm privileged to have worked in concert with all of you over the years and conceptualized and developed and deployed several next-gen EdTech products. There are too many of them to thank, so I wouldn't go there. But I'm glad to be associated with all the great brands over the past year and beyond, from Aptara to Cyrix Digital to Practicum, Lens of Sport, and Impellex, and all the supportive clients and partners that I've worked with to fulfill our singular and collective goal, which is to change the facade of education for the better. And I sincerely believe that good, efficacious EdTech products can make that happen time and again. I would also like to applaud the team at Education 2.0 and the organization as a whole. I've always professed that there is an overdearth of good EdTech conferences in this part of the world, and you guys have managed to put together a gold-plated forum of global leaders from our sector, and I'm grateful for that. And finally, I would like to thank my family for putting up with me all those days away from home, sleepless nights, but they've always been there for me every step of the way. Would not have been possible without their unabashed support. So thanks again. I hope you guys have a great time for the reminder of the event. Enjoy Vegas and happy holidays. And I hope to see you all again in 2023. Thank you.
Okay, big congratulations to all the awardees and honorees of the Education 2.0 Conference's Winter Edition. And here's to concluding the 3-day 2022 Education Summit on a high note and expressing our profound gratitude to everyone who made it to the USA for our event. Don't forget to exchange contact info with everyone you've met during these 3 days. Before we wrap up, the entire team would like to thank our Platinum sponsor, Leadership Masters, Gold sponsors, Cajon Valley Union School District and Efficient Academy, Inc., and Silver sponsor, Mosaic Learning. Our exhibitors, and of course, our incredible delegates who attended our event and have helped to make it a success. Our next events will take place in Dubai in May and back here in Las Vegas in July. If anyone is interested in being sponsors, exhibitors, or delegates for these events, please reach out to Jatin Sidhu at jatin@infinium.events. This is your MC Amber signing off. I hope to see you all again next year.